feel sad and strange. I was here every day, but then you just walked away. Silent, silent and gray. Yesterday and tomorrow. Now I feel sad and strange. I was here every day, but then you just walked away. Silent, silent and gray. Yesterday and tomorrow. Now I feel sad and strange. I was here every day, but then you just walked away. Silent, silent and gray. Yesterday and tomorrow. Now I feel sad and strange. I was here every day, but then you just walked away. Silent, silent and gray. Yesterday and tomorrow. Now I feel sad and strange. I was here every day, but then you just walked away. Silent, silent and gray. Feeling higher than the sky, Gemini. Yeah, we do it every night, every night. Feeling higher than the sky, Gemini. Yeah, we do it every night, every night. Go hard, I don't waste time, living life in the limelight. Feeling good and the vibes right, you know. Go hard, I don't waste time, living life in the limelight. Feeling good and the vibes right, you know. I'm never gonna give up. You're never gonna stop me now. I'm never gonna give up. You're never gonna bring me down. What you want from me? Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. Go hard, I don't waste time. Living life in the limelight. Feeling good and the vibes right, you know. Go hard, I don't waste time. Living life in the limelight. Feeling good and the vibes right, you know. I'm never gonna give up. You're never gonna stop me now. I'm never gonna give up. You're never gonna bring me down.
더 이상은 지켜볼 수 없다. 이제는 내가 직접 나서야 할 때가 된 것 같구나. 형제들이 검을 높이 들어. 첫 번째 저수에게 더 이상 패배란 존재하지 않는다. 이 땅에 영광의 전투가 펼쳐지리라. 엔타로 GSL.
I can't stop breathing. I'm only burning. We always run.
아프리카 TV 프리고 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 3 코리아's Last Stand.
It's time for the final day of the round of 24 in the GSL Codas, and honestly, I think this might be the best day yet. Also, when we wrap up the show, or at least the matches, I should say, for today, do not go away because we have the group selection afterwards.
Yeah, that's always a lot of fun. It will be translated by Andy, so definitely stay tuned for that. Always a lot of fun jokes and things that are going to,
a lot of banter, a lot of trash talk.
Kind of builds the story for the rest of the season in a lot of ways as well.
It's a great opportunity for the players to actually humanize themselves, and you get to see the rivalry outside of the game.
Yeah, yeah. Very, very fun stuff. And it's going to be more fun based on who actually gets through here today.
That's right.
This group is really exciting. I think this is what everyone's been waiting for. ByuN is back.
So cool.
He's
so
back.
cool to have ByuN back. I think one of the most beloved players in StarCraft 2. One of the coolest stories. GSL champion defeating SOS. Was it? Wait, was it? Am I saying this right?
Yeah, he beat
SOS.
SOS.
Yes, excuse me. Yeah, that was SOS's match where the entire Jin Air team was there trying to support him, trying to figure out a way to beat ByuN, and he actually overcame him. It was an incredible story. It was one of our best finals yet. He's back. We also have Parting in this group as well. Definitely a fan favorite, a big streamer now on Twitch, and I think with some of the funnest strategies that we see in StarCraft 2.
Yeah, yeah, he definitely is a blast, and I think that it's such a fun match for so many reasons. They're both huge fan favorites, but also they've got basically the best control for their races.
Right.
So, I mean, we could see anything here.
So, the rest of the round of 16 has already been made up. We have Solar Trap, Dark Zest, Maro Dream, Armani Cure, and Zhaun Innovation.
Yeah, Zhaun is kind of the new kid on the block that we're all very excited to see how he ends up doing. He looked fantastic in his group, so that's going to be cool. But as of, like, for today's group, I mean, all I care about in the whole world right now is ByuN versus Parting.
Oh, I'm so excited
Damn,
for this.
look how handsome ByuN is.
Yeah, it's good to have him back. And this is one of the great storylines in 2020 is the old school players coming back.
Yeah.
And playing incredibly well, some of them at least. And this is what's so fun about StarCraft. It's the history. It's not always about the new thing. Sometimes you want a real good story.
ByuN, a former world champion, a GSL champion, as you said. Parting, of course, a world champion as well.
Yeah.
And I also want to point out, ByuN was in Season 1 of GSL Code, or GSL. It wasn't even called Code S until Season 4.
Yeah, he was using the ID Bleach, right?
Yes, he was a Protoss player, in fact.
So here we have Parting. This guy, actually a big-time Twitch streamer now. Definitely check him out if you haven't watched his stream already. He's hilarious. And he's a down-and-dirty Protoss.
Oh, yeah. No, he's as dirty as they come, man. He's got cheeses up the wazoo, great control to back it up, killer instinct.
And there's times where he looks like the best Protoss there is, but he's going up against ByuN. I don't even know who's being cheered for more here. All I know is this is a dream matchup.
No matter what happens, I think most people are just going to be like, yes!
Yay!
And then when it's ending, no, it doesn't matter who's winning, though.
Yeah. And this is going to be a best of 3. Again, we're in the last phase of the round of 24. Group phase after that tonight. And then we're going to be in the round of 16. So 2 of the players will be advancing. 2 will be eliminated as we get closer and closer to advancing to the final chapter of Season 3 of the GSL Code S. Our map lineup is Death Aura, Everdream, and Eternal Empire.
All right, I'm ready. I think that this is going to be a very teched out series. I have no idea what we're going to see, but there should be a lot of fireworks.
Yeah, we're going to be unpacking this as the game loads up. Parting versus ByuN, Game 1 starts now.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께 있다. 우린 더욱 강하다. 드래곤 피닉스 게임. 원이사. 변현우.
So there are a few players that become so known for their micro with a specific unit, no one can ever replace them. And with ByuN, that was the Reaper. Yeah. ByuN has always been able to do things with Reapers that other people couldn't do. He really understood how to maneuver them. He understood the physics of the grenades in a way that was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if we're going to have much Reaper play today. I don't know. The game is in a different spot, right?
Yeah.
But it's important to note that really ByuN had some of the best control ever. Occasionally, strategically, he would make some questionable moves, especially based off what the map was. He'd have games where he would do builds where it's like, I don't know if this is the build for this map.
Certainly. I remember, I know you're talking about a backwater game specifically, too. That was, it was like,
yes, that's
he
actually
went
what
like
I
3 racks against a map that had 1 entrance for 3 bases.
Yeah, and it was just held off, and it was a very odd moment.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, when you've been playing as a pro for as long as these guys have, I mean, you definitely have bad seasons.
Yeah.
Just like any, you know, any competitor in any game, any person in their life has bad periods, right? But when ByuN's on top of his game, he looks really good. So this strat he opened up with now is a little bit of control play. He places an eBay, which can be easily canceled since it's incomplete, in the location where the Protoss would have wanted to make a Nexus.
And Parting, not to be deterred, just makes the Nexus at different locations. That's kind of interesting.
Now, I wonder if this will play into ByuN's hands here, where maybe the Nexus being out a little bit further is going to be exposed to some harass that would be harder to pull off. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine that a play like this is meant to slow the Nexus, not relocate it. But we'll see.
When it gets relocated, like he's making 2 Hellions right now, normally against Hellion openers, what you'll do is make just a wall with a couple gateways at your natural. That 3rd base, that's not an option. So if he makes, look at this, he's going to 4 Hellions. That's going to be good against that base, no matter what, right?
Yeah, no, this is going to set up nicely here. Let's see how prepared Parting is for this. Again, these are two of the best micro players in the world, so the best unit control that there is, which is going to make the engagements really interesting to watch. Hellions come in, and I think for a second there, maybe ByuN being a little bit too cautious. I feel like he could have gotten a few more kills. The battery wasn't quite done yet.
Honestly, I think he might be saving health on it because he has more coming.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Like, if you have 4 Hellions together, it's more than twice as powerful than as 2 against probes.
I think you're correct, Artosis, and he's going to gather those up and maybe try to poke in again. We've also got a medevac on the way here.
And some mines also. Looks like he wants to hit the main. He sees a very nice wall there from Parting. But gonna go after these probes again, and I mean, it can't be held. Like, you can just kill a bunch of probes, that's it.
Yeah, and this is too much damage to have the battery just heal it up here. And now we already have what looks like it's gonna be at least 7 kills over here. Meanwhile, the Oracle coming across the map is gonna start,
Wow.
Beautifully placed mine. ByuN is everywhere this game.
Yeah.
And I have to say, things are picking up speed a lot faster than I expected them to, even with these two players. But already, it's been a real slugfest here. 8 probes have been killed, and there's still the availability for Hellions to come in here and attack again over at this location.
Yeah, and look, I mean, he's keeping a lot of the attention on these Hellions right now, but he does have a medevac coming across with mines. The Phoenixes catch it. So good catch there from Parting.
Yeah, Parting's got to be careful not to overextend. Oh, good play again by ByuN here. He's just moving those Widow Mines in such a spot. This is one of the more interesting engagements you could see in the game, really, is the Widow Mines trying to jump in and out of the medevac while the Phoenixes are trying to catch the Widow Mines, but also catch the medevac as well.
Fancy micro right there.
Oh, man.
Looks like they double back and actually find a medevac that turned around. I feel like that was a mistake from ByuN, or maybe he just thought that the Phoenixes would comb downwards, not upwards.
I think that's what, what was the case.
There was a lot of juking and jiving there, but goes better for Parting at the end of the day.
So the game seems to have slowed down a little bit here. The Protoss is taking the third base. It's the third base is now where the second base would normally be taken. This is all going back to when that eBay was placed there, disrupting the ideal building placement there for Parting. And the Phoenixes can be used to try to keep the Terran honest, keep the Terran under control, while Protoss needs to grow. In the current meta, Protoss gets a third base before the Terran and needs to power up off of that. And already Parting's taken a few blows here and there, so it's going to be a little bit trickier. ByuN has lost, the medevac and a few SCVs, but really I think Parting's been hit a bit harder.
Well, certainly feels that way in this game, and when you look at the numbers, it kind of backs up too, right? ByuN is like 1 worker below Parting, and that's just not how that's supposed to look right now. His army supply definitely going to start spiking as well, and as +1 stim and combat shields are finishing up, that might be a very dangerous time here for Parting.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There's going to be a period where Parting is going to have very good defense against a player who's got just impeccable unit control, and a lot of times was able to win fights that no other player would be able to win. So it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to be coming from him.
All right, +1 armor and charge on the way here for Parting. Over on ByuN's side, just playing the regular macro Terran that you see normally, right? Just kind of pumping off of his 3 racks. He does have 2 tech labs, so that's kind of an interesting thing to point out. Obviously, Marauder's a very good unit for ByuN. Definitely we've seen him utilize their micro really heavily in the past.
Yeah, and he's going to be pumping 2 out at a time along with the 2 Marines from the reacted barracks. Or reactored, I should say. Barracks.
Reacted.
Reacted.
You going to redact that?
Yeah, that's a redacted barracks. So the push is coming through here, and this is ByuN opening up the map so that he has a better circulation with his army going towards the this base that we see right over here. And charge is finishing. Psystorm is a long ways away. We don't even have the structure done for that upgrade yet. And so this is going to be tough. Let's see how this is handled here.
This can be tricky as well, right? You have these Phoenixes. There are possibilities for like dragging mine hits and lifting off the siege tank, things like that. All right, some force fields go down. He kills a few Marines there, but takes a lot of damage on his Zealots. All right, lifts up some of these mines. Well done. The other mine actually targets onto one of the Phoenixes. And Parting's army is definitely getting whittled down a bit.
Yeah, Parting up against the ropes right now as the Nexus is beginning to take more and more damage. The Archon, very low on HP, is taken out. More reinforcements coming in here. I'm not sure that Parting can hang on.
No, it is not looking like it right now. ByuN doing a great job here. Some great micro as he kites back as well. So many Marauders left over. There's just not much left here for Parting.
Yeah, I think this is the tipping point. It looks like ByuN should be taking game one here as there's just a few more Zealots warping in. ByuN with such a strong showing coming back into this GSL.
Oh my gosh, look at this. I can't even believe it. His first game back, he's against Parting, who's just a killer in the matchup and in great shape as well, and he's going to take it.
Yeah, this is just incredible play here from start to finish by ByuN. The Nexus getting lower, and there's just not that many more units that can warp in over here.
Zealots charging in on top of some of these mines here. A Void Ray is being made, but I think there's still enough anti-air here that the Void Ray shouldn't make that much of a difference. Zealots trying to get down on top of these Marines and Marauders, but look at that micro from ByuN. Gets out of range of the mines even there.
Yeah, and again, just a few more Zealots coming in here. The Nexus is about 10% health, and he's just not able to get enough warpins here to ever deal with this. As more reinforcements come in, the last few Zealots are going to be cleaned up.
This micro just
GG.
Really impeccable. Very well done there from ByuN. Of course, this all started off with forcing the Nexus into a different location, which isn't that common of a response from Protoss, but ByuN immediately punished it by making 4 Hellions. Also, not only did he damage him there, which makes it harder to play a gateway-centric style for Parting, but ByuN is a player with micros so good, you should actually really consider going Robotech against him. If you remember the beginning of Maru's Reign of Terror, when he smashed Classic, who was at like 97% wins in PvT, it was because his micro was too good and Classic was trying to play gateway styles.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot you can do micro-wise with that, right? Whereas something like a Colossus, it doesn't care how good ByuN's micro is, you know?
I think you're right. Let's see if the adjustments are made and how exactly Parting's going to try to adapt to this. ByuN right now with a 1-0 lead. Let's go to the map Everdream.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 파티 원이상.
It is interesting in that last game, seeing ByuN open up and immediately take the initiative with the engineering bay planted there. That almost never happens to Parting in games because he's almost always, like 90% of the time, the guy who's doing the build that's going to activate the strategy first.
Yeah.
So it was interesting to see Parting on the back foot there trying to defend, and I thought he did a pretty good job. It was actually kind of crazy how long Parting hung on to the third Nexus, but ByuN with very good control. And by the way, he's going to do the same build again here. I don't know if we had much time to talk about it, but in that last fight, one of the things that kept ByuN sustaining that position was he would unburrow the Widow Mines when he didn't have a connection he thought would work for him.
Yeah.
And so whenever there was enough units that maybe Protoss could hang on, that's when he would then reburrow the mines and then use the shot there to connect.
Yeah.
Because most of the time when Terran have like just a tiny little bit of units left, and like one tank, a warp-in round will kill it.
Yeah.
But also it seemed like Parting's warp-in rounds were staggered, right? It was like 3 came in, and then 2, and then 3. So that's another issue as well.
Well, you certainly do want the units out as quickly as possible, but maybe he needed to pool them is what you're saying?
I don't know. I just know that like...
heal up the Nexus maybe with the battery, pool the units for one more round, something like that.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
Then again, maybe he just has all that pulled up and attacks in, and then the mines hit everything, and then he wins the fight anyways.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just food for thought there. So this game, the eBay was planted, and it's... yeah, please.
I was going to say, Parting doesn't care this game because he went double gas before ByuN got there.
Yes, and he also ran his probes down to kill the Nexus to make it look like he was in a big hurry to try to
absolutely.
to actually expand there. So
very tricky.
Parting might have taken the opening that's fairly identical, fairly similar to what happened in game 1, and he might be able to completely do a counterplay here because he's going to go straight into aggression.
Let's see. I think it's going to be an Oracle right off the bat. I mean, there's some small chance it could be Phoenixes, We'll see here in just a moment.
Yeah,
Parting is actually supply blocked.
That's
Look at
gonna
this,
end in a
29 of 31.
And there's no...
Oh, Fleet Beacon. Okay, never mind. I was going to say.
Oh,
that's,
wow, okay.
'cause-
That's actually not what I was expecting at all, but...
Yeah, no, I definitely did not expect this at all. So, what do you think we're going to see? Because this could literally be anything except Phoenix and Oracle.
I don't know.
Like, is there any chance he could do, like, a Speed Void Ray? Do you think he just starts making Tempests?
I was thinking more Tempest, but maybe Void Ray with speed?
I think it'll be Tempest, but I don't know.
So if you're going to do Tempest,
I've not seen this build.
what is the game plan there? Where does the Tempest want to go just outside where the natural is?
Yeah, it's a good question.
I'm not sure.
I think you probably bank them for a little bit, you know?
Yeah, that I could see that. Yeah, sure.
Like, you don't want to attack the first
so
one.
There's one Tempest being made.
Yeah, we'll see. I really haven't seen anything quite like this. All right. The damage upgrade. Well, I mean, this should be interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect, but again, you know, this is why Parting is very difficult to play against, is he really knows these alternative approaches to the games. And I mean, he's kind of the opposite of Innovation, where if you look at Innovation's play, you basically, you know what to expect, right? Mm-hmm. And he's very good at what he does, but because Parting has these alternative strategies, sometimes the players really don't know the ins and outs of these types of plays.
Yeah, you shouldn't know this one, right?
I mean, maybe this is some gimmick on the ladder in certain areas, but you know, the scary thing about playing against this is that Parting probably knows the way this game looks in all its iterations much more than ByuN will have based off his instincts. So this is a very cool move. Now he sends the Tempest out when it's halfway, or when the second Tempest is going to be finishing here. So they're both going to be getting there roughly the same time. He has a small army underneath the Tempest. That's important because the Tempest needs some cover.
Ah, look at this. Okay, so he clears the way with the Stalker and Adept, and now he's just going to throw it on shield batteries. Okay, so the whole idea is to get his expansion up, but also siege the main base.
Yeah, and so the idea is he can just start to hit the production over here very hard. But this is a lot of SCV's Marines and tank and Cyclone. Is this doable?
Yeah, he doesn't really have much of an army here.
All right, well, you can kind of do this funny kiting play here with the Tempest. It's not the prettiest thing. What worries me is there's so many Marines here. He's unpowered the pylon.
Yeah, now he's gotten all the pylons. And if he had shield batteries that were actually up, maybe this becomes more doable.
But I guess he is picking off the army, right? It's just sort of a funny-looking engagement here.
It is certainly funny-looking.
There are 3 Tempests here now. Now, I think that's enough with the ground army that you can't really take a fight. Maybe he can make an advancement over here onto the natural. This is actually now going up, so he's zoned out of his own base.
Oh my gosh, look at this. This is so strange to see.
Stim comes in.
All right, well, gonna be able to target down a lot of those. But look, yeah, with Stim down.
Well, the funny thing is there's no medevacs because he's been making Vikings.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the Vikings seem to hold their own against the Tempest, right? You can get Vikings in pairs out faster than you can get a Tempest out here, and especially across the map. So I'm not sure what to make of this. I feel like he needs to target down that reactor on the starport. Yeah, there. That's actually really important.
That's a really good point. And actually, I think he wants to get. Okay, he's actually making a siege tank. That's interesting as well. That wasn't what I was expecting. Well, normally against Tempest builds, you really kind of do like to get out Cyclones in their upgrade. But
I do wonder if this is a build that you only do if they spawn on the left side, since you can hit the add-ons while still being in the safety of the area outside the main base.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Oh god, that's a special depotasis. Oh
no!
Super supply block now.
Okay, so there's a small number of Marines coming around, and I'm actually not sure about this for ByuN. The small Marine counterattack, I feel like warp-ins, if there's no medevacs there, you just warp stuff in and kill it.
I wonder how many gates he has. I think he's on just 2 gates.
Oh, I guess that's true. If you're doing Tempest, you don't have a lot.
But I guess if you pop a Tempest out, you are going to hold it, right? It's not that many Marines.
I mean, if you don't have medevacs here, and you... okay, well, he's actually going to have only 1 gate that can warp in now.
Okay. Well, he just recalls a bunch of the Stalkers, but with Stim, I guess he will be able to erase these.
And not the greatest control here by Parting in this pretty pivotal moment. He does clean this up. And now it's going to be about trying to curb the damage that's happening over here. Now, the batteries are key, as you can see here. Because
Huge.
that's it. GG, Parting wins. Great series so far.
Wow,
That was cool.
what a strange build to wall off completely and just send your Tempest across the map. Normally builds like that, you proxy it and it's on like one base a lot of the time. Occasionally we do see people try 2 base styles like that, but with proxy buildings.
Sometimes
with the proxy Stargate at least.
the slower play like that, a player will discount that this is a threat. You know, if you don't see anything proxied right outside your home, you think it's just not going to come because it's less efficient. But that was really cool to see Parting basically play his own game. And I think ByuN had some pretty smart handling of what he needed to do. It seemed actually like he was going to just destroy the attack when he sent the SCVs and Marines down there. But the problem is when the Tempests get high enough in numbers, and also the Marines are not being healed. It's a weird thing. You need the Vikings because that's how you're going to take an air fight there. But then you don't have anything healing the Marines. All those little ground engagements where the Stalkers or the Adepts are hitting the Marines, it whittled them down. With a bioarmy that has medevacs, you can heal up, and then if you win a fight, you basically fully recover.
Yeah.
And you can start to get an advantage from there. But, yeah, funny game.
Yeah, hitting kind of that mass of the Tempests and really not losing them is clearly really, really key here. I thought when he got rid of the pylons and the shield batteries, I was like, well, now you can't heal. But, yeah, he doesn't really have the units to actually kill the Tempest at that point.
Yeah, it's a weird situation. Also, the moment that Parting starts to win the fight, he then kills all the add-ons. And suddenly it's like the development there.
Yeah.
Like, you can't remake a reactor
No.
in that spot when there's Tempest there. It almost seems like that's part of the death blow. Is the reactor in the tech lab disappearing. It's
You
like,
have
okay,
their production of Vikings instantly.
have fun with your Marine and Viking.
Yeah.
Eternal Empire for Game 3. I just don't know what to expect. I don't know who's going to win. I think Parting's showing if he can just play his game, he's hard to stop. ByuN had a similar opening. I mean, it worked in Game 1. Why not try it in Game 2? But ByuN took that advantage that ByuN had and turned it on its head. He's got a really good instinct. Let's see who moves on to the winner match. It's going to start now.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 드래곤 피닉스 게임. 아이, 원이사. 변현우.
Based on the 2 games you just saw, who takes this one?
I'm thinking Parting.
Yeah.
I think Parting maybe, you know, as a feeler, played a little bit slow in Game 1 against ByuN, and I think ByuN got what he wanted to do. He got a few probe kills in there. He had a few skirmishes that went well in the middle of the map.
Okay.
And, you know, I think Parting bounced back really well in Game 2. Completely blindsided ByuN.
He did do that.
He had a great control there, and it was just a good strategy that he came out with. And so I think if Parting gets to play Parting's game, Parting can win. And Parting is a player who tends to have weird all-ins and proxy strats. He's got very good alternative play, the kind that make people rage when they encounter it on the ladder.
Yeah.
But if ByuN wins, I'm not going to be shocked. He's very good, and he's looking very strong today.
Well, it looks like there is going to be some cheesy play here coming out of Parting, right? Like he's gone double gas. He has a pylon on the map. The probe is going back. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to see here. I think it's going to be a Stargate, but we'll see. Really well timed out here from Parting. A Marine searching the map. Ah, a Robo, a proxy Robo.
Is the Marine going to spot it?
I think it is.
Hold on, this is GSL. This is where the scout always just goes by and doesn't get it. Come on. Okay, he's going back. That's close enough. He's going to see it.
Now, that's pretty huge to see that.
Well, I mean, the thing I always worry about when I see players scouting is if they scout and just somehow miss it and they think they're probably not getting proxied and they still are.
Yeah.
where it probably would have been better for you to just not scout at all and assume you were getting all in somehow. So, the Robo's been spotted. Now, the thing about Parting is he's one of the players where this could be spotted and he'll still make it work.
Yeah. Well, he can just turn it into something else, right? Like, he's making an observer, knowing that ByuN has to be very careful here.
So this is a smart move, is when your proxy's scouted, you know that they're going to have to overreact to hold it, so maybe you just go into something more modest, like in this case a scout.
Now, that being said, I would say that ByuN, you have to look at him as probably being a little bit ahead, having scouted that. But where does he go from here, right? Like, he's making the Marines. He's not really sure what's going on. And there is now an Immortal on the way, so definitely could turn aggressive. Yeah, bunker coming up. He's not landing his command center. There's almost nothing on the map for Parting.
What's funny about this is in some way the threat worked. It just didn't work the way that the build is engineered to make it work. Because the idea is you're supposed to be able to beat them back and punish them for expanding, but because ByuN stays back and doesn't expand, we actually have a Nexus that's about to complete over here on the other side of the map. So Parting, again, this is why he's a scary player. Is it's not like his proxy was scouting, he went, oh no, and then just all in from there. Instead, he's just he's putting some pressure on here, but he's going to expand first. He's going to see what damage he can do for free outside of here. He's going to take out 2 depots.
I mean, that's already nice.
Yeah, he's not losing anything. There's no counterplay right now from Terran. He does spot the Observer, scans it and kills it.
Relands the CC after killing the Observer. So maybe ByuN is still kind of fearing something, but in the meantime, it's just Chrono Boost on probes here for Parting.
Yeah. He's now going to have the Immortal and the 2 Stalkers come out.
I feel like he's duped ByuN reasonably well here. ByuN is really trying to play this safe, but this is really all Parting has is what we're looking at.
Okay, nice pressure here. I mean, what this is really doing is just keeping Terran back at home, but we're actually seeing a pickup with these medevacs. I was going to say, I don't know how well this could be hidden.
Well, I think he's actually just chasing it down.
Yeah, is this going to work, though?
Yeah, I think so. With the heals, it should be able to push him back.
Really cool play here by ByuN.
Yeah.
That's a maneuver that we just don't see other players do.
Yeah, no.
Against the Warp Prison. This is where his control is very unique and fun to watch.
Yeah. Well, he has his whole weird way of playing the game that's based off the fact that he can control his units really well.
Yeah.
Which is both his strength and his weakness, as so many things really are for people in their superpowers.
Yeah, no, it's very fun to watch a move like that. I don't ever see any other players in GSL or anywhere else do a play kind of like that, where he's like really just running and stimming under the Warp Prism.
Well, it works out. It puts some damage on there, forces Parting back for the time being. Dropping out here again in the middle of the map. Oh, he's got plenty, though.
Okay, but there's now Parting's army coming here, and you got to be careful in this moment. Is he going to commit to this area over here? I don't think he's going to stay on the ground for too much longer.
Yeah, that was a little bit.
I was a little bit surprised he went for it when you just see.
It's like his army's moving back right then. I know that you're good at micro, but there's also this whole thing called math, you know?
Yeah.
It's like he just has a lot more than you. Let's not overdo it.
And the play is pretty easy for the Protoss. Target down the medevac.
Yeah. So ByuN gonna get out of there. It's again not the end of the game or anything like that. He does have his expansion up. The worker count is actually pretty darn even. Very interesting to see Parting going DT blink so quickly.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting that.
By the way, the Robo is now going to be out. This is good that ByuN actually comes out here and just takes this out. But yeah, the DT with blinks is really exciting. And I'm wondering if that's going to be used in a counterattack. I'm wondering, a lot of the time the Terran's on 2 bases and wants to try to push out. And, the DTs, if they get in there and start to kill stuff, it can blink around. It's hard to catch up. Or maybe, I don't know, DT blink's funny. Oh, hold on. Well, this is not something you want to counterattack against.
Okay.
This is something you want to try to do everything to hold off. Interesting to see the SCV pull here.
Yeah, maybe he feels like he's just kind of got a timing.
No Robo out here. Maybe he can get him in between tech.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, does he not have a scan? Okay, there it is. The SCV's turned around.
He's going to pull him back over again. What?
What?
Really? He's going to go all the way back.
Wow. I really didn't expect that.
Well, this just
You
doesn't
never
look
see
right.
anyone turn around mid-map with SCV pulls, but you know what? Kudos to him for doing it. Like, if you don't think it's going to work, why do it?
This is so weird. Again, if there's a scan and he blinks away in time too, then the DT lives. So
you know what it must be? He must have just not really had energy on his command centers. So it's like pointless, right? Like we see him just running from one DT and losing tons of units.
well, now Parting's going to come in here with a pretty scary move. He's going to blink behind to optimize damage, but there's actually so much. I think Parting miscalculated that pretty badly. Now, getting behind these rocks over here on the other side of this bottleneck is quite nice. I don't know that. Okay.
Now it's really time.
This is
it's a different game.
This is a different game for us. Well, maybe this works. Maybe Parting hemorrhaged too many units. And now, especially with the SCVs here, he come in and just do quite a bit of damage.
Well, he's attacking before the SCVs are really there, so this might be Parting's only chance at holding right now.
Okay, the DTs are pulled away as a scan disappears. That's so funny.
The blink forward to snipe the tank and then the pickup.
The problem is, the scariest...
he just ran away with his SCVs again because he has no scans again.
Yeah, it seems like he just needs enough scans to end the game. And if Parting could use that to his advantage, and he is making a turret, by the way, just below our screenshot here. Oh, that's so much.
SCV's getting in front here. How do you even attack into that with a charge lot-based army? All right, a DT in there doing its damage. Some more DTs coming in as well, but great scans.
Oh, great pickup there with the Warp Prism.
Yeah, definitely very important. And he actually targets down the building turret. So Parting has identified that's really his only chance is to kill him with cloaked units.
Okay, so another scan here. I think this is it. I think the damage is too much.
I think so.
Wow, what a great series this was.
Very much not what I was expecting, but it looks like ByuN is going to take down Parting in our first match, 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, ByuN's trying to hang on here, but I just don't think this small number of DTs is going to ever be able to cut it, right? I mean, the damage output is too high. And now he's going to be able to get into the main here. And this is rare to see a game where you run away with your SCVs, come back, run away again, but apparently the decision-making was on point as ByuN is going to win the first game here against these two.
Well, that's a big deal, right? He goes to that winner's match, and he is getting pretty close. And if he can take down Parting, I'm not sure the other two players are going to be that hard for him, right?
I think so. GG, ByuN wins 2-1. Parting, of course, is not eliminated. He'll be in the losers match, and I think he still has a pretty good shot to advance. But
yeah, I would tend to agree. But don't underestimate Bunny and Patience. Like,
yeah, I mean they're quite good.
Well, Patience is always dangerous, and then Bunny is really peaking right now.
Yeah, and I think this was a series Parting could have won. It does seem like he was not expecting an SCV pull, and that was kind of a funny time to pull the SCVs there. Like, one guy's going DT, maybe he scanned and saw that and said, oh, no robo when you're going DTs? All I need is numbers then.
Yeah, that's pretty fair, I would say, especially when it's DT tech, not High Templar tech.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it had to do with not having scans ready either.
Yeah,
It seemed that way, at least.
All right, guys, well, in a little bit here, we're going to go on to our next match. Really cool to see that ByuN is able to perform and play just like he used to. And, you know, this makes me think of the last season with DRG, like, how far is this guy going to go?
Yeah.
Anyways, Patience vs. Bunny is next. We'll be right back.
Everybody's gotta believe in something. 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 Break it down. What's the plan? Break it down.
I want you to stay. I want you to stay. A good hash work code in a dug-in-up world. Life teach me not trust. I can step up on myself now. If you will ask me for help, I will give you my hand. I have one secret when I sing. I'm healed by one thing. I fall in the dirt again, again, again. I get on my feet again, again, again. I lose the hope again, again, again. I got it again while I feel the beat. Stop looking at your past and go on. We will never be the same again. The truth is never easy, you know. Sometimes you need to be your hero. Free yourself from what is wrong. Free your mind and see some more. Not everything is going to come back. See some more and see some more. Shade your fantasies. Be unstoppable. Save yourself and be.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 프림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2.3끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
Round of 24. Party. ByuN. Patience. Money. Africa TV. Pre-Go Studio Live. 2020 GSL Season 3. Codex. Last Stand.
Did you get one of those hot sixes
Oh yeah,
out of the fridge?
the King Storm. We didn't see any Storm that last game,
Is that
did
what
we?
that's called, or is that what I'm called? Is that what you're calling me now as a Protoss player?
It's both.
Okay.
Storm King, that's your new name.
Storm King.
Yeah. I saw you playing the other day on stream, and two of your High Templars stormed the same exact area. That was awesome, too.
That's because I'm just that efficient. Now, this match, I feel like these two players are first of all, great players and could get pretty far in this GSL, but they're kind of overshadowed by the celebrity of ByuN and partying here. But honestly, Patience is someone who can kind of beat anybody, and he's really good, and he's got that kind of frustrating Protoss play.
Yeah. Well,
and
Patience.
And Bunny's been improving a lot. Like every season, he looks a lot better than before, and sometimes we do have to kind of pull ourselves back into reality and say, you know, these two guys might be the ones who advance. It's not the craziest thing ever. I think most people are expecting a ByuN or Party to advance, but like these guys play very well. They're very strong. They're very consistent.
Yeah. Well, I think Bunny, like, he is at his peak right now. He is getting better, like you said, each season. So we'll see what he gets done. Like, I think he is someone who even could wiggle his way into a top 8 the way he's been playing in general. Although I don't expect it. It could occur. Patience, on the other hand, I kind of, as soon as I saw this group, I was like, Patience is going to destroy everything people want. You know, people want basically Parting and ByuN to get through. And I'm like, Patience is the perfect person to ruin something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's the little drop of a different color paint in your like white paint. You know, like you can never get it out.
Well, the thing is, he knows how to win for sure.
Yeah.
Eternal Empire for game 1. Patience versus Bunny has loaded up. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께 우리는 더욱 강하다. 팀 LP, Patience, 조지현. 팀 NB, Bunny, 이재선.
Now, I think everyone in the group, I think in general, every pro is favored against Patience, but that doesn't mean he won't beat him. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
he's not really aware that people are favored against him. It's that type of thing.
Well, he has some funny games.
Now, his games are, he's the hardest pro to explain, and every time he plays, we kind of go over it, how it's like difficult to even describe why he wins, because a lot of it just looks really bad, and then it works, and you're like, huh.
I think what it is there's like almost a lopsided amount of good play in certain areas while you're seeing it play get neglected in others.
Yeah.
Like I've had plenty of games of his where I cast him and he loses 2 major fights and then ends up winning anyways. And I'm like, oh wow, okay, you must have macroed better.
Yeah.
Or you know,
it's hidden. What he does well is hidden.
Or he'll do some harass build and then like lose the Immortal and then lose the Warp Prism and then he still wins. And I go, okay, this is not. Usually the past matters to the future in a game, but for him, it's not always.
Yeah.
And that's actually very scary because that means he actually is very good, even if there's parts of his play that are sloppy or he loses focus. He is actually probably stronger than a lot of other players and a lot of the more generic stats. Like macro or map control or whatever it is.
I think that
or decision making.
Probably completely right about that. Why is that?
Just dancing.
Oh, he wanted them to go at the same time. Okay. Anyways, so, I had something really good about Patience, but what you said was so good I forgot it. It'll come back though.
Well, again, all these players. I mean, this is kind of the exciting. Well, yeah, please.
I've got it now. I've got it now.
Yes.
So, have you ever noticed that the big fan favorites are the players with really good micro? Because it's the flashiest thing. It's the thing that anyone can see. It's really appealing to the eye. People like Marine King and ByuN, Maru.
There's a lot
of players that are really fantastic at micro.
It's a lot of, I think, immediate relatability. If you've ever tried to move units around, when you see somebody just split everything perfectly, it's very cool to see. And I think a lot of times the kind of macro players are the scariest for people to watch. Like they're inspirational, maybe not the same way as the micro players are to some fans. You know, like there's definitely a lot of Terrans that play all day, every day for the last 10 years and are the biggest Innovation fans ever.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the way that he plays, they're like, no, that's what I want to do. I want to play like that.
Yeah, such a solid way and stuff.
Yeah.
But that's a level deeper than Micro. Micro is like just satisfying for everyone, whether you're a noob or a veteran.
Yeah, and I think that then there's a whole other level of players who are like, people become fans of like SOS, where it's like, this guy's crazy.
Yeah.
He does stuff that nobody can even think of, and he'll win with it.
Yeah. And then there's other players that will have things like amazing multitasking or amazing decision-making, right? Where it's like TY, where maybe not quite as popular, but as people get to know them, and they will start to really appreciate their play. Right?
Yeah.
And
then I'll even go another step further, I think, if you just get past gameplay. I think there's certain players that are more emotional, and people connect with that, seeing the emotion.
Those are oftentimes micro players. I don't know why that is.
Is that true? I guess that is kind of true. I don't know if that was
the
true as much in
players that
Brood
show
War,
the
but
most-
it seems like in
yeah.
StarCraft 2, it is.
Well,
but
yeah, in Brood War we have, what, 12 years of Kespa washing the emotion out of everyone.
That's
so
right, yeah.
We don't know.
yeah.
we don't know what they were
Nobody
like.
knows what they feel like until
yeah.
they're starting to show emotion now. But I will say I have found that just players that seem to be more emotional, like sad when they lose or really happy when they win, do seem to get more fanfare.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, well, it becomes relatable, right?
Yeah.
So we've described like 8 different types of players and like how the fans generally relate to them. Patience is this other type that doesn't fit into any of those. He doesn't have, there's nothing sparkly about him, and he doesn't show very much emotion. Yeah, no, there's nothing
He has
sparkly,
no
man.
sparkle.
He has no sparkle to him. It's hard to even say what he does because he's not really doing mind games generally like SOS. Like he'll do a little bit of everything, except micro well, right? Like he's known for the patience
The micro
blink.
is definitely not.
The patience blink is like blinking all your stalkers onto an army and then losing them all because it was like a terrible idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's like the type of player that has like far fewer fans. No one really gets it. Everyone kind of pretends he's bad, but he's definitely not, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, it's just, I don't have an answer. I don't have a punchline here. It's just things that I notice. And I wanted to point that all out, and we'll see if Patience kind of wrecks the group according to what people want, you know?
Yeah, well, he could definitely throw a wrench in the gears of this group. There's a push coming out here, and now a War Prism to counter.
Yeah.
And this is going to have 2 DTs in here. And this has already done enough. 3 kills is great. And he's going to go right on top of... Okay, never mind. I was going to say, Stim's being researched, but he's going to be able to take this out anyways. Stim will finish, of course, but this is pretty cool here by Patience. And
yeah. Oh, this is cool. Like, he's getting multiple add-ons. You love it when people get add-ons.
Oh, I love it. That's
he should really pick
That's
those
how
up.
I become a fan of a player, is when they kill add-ons, Artosis.
Yeah.
All right,
And
so
there it goes.
That was one of those moments where it's like Patience did a good play, but then also lost the Warp Prism and the DTs.
Yeah, so 3 DTs and Warp Prism for 3 SCVs and 2 Tech Labs, which are the quick building one. So was that good?
Yeah, the reactors take much longer.
Here's some food for thought.
Please.
He's got pretty decent probe saturation, and his macro's going well at home. He's actually making a balanced army. When you go DT, afterwards, you should add in Immortals because you need a bit more muscle to your army because DTs just weaken the overall strength, right? If you're trying to play only Gateway after DT, it's just not going to work. Even
Well,
if you did
DTs are
damage.
great if you can't see them. But like a push like this might actually just kill Patience.
Yeah.
He's got a Raven, so you can't use it. You can't do the thing that we saw Parting, try to do against ByuN, because they'll just see it and kill it. You've delayed a lot of your tech that has more muscle in fights. You have counterattacks, which we see an attempt to set up over here with these DTs.
Tries to go ahead and drop here into the natural. I'm not sure if this is going to be the greatest move for him, though.
Yeah,
like the Zealots are on top of the army.
I'm not sure what the plan was there from Bunny. That just didn't look like it was ever going to work.
No, it's certainly, yeah.
I am really genuinely
he doesn't
confused.
have detection there.
Yeah, but I think he will soon, right? I mean, he has an observer just to the right side of this screen here if he can get it over there.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets it over there.
It's a lot of mines to try to kill.
Yeah, it's like 6. Okay, he loses that observer. He still has an observer somewhere. Looks like these mines are just going to get back up.
Okay, we still need an observer to get in over here. He has this one that's just idle. I'm worried because, like, this can cause a lot of damage if it goes unattended.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm sorry, does Bunny not know that's there?
He does. He
I'm
just
sorry,
moved them
I mean
forward.
Patience, excuse me, not Bunny.
Well, I
Imagine
mean, he
Patience
fought
knew.
over them and they all connected with his stuff.
Yeah, but it's just, I'm surprised there's no observer making no observer being moved. You see what I mean, right? Like it's,
oh, dude, well, this is the thing. This is what we were talking about literally with Patience, where he does some stuff well and some stuff not well. And on the average, he's a strong pro gamer. And, like, for instance, there, it's like, yeah, you're right. He had 2 observers that entire time. Well, one of them did end up getting picked off, but it's not like he was moving it to come help.
Right.
So yeah, it's just, I mean, there is sloppiness here. But at the same time, like, he's got 4 or 5 immortals. He's going to double Robo Colossus, I think, from here. It's strong stuff.
Okay, the War Prism's coming up here now. Into the natural, and Bunny seems to want to be attacking into the, I think it's the same location he went into earlier. Let's see if he's actually ready this time. Patience
Oh, there's 2 cannons there. Is that really where you want to go? I feel like that buys Patience a lot of time, you know?
Well, I guess with the batteries there, it's going to be enough to heal up some of this stuff.
Throws on some auto turrets as well.
I just don't feel like Bunny's taking very good engagements right now. It seems like he, you know, as far as making an army and the build order and everything, it's pretty good, but like, he's not winning big fights that he needs to win.
Well, he's got his 3rd base up during all this, and he is picking off probes on a lot of these, right? So that's helpful.
Yeah.
But Patience right now, like, he's going to lose another Prism. This harass didn't do as much as actually the counter drop did. But he has double Robo Colossus going on. So even though Bunny right now definitely ahead, he's ahead in workers, he's ahead in army, he's going to be ahead in upgrades.
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, Patience is at least, like, there's still some chance for him in this game. It's not like the game is 100% over after all this. Right? If he gets 4 Colossus out and Bunny doesn't have any Vikings, because he has, like, what, 1 Viking right now, right? Just that he chased away the Prism with?
Yeah.
Well, suddenly 4 Colossus, I mean, that's that's a lot of damage.
Okay, again, another push coming through here. This has been a bumpy game on both sides. We've seen a little bit of misplay here and there, which is fine. This does happen at the highest levels. But from here, let's see how this next push does, because Patience is lacking as far as just mass of army goes.
It's really not a very big army.
Yeah, and you know, especially against Terran, sometimes if you don't control perfectly, they just spray down everything and go in there and kill you.
But you know what?
But this is a map that tends to favor the defender. Almost always.
Oh,
like you always have an angle that you can come at and pretty much block them out, where it would be unwise for them to try to actually attack through that point. So maybe there's a chance for Bunny to overextend here.
Oh, I think there certainly is. When you actually look at what Patience's army is, he has 4 Immortals and 4 Colossus. So even though his army supply isn't that high, like a lot of times when you see these high army supplies, it'll be more Zealots, more Stalkers, that type of thing. He's actually got, the base of his army is incredible. It's really good. Now that was very nice from the Raven, getting that armor shred down.
Yeah.
He's putting a lot of damage on these Colossus. I mean, oh my god, he's gonna get that Nexus for
Yeah,
sure.
this Nexus die is so fast. And the angle's very good now for Terran. Terran really broke in there in a really nice fashion. Some Zealots counterattacking, but I think that the production...
19 SCVs.
Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, I didn't notice that.
That puts the worker count for Patience much, much higher, but I actually still think economically, and overall too, just the advantage is going to go to Bunny here. Bunny with a much larger army.
But now we're going to have Disruptors added in too, Tasteless.
Yeah, and Disruptors...
How many Robo units does Patience have to have at 100 supply or less to give him the favor over this army, right? Because right now we're on like 10 Robo units.
Yeah.
The attacking types.
Well, we also want to see when the big fight does go down, if Terran starts to win, how many of those Robo units are going to be killed off, because it's been the entire game building up to make these Robo units, you know?
Well, he has to retain that part of his army.
If you kill the Immortals, kill the Colossi, and it's like, oh, I got to... All right, give me 13 minutes and 22 seconds again to come back from this.
Yeah.
And by the way, that Nexus, I've lost count of how many times it's been forced canceled now.
Yeah, it's quite a few. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a big force field, Tasteless.
Yeah.
He doesn't need economy when he has this many
400
Robo
mineral
units.
force field.
Dude, look at this, okay? It feels like Bunny has been... Oh my god, he just literally hit himself with a Disruptor. It feels like Bunny has been kind of outdoing him for most of the game based on most of the metrics we normally look at and analyze.
It's pretty hard.
But his army's scary, man. His army is really, it's something.
Yeah, oh, great dive in here. Just killing down these stalkers as they're warped in. Good stutter step micro away. Zealots, okay.
Ooh, well,
they were
they're going to hit the third. They might
Yeah.
actually do some decent damage. Oh, okay, he actually turns around and gets rid of that base.
All right, here we go. Oh, gets the Raven.
Oh,
No Colossi here. This is kind of funny
Yeah,
looking.
maybe he backed him off because he didn't want him to lose him. I'm not.
Yeah, he
Like,
might have wanted to
maybe
just
they're sitting
use them
on-
to control that location to the left here.
Oh, yeah, that would actually be a good idea considering he has all the Vikings elsewhere. But look at this. Now he's killed the Vikings. He still hasn't really lost his robo unit status.
That's actually a pretty big loss there. The Vikings are, they're a very important asset for the Terran later on in the game, so you can actually take out not just the Colossi, but the War Prisms and other stuff like that.
Yes, he is.
The thing is, the growth here for Patience has been controlled this entire game. I think that's the 5th time the Nexus has been canceled.
I think you're right. Yeah, it might even be more. There's also been a kill.
Yeah.
A kill and 5 cancels. That's about right.
Now you can see the Disruptors cause a real dilemma for the Terran as far as how do you actually ever hold your ground and take a fight. But right now that is much more of a mobile army where I think if Protoss tries to go up with this army, Terran actually just goes down and tries to hit that expansion again. Oh, maybe not actually. It looks like he's going to get chased into this corner. And he's going to be careful because if Stalkers blink, he could catch some of those medevacs. Somehow only one is picked off.
Yeah, and it didn't even have units in it, so good pickup there. In the meantime, a lot of starports are up for Bunny, so he's really teching in units that should do well against this. 8 High Templars being warped in, Mass Archons going to be joining up in this army. I mean, the army already has some sick bulk to it. Dude, this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, Patience is coming through right now. Again, this army is one of the scariest PvT armies we've seen here. This is a really crazy. It's hard to control, though, especially when you get attacked from every single angle here from Terran. Great dodging.
Oh my God.
Oh, man.
Amazing on both sides, to be perfectly frank.
Both these guys are doing such a good job controlling. The Vikings may be able to take out the final Colossus, but this might be too much here from Protoss. I think Protoss can press forward and actually wedge this army between the 2nd and the 3rd base.
So, wow. Wow. I mean, it's a scary army, but there's not that much that isn't Disruptors. So he's got to be a little bit careful about that.
He's got a lot of Immortals, though. He's got some Stalkers here. And Terran really doesn't have that much. I think this is good usage of the high ground here, but I'm much more worried about these SCVs.
Oh, God. Well, they're trying to fight at
I think
the moment.
Patience is going to win this game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing that you can do to come back. This Bunny played well, but Patience, I'll tell you what. And again, he had some big mistakes in this game, but what he did do is get an army that is almost untouchable. Even when the best possible angling from Terran comes in, Patience still manages to do perfectly.
And, I mean, a lot of things did go wrong for Patience, but over time he built into this.
Yeah.
And it's not flashy. It's not something that people get excited about generally, but I got to tell you, it's actually, for me right now, this is more exciting than a lot of the other players that we've seen. Patience shows some of the stuff that he can do. He will build out his army and keep the core of it alive. He lost so many gateway units. He lost 2 Warp Prisms. One that had 3 DTs in it and that didn't do that much. Another one for Zealot Harassment that didn't do that much. But it doesn't matter because eventually he's got 12, 13 robo units that are high quality and kills you with it.
He was down in bases as well. The Terran was ahead.
Dude, yeah. It's 4 or 5 bases for Terran.
The 6th time the Nexus was made at 6 o'clock, it finally finished, but the attack was already there. And really, I mean, Terran had pretty much 360 degrees of attacking there.
Yeah.
All sides. Very hard to control on both sides, but Patience played well. He came back, and again, that's why this guy can kind of beat anybody.
Yeah.
Game 2 is loaded up. Let's go to Golden Wall.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 팀 LP, Patience, 조지현. 팀
I'm really excited. I actually do want Patience to ruin this group, man. I want him to follow his dreams as quickly as he can and just bash some nerds with his anti-style. You know?
Anti-style. I love that. Well, you know, it's so funny because it was a clunky game, which is kind of how Patience games go, where it's
they
like...
all look clunky, right?
Yeah, it's like, all right, well... Ideally, you don't lose the War Prism like that, but I guess you did actually... Oh, any of it. But you know what you did do? You did manage to not lose your Colossi and Immortals for almost the entire game. You got 4 or 5 Disruptors, and when the push actually came, it's like, okay, how do you actually ever fight that? I mean, if you're losing Nexus, it goes to show you, too, it's at times probably more acceptable to lose a Nexus than to lose a couple of Immortals and
100%.
Colossi. And it's funny because, you know, it's counterintuitive to a lot of what StarCraft is, which is like, you gotta get expansions! You got to do this, you got to do that. And so a lot of players will take fights they might not win because they don't want to cancel the Nexus. And Patience is like, dude, I'll cancel all day. I'm behind in bases all night. Terran, it looked like Bunny was so close to just ending the game as it was just this Protoss army going back and forth in this small area of the map. And then eventually Patience had enough. And he goes, all right, it's showtime. Let me come across the map. You never actually killed my important units. I have too much. You only have infantry. You're just now getting some ghosts that don't really help you at all against Immortals and Colossus. And yeah, let me just kill you now.
Well, you know,
and Bunny lost the Vikings in the fights. That's an important thing to note. Bunny did lose all of his Vikings in the back and forth. And even though the Vikings can be easy to look over compared to like all the Medivacs and the Marines and the Marauders, the Vikings are a big part of what lets you control the game. Patience never lost the key components that allowed him to amass an army that's a real threat in the end.
Well, it's a really important concept for StarCraft that I think is quite overlooked, and it's quite complicated as well. You know, which types of units are you losing? It's something that comes up in our StarCraft 1 casting a lot about siege tanks, right? Where it's like, well, that's the key. You have to keep those alive because those they take a long time to make. They're very powerful. The same thing can be said in StarCraft 2 with Protoss. Like, if you are making some of these valuable units, like Immortals, how often do we see PvPs that go wrong or PvZs that go wrong because Immortals die? You have to retain your valuable units. It's like Stalkers, Zealots, Adepts. Those things don't matter.
Yeah.
Immortals, Colossus, those matter. Disruptors, those matter. Medivacs, yeah. Marines and Marauders, no, not so much, right? Like, these are the important units that you're incrementing out. You're not able to macro as quickly, and they're the ones that give you value over time.
So in this game, I don't know how much the map is going to play a role here. Sometimes we have really abstract games on Golden Wall, and other times we have games where it looks like the lower part of the map isn't even there. And we'll see what the case is going to be here. Terran is going to go into a Widowmine drop. Protoss is playing. And this style of play, I mean, there's a couple different ways to get here, but we see this a lot where you just sort of stay back and get Stalkers with Blink, get a Robo out, and try to play a catch-all build.
And it's what it looks like right now, for sure. He does have 4 gases, so definitely we're going to see him tech up beyond this. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes into Colossus tech into 3rd base relatively soon here. Yeah, he has that probe ready for it. There it is. Oh, that looked weird, didn't it? And
again, we're either going to have a PVT or a TVT coming up next year. ByuN's waiting for the winner of this in the 3rd best of 3 today. So he sees the Medivac coming around. I think there was a Hellion there to draw some attention away that's been killed off.
Blink only about halfway done. Oh my God, he's going DT behind the Blink. That's really interesting. You don't really see that all that often, do you?
No, not really. This is funny because those Stalkers were there, but clearly you can't hit anything from that position.
All right, trying to split his probes up to not take too much damage.
Okay, gets 2, which is like,
not too bad.
Yeah, it kind of pays for the mine, I guess, but you know, it's not. People are very good at dealing with Widow Mines now. That's another funny unit that was not easy to handle when it first came out.
Oh my God, yeah, no, it was
on both sides. Even it was kind of a weird unit. So he's going to come in here now again. Okay, that's way too late. So free kill there for Patience. You know, one of the rarest things to see is a Medivac drop when the player's on 2 bases. really do that much damage.
Yeah, well,
That's the
you
least number of
shouldn't see it.
bases you have in StarCraft where you'll have to worry about a drop.
Yeah.
And if you're getting dropped and you're on one base, it's like you're both doing some weird all into each other.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's like
that makes more sense almost because you know you're microing something.
Yeah, you
at their
should have
base.
something dropping them too. So it makes more sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that was pretty well handled.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff here from Patience thus far. Oh my God, is he going to run into these medevacs? Oh, just barely does not.
Okay, but what's actually back at home?
Yeah, one bunker will not hold off 7 stalkers.
Yeah,
Get right on top
he
of it.
blinks right past it where the SCVs can't come in here and heal. I guess he doesn't even have to do that.
Okay, plenty of units though coming down the ramp. He is going to have to back up against that. Now he's unloaded, going towards the 3rd base. That looks like a very powerful
this is dirty. I love it.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, watch out for this. Now back at home, there's nothing at the 3rd. Probes are being evacuated. Okay, I don't know if Bunny's caught on yet. He does see it now. That damage comes out super fast if you're not watching in that moment. The 3rd Nexus will go down, but there's a real crisis inside the main here with so many DTs.
Yeah.
The War Prism comes forward, picks up one, backs up, will get out of scan range.
Oh, pick that one up.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah, gets the second one here too. We need a second scan. There it is. Baits it out, moving up north now.
And he loses his Prism with all the DTs as well.
There are 37 SCVs to the 51 probes right now. The 3rd base was destroyed, but I think Patience reorients himself and actually is going to take the gold base now.
Oh, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Yeah, just
Very
walks right into that
walks
mine.
right into the mine.
Yeah, while making 5 pylons.
Okay, now this is the moment where there's counterplay here for Bunny. Bunny's going to try to come here into the main. There's another set of medevacs over here.
Yeah,
the natural.
He flew over a pylon, though. So Patience is in position. He is ready for this. This could be a big mistake from Bunny.
Okay, yeah, this is... Oh, he fell into it!
Ooh. All right, one of the medevacs gets picked off.
I think I maxed out my mic when I screamed like that.
Yeah.
We have another attack coming in here, but I think this should be... It's a little bit less than enough. Maybe with good force fields, you can kind of clean it up.
Tries to utilize his hallucination to pull the mine hit.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite work out.
Good idea,
Good
though.
idea. Good idea.
Oh, my gosh. He's going to run for it. He says, set another SCV, friend.
He doesn't like losing DTs unless they're with a Warp Prism.
Yeah. That's right.
The Warp Prism has to go down too, basically.
It is a good idea to get that DT away. Now remember, these don't have blink, but still, when you bait out this many scans, especially in scrappy games where the 3rd base isn't even done, that's a lot of income actually going away.
It means something.
I think for a lot of people that watch, it might be kind of confusing because you see these little invisible guys maybe kill one thing and then they get murdered, and it just doesn't seem to be as profound as, you know, like a disruptor drop killing a bunch of stuff. But in reality, the fact that you're using up the resource of energy at the command center, it gives you a lot more positional play.
Yeah, it definitely. The DTs are useful, even when they die sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the second 4 DT drop.
Going for the tech labs.
Signature Patience move there.
Yeah, I was wondering if this is going to be a problem when he expanded down there. Nice warp in over here. He's not targeting the medevac. He is now. But the Zealots finish.
The EMP was just brutal there.
Yeah.
Didn't even get all the Zealots out that he wanted.
Okay, I'm not sure what's actually back at home right now.
I think he has units at his gold base.
Is
Does
that
he
where it
not?
is?
I think he has a big chunk a big chunk of army there.
This is a lot of kills here. Okay, I don't know how Protoss is going to... Yeah, he just taps out. I think he almost out-positioned himself. I thought it looked pretty cool when he took the gold, and then I remembered that you can drop units behind that, and it's like, oh, that's why you don't want to expand there against Terran.
Well, I think if you're playing PvT and you want to take the gold base, your whole strategy has to be really based around it.
Yeah.
Like, you have to go mass blink, mass charge.
I think things were just happening so fast, he just made a nexus somewhere else that he could, and now it's like, well, you have to defend this the whole game.
Yeah.
And you can't, so you lose.
That was an interesting one, though. You see some of the similar ideas there, like mass DT drops, trying to get into some Immortals, trying to build that army, but wasn't able to quite do it that time. I think it really has a lot to do with taking that gold, like you said. If he had retaken his 3rd base instead of the gold, I think that game's still going on, you know?
We're going to go to game 3 now. Right now, Patience and Bunny tied up 1-1. The winner will go on to fight ByuN and get one of the last 2 spots in the round of 16 of the GSL.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 팀 LP, 페이션스, 조지현. 팀 NB, 버니, 이재선.
It's funny, we've had actually a lot of DT play today.
Yes, a lot.
Which is, I mean, I like that. I really welcome that because DTs were always sort of the off-brand way to play the game where it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I mean, especially like in a best of 5, you should probably have like a DT build you throw in there. But today, it's like all about the DTs.
Do you think DTs in general might be underutilized?
Maybe.
In StarCraft 2?
Maybe. I mean, I'm not sure, but it does seem like there's a lot you can kind of do with it, especially in these games where drops are going on a lot.
Yeah, I think the Warp Prism adds a lot to the power of DTs because you can pick them up and save the Prism. I mean, Patience can't, but most of the pros can.
yeah.
But no, seriously, it's I don't know. I think they might be a little bit undervalued. Obviously, every Protoss in the world will get them later into the game, but early on, it's not as common.
No, it's cool to see them used in a certain way. I think it's really about also on the Terran side, do they know how to economize scan and mule? Because you get one of these Terrans that's on autopilot and like, yeah, absolutely you're going to wreck them with DTs. You know, they don't know how to slow down, have enough scans, and actually...
A lot of them, that's true.
Do that. Okay, this is funny. This is a bunker being made behind the Nexus. This is a strategy from 1998, but it could work. Well, it's spotted, so it won't work, but the old I'm making stuff outside of your vision strat.
Surprised he's actually continuing to try.
Yeah. He's like, just go back in. You can drive over there.
Yeah, bunkers take long enough. This doesn't seem like something that's going to work.
He's like, oh, fakey, coming back.
Well, maybe it will.
Yeah, look at us. Aren't we a couple of assholes? He's going to get that bunker finished.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you watching
he didn't have to let it
Tasteless?
get finished, Tasteless.
Kill the SCV.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. We were right all
Take
along.
it back,
Never
Tasteless.
doubt ourselves. Never doubt ourselves.
Yeah. Well, I knew he couldn't finish that, Tasteless.
Deep down inside, there's just a boy who's not sure if he knows enough about StarCraft. Today, that boy is right.
Well, it's Twilight. I assume we're just going to see Blink, but will we see him go into DT once again?
That's actually, I think, one of the more interesting things about the series today is that how often can you get DTs? Because it always seems like DTs in StarCraft are kind of like, you can't be known as a person who goes DTs because then people just play against someone who knows they're going DTs. There has to be the threat of the other tech.
The threat of the other.
Yeah.
It sounds very, very deep and like foreboding.
You have to be afraid of all the other things that Protoss can do, and then DT's also this wild card play that you pull out.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see that it's been used quite a bit here today. But I'm curious because, like, can you make DTs mainstream? It seems like so much of DTs are hinged on, like, will you just not see the invisible guys?
Oh,
right?
I know, yeah.
But there is play that I think is valid about just trying to force them to defend against invisible guys while you have your counterplay, while you're developing somewhere else.
Yeah, and if you're careful about it, you don't have to be behind after your DTs. Like, even if they don't do a bunch of damage, right? Like, if you get them out, they can become Archons, which can be helpful. It's not, like, ideal, but you can make it work, especially when you do things like that Immortal play we saw from Patience.
Yeah, and one thing about DTs as well is if you can actually have them spread out enough, they're very good, actually independent of each other.
Oh, yeah, they're like, generally better. We see a lot of people, like, trying out Blink DT shenanigans, but honestly, DTs alone are, that's like how they're meant to be.
They really are
They die in packs as
operate
easily as alone.
Yes, they operate like the way that you would have them designed in like the lore or whatever. Like they're supposed to be these lone assassin units, but they actually are pretty good if you like put them out and kind of make them run through mineral patches where players aren't looking and just try to kill off as much as you can.
All right, Bunny doesn't get a lot of damage done there, but gets out. Meantime, Patience, it looks like he'll go into Colossus here with his Blink. He's starting at third base, getting his Forge down. Dark Shrine before he even finishes Colossus tech. That's kind of interesting to see Dark Shrine. He makes it at such weird times.
Yeah, I like it though.
Yeah, it's very flavorful.
This is Patience putting his own spin on the matchup and the way to play it, and it's kind of cool. And I guess as we continue to watch him do this, because I think we're probably going to have, I mean, let's say that he wins here, we'll have another PVT. Let's see if he does DTs there too.
Yeah.
Because Patience is an entirely different player than Parting, and they're both good. And I know we joke about Patience's clunkiness, but like,
it's part of
obviously
his charm,
he's like really good. Yeah, it's obviously he's also really good. We've casted him many times, and
yeah, all the
tournaments almost impossible to get into. So,
and this is his 10th. So
yeah.
No, I mean, I kind of joke about the way Patience plays quite a bit, but to be perfectly honest, he's one of my favorite players to watch.
Yeah.
It's fascinating because he will play so differently from everyone. All right, the medevac's moving out. Patience does not have a ton of map vision. Looks like he has a really well-placed couple of things like observers below his main base. So it seems like the path Bunny's taking will probably be spotted. A couple of DTs did just warp in.
This is a pretty obvious area to fly in with a lot of medevacs, is this big open area outside the main. Oh.
Nice. Forced cancel there. All right, here come the medevacs. They are passing the observer right now.
This is just not enough stalkers no matter what. He gets one medevac, backs off, not losing any stalkers.
That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, and he's going to try to close in on this. Not bad getting the cybernetic score.
And look at that.
Can he get the other one?
Yeah, gets another one.
So good. Okay, so this is... I understand why Bunny did it, but I was a little bit worried this might be like a little bit too much of like a Hamburglar move. You know?
Yeah.
He's like got his Hamburglar outfit and his like, you know, giant bag full of hamburgers. He's like, I'm going to steal these. And you're like, oh, you're the Hamburglar.
I know why you're here.
I know why you're
It's
here.
in your name what you steal.
Yeah, you steal hamburgers. That's why they call you the Hamburglar.
Your branding is good, but it's not helping you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a little bit of Hamburglar play.
Well, Patience, he's holding on very, very well, right? The harassment hasn't done all that much to him. Let's see, how many Robo units does he have? Okay, he has 2 right now. 2 Colossus. Let's see how he builds on that. 12 Stalkers is quite a bit.
He's definitely safe in the main for now. Charon actually lost quite a bit. Some DTs out here on the map. And Bunny's playing a good game. The only thing he's guilty of is being too ambitious with that attack in there. And I don't know that there's actually a weak spot now for Protoss. It seems like Patience is just defending everywhere.
Yeah, as long as he sees it coming, which he does, because he has invisible stuff everywhere, whether it's flying invisible stuff or walking invisible stuff.
You know what else is I want to point out here? He's actually using the DTs to kind of spot like observers.
Yeah, very much so.
And that's interesting because then you can get out more Robo units.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, I didn't think of it like that.
But you kind of see he's getting a lot out here, and he's got he's seeing these attacks come in.
I wonder if there's any thought behind it, like what you just said from him.
I don't know, but
it's
it is
like,
something
are you making
I noticed.
Invisible men because you want your Robo to always be making powerful units?
I mean, I don't know if that's the case, but it is something to watch for. The Robo's not actually burdened with having to make more and more observers.
Yeah,
he's got a few to spot.
And look,
then he can cut the DTs on the ground there.
Yeah,
I don't know. We'll see.
I'm excited by what you said. I'm excited.
Another little DT there, right? He's going to see movement. He's got an observer there.
By the way, he's about to have 5 Colossus and +2 attack.
Yeah.
That's some damage right there. That's pretty wild.
What? There's like a rave going on over there. Like, oh!
I was gonna say it's like one of those, the big
It's a
aquarium
mosh pit.
tanks. You know, the big aquarium tanks.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, oh, I think there might be too many fish in there, and they're like just all swimming like that.
Yeah. It's like that looks pretty cool, but those fish are not happy. They need a bigger tank right now.
Oh my god. Okay, it looks like a big army, but 5 Colossus can deal with this. 100% 5 Colossus can deal with this.
This
There's
is
4
War of
Vikings.
the Worlds. Have fun with your army, Tom Cruise. This is over. Oh! And then the show crashed. Okay, we're back.
That's about the only thing going to save this Terran army.
Yeah. The spider people are coming. Look, 1DT coming in the front. Cover me. Oh, don't even try.
You know, when Legacy of the Void came out and suddenly we have all these great harassment options and all this cool, like, harass everywhere because people are like, you know, the bases run out quicker, so you have to expand more so you can harass more. Patience never got that memo. He's like, no. 3 bases, death ball. That's it. That's how you play Star 2, Patience says.
Yeah, he gets the mama spiders and the baby spiders and just goes across the map.
Dude, he has 5 Colossus and 4 Disruptors.
Yeah.
You're telling me that army can stop this? Tasteless? Are you telling me that?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
I thought not.
Okay.
Oh
God.
my God.
Yeah, bring all your chunky CVs here. Imagine trying to fight a monster by flying into its mouth and being eaten. That's what we're seeing here. There's like a dinosaur coming here. I'm like, don't worry your toes. And I put on a jetpack and fly into its mouth and just like that's it. I'm gonna go on the inside and just kill it. All right.
Obviously, you haven't seen the intro to Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
No, have not.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
Look at this.
Dude, he has so
God.
much robo units. Oh my God.
Oh, stop. It's just too much. Oh my God.
There's just charred corpses everywhere.
Yeah. Of course the humans were never going to beat the aliens.
that was foolish. Why did they even try? They should just...
Well, just tell me, which one was more advanced? Was it the humans or the aliens? It's like, oh, it's the aliens.
It's definitely the aliens.
They can turn their
on
units
Earth?
into data and then move them around in a warp prism and then bring them back out. Like, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Your rockets are not going to work.
No. Oh, my God. All right, well, Patience. I mean, looking good, I guess.
I might be wrong, but I do think there's something to the fact that there was enough DTs to spot. And you also don't...
They buy him time. All he needs is time.
Yeah.
He doesn't need a good economy.
No, he just needs robo units.
Yeah, just more robo units.
Yeah. He needs big spiders and frisbee guys. Get a couple
spiders and
frisbee boys.
Oh, the frisbee boys are so good.
Yeah, well, their orange frisbees explode.
Yeah, no, it's a whole nother level.
Yeah,
That's
don't catch
truly
that.
ultimate frisbee.
Don't play ultimate with those guys. Quick break, guys. Sit tight.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 프림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2점 수리끔 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
야, 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼.
야, 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게.
야, 어디가?
금방 와.
자, 이 정도.
20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방의 전원을 꺼보겠습니다.
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다!
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치, 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 자, 씨. 됐어.
미안해, 로나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아, 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 아, 누르면 안 돼 지금. 자, 교편한데 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
네, 그렇습니다.
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 안 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 쓸 수가 없는데? 저 키워보라고.
성능을 17대 화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대 화면, 16대10 최적의 화면비, 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준, LG 울트라 기어.
라면이요.
자, 이게
나왔습니다.
잠깐만 들어주세요. 빨리 나와요 이거.
음료 나왔습니다.
From the beginning.
고고! 핫식스!
Pack hits. And Zelt's getting caught off guard.
Yeah, he'd actually send his sentries home for some reason. They just decided to send his Zelts over here. This is not smart.
Just running up the middle. What are these infestors doing,
They
man?
want to walk into a photon cannon and high Templar,
They're
I
going to
guess.
cast down a bunch of temps. He's going to try and snipe the Nexus with Terrans.
Yeah, but there are storms.
Oh, but there's storms, so...
Well, this game just changed really quickly.
Wow.
That was what we do.
3 DTs coming in.
Oh, can he target the Spire?
Oh, he might if he sees it. Overseer morphs, but he's going to be a little while. He's targeting the Queen. Or, I don't know what he's doing actually. He needs to focus. He should focus that Spire actually. Oh, a fungal, but there's the Storm Drop killing a ton of drones! And here's a Baneling drop though. He's gonna drop the drop the third. Now that's the fourth. Baneling's drop out, slaughtering probes.
Every probe goes down except 2 gas probes.
Can't get anywhere close enough to feedback.
Look at how many broodlings there are.
There's like a ton of broodlings, but JYP takes out Donregu's third. Donregu is barely mined right now. We are seeing a base trade situation, but here comes the Void Rays. Colossi killing things. The Void Rays are coming in. and I don't know where his infestors are. There they are, coming up.
He's
Are
going
the
on
Void
split
Rays going to be able to deal with this?
He's going to have to go back, but he's trapped. He's fumbled.
Oh, he fumbles him. The infested Terrans pop out. The fumble. Void Rays can't escape. They kill them all.
The bottom base, and Dongreku has turned around, but he has enough Blue Lords to clean up this army most likely. If he cleans up the army, he can counterattack again and probably end the game. But JYP is mining right now. He's continuing to make Void Rays. This is actually a pretty close game, Moltrap. To engage, and here we go.
Dongreku can still kill this if he can. He loses one infestor, two infestors. He blinks forward. He's going for the infestors. This is the only thing that can deal with these Void Rays. And I think there's just not enough infestors to deal with the Void Rays.
I think this is going to be it. He's going to be able to target down these Brood Lords. Sure, he's going to lose all his Colossi, but it doesn't matter.
GG! JYP comes back and takes game 2 in spectacular fashion.
Okay, they are. Here we go, and Clyde actually getting his units back into a bad spot. But really good EMPs. The Vikings going to work on the Colossi. This is looking really good for Clyde.
Great spread for Clyde. Huge concave, and he is going to absolutely own this army of Creator. This is where Creator kind of suffers a little bit, is in his engagement timings. And here we go, he's paying for it now. EMP doesn't really hit a whole lot, but a lot of Zealots have lost some shields.
The better upgrades are really coming into play here, though. The Zealots are just tearing through everything.
Clyde got a bit too aggressive.
Now some naked drop ships are going to be taken out.
Oh, the Vikings need to lift.
He needs to get those medevacs out of here. He's going to try to win this fight, but I don't think this is the right choice. Now Creator has taken a supply lead, and he has secured a 4th base meanwhile during this.
Oh, wow, Clyde. He certainly could. Wow, Clyde, I can't believe he pushed right after that.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Creator, but Clyde will be able to hold this. But for how long?
Well, he's losing a lot of SCVs, especially to the Archons here, so despite the nice micro from Clyde, he's just not going to have any economy when this is done. For Creator, oh no, and these units are going to get trapped out of position here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to retreat. Nice EMP, but the Colossus is going to do too much. GG!
And Creator Prime taking down Clyde Burns himself, giving some new life to Prime.
Yeah, man, things just suddenly got a lot more interesting.
We're not done quite yet.
A lot of this game is going to be about his opponent trying to find him out of position, but here we go. Blue Flame Hellions against Marines and a Marauder.
Stim.
The Marauder. Huge flank by MMA. Most of the minerals gone though, so that did a lot of what it was meant to. And look at this. MMA out of position. He's got to be careful though. MVP cannot be losing all these Hellions. He needs them to soak up damage and deal it to the Marines. MVP's units are way more cost efficient, but not if they're not siege. A beautiful catch right there, flanking with Marauders. MVP way out of position.
Oh my God. The tank count getting so drastically reduced here. The Vikings are landing, but there are more Marauders over there.
Yeah, he's going to be counterattacking as well. He's got to be careful here. Oh my God, he's got to catch so many of these siege tanks. Beautiful spreads by MMA, taking them out.
The money right now is, oh, never mind. GG. We have another win here for MMA. Oh my God, he's moving in. And Void Rays to attack the Vikings, end up attacking the Void Rays instead.
Well, he's going to target down the Colossi, and he's doing that. He has a lot of Vikings this time, but the Colossi still doing a ton of damage to these units. So many Stalkers there right now. One Colossi left.
All right, oh my God!
Man, that is a recall right there into the main base of MVP, but these battle cruisers should be able to deal with this. How many high numbers do they have? He has 4.
Feedback and Storm!
Absolutely crazy, and now MVP coming with all his units, lifting things off to it.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! But no Archons. Where's his Archons? He needs to get those in there.
He cut down the Archons before it was time.
And the Void Rays come out. An Archon goes in. Another Archon goes in. Get in there. Oh my God! What are we seeing? Like that's going to be it.
He seems to scratch his head. I think he might punch out GG here. We're going to see.
I bet you MVP's pretty surprised. GG.
Oh my God.
Insane.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Holy moly.
Oh my God. 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 Oh
스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 3 코리아's Last Stand.
Okay, we're back, and we have the next two matches set up here. It's going to be Patience versus ByuN, and then Parting versus Bunny.
Yeah. So a couple more TVPs, maybe all TVPs. Who knows? I gotta say something, Tasis. I think Patience is gonna beat ByuN.
You think Patience is going to beat ByuN here?
Yes.
You might be right. And he had a very unique approach to that. He has a wobbly opening and a very strong finisher. Now, that being said, I feel like ByuN is very, very strong early and on through the game. In the past, we've said ByuN has had some questionable strategic decisions, but I don't want to mark him and brand him with that too much here since it's been quite a while since he's been away from GSL. I guess the opening is going to be the most important part. How is Patience going to handle the control play from ByuN? And is ByuN going to be controlling well enough that he's not overextending? Because I think if Patience can just win some fights on the defense, he might end up with strong offense in the end game.
Yeah.
Our game has loaded up. It will be Eternal Empire for map 1. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우리는 더욱 강하다. 팀 LP, Patience, 조지현. 변현우.
Well, I'm sitting here thinking, like, theoretically, how should you play against Patience, right?
I actually think he's going to do the same thing he did in the other games, right? Is this
Patience?
Gonna...
Yes.
No, I mean, ByuN. Is he going to come up here and put an eBay down and just...
Oh, probably.
I don't think that's wrong, but I mean, it does seem like he definitely came in here with with an angle on this matchup. Yeah, he's going to put the eBay down here now.
Okay. I mean, not too surprised to see it. I'm going to send this probe down, and it's going to be way too late. We'll see how Patience decides to deal with that. I think you just get the Zealot out and tech up a little bit ahead of time.
Yeah. So in the game that we had, that ByuN did this against Parting actually took a third base in a less than ideal location. I don't know if Patience is going to do that now, but it's fun to see how two players that are very different in style react to the same build.
Well, I don't want to see him take the third, because if there's one person I do not trust to stop Hellions going into an off position natural, it's Patience.
Yeah, he has a hard time.
He needs to stay with, his main thing here, which I think is trying to build an army that's just about unstoppable. The thing is, it's not completely unstoppable. There are ways to play against it, right?
Like, oh, sure.
It's just if you keep on washing up against it with bio units, like if you just play a very harass-heavy game where you're all over the place, that type of play can be very fantastic against like a more gateway-centric player, right?
Yeah.
But when you're playing against someone that's just building the robo units, it's like, well, it doesn't really matter how good your micro is when he has 5 Colossus and 4 Disruptors, like, right? That's
right.
It doesn't matter who's microing. It can be all the best Terran players in the world, each controlling one Marauder, he's still going to kill you. So you're going to have to go up the tech tree with him. You can go up a little bit slower because your economy should be better, right? Unless he gets you with the DT drop. But yeah, I wonder if ByuN will do that.
And I'm also interested in seeing if we do have DT tech here, because Patience seemed very comfortable with it. And this DT play, it's very different from a lot of the history of DT plays that we've had here in GSL. A lot of times if you went for a Dark Shrine, it meant you were trying to do something extremely dramatic early on. We'd have these PVZs where you try to just surprise them and have DTs come in and maybe kill the hatchery. Or you try to come in and they just weren't ready for DTs at that time. And it seems to me like Patience just sort of has them as another tool in his toolkit of options.
They're basically just invisible Zealots, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they cost a lot more
Well,
and
the thing is,
require way more
they can
tech.
spot. It's very good if your opponent's trying to make an expansion somewhere and they're not on top of it. Especially against Terran, I mean, you just kill the SCV and then that completely halts whatever was happening over there. A lot of times you can kill the building right after that too. So yeah, I think it's especially good against Terran for just some control play here. Again, we don't know if he's going to do it, but it has been a feature of his PVT here. And by the way, this might be a day of GSL where we only have PVT.
Yeah, it is.
Where it's like you have to be good at this matchup in your respective race or you do not advance.
Showing right now on screen that Patience did not see the third command. He should be able to know that third command is there based on what he saw. There was not enough for there not to be a third command, right?
Right.
So, like, he saw 1 gas, 2 racks, and a factory that wasn't done at 4 minutes or so. So that's, like, pretty obvious.
Yeah, you have to have those income of that go somewhere.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that should be pretty clear. Pretty self-evident that he's going to go for that.
Little ByuN move out here.
Yeah, this is funny looking. It's just Marines, which usually you don't want to have just Marines out on the map, especially if you don't have a medevac that can bring them back home.
He's going to have stim when he gets there.
Yeah,
so
stim
that's really kind of cool.
So maybe he just comes up here, stims, wins the fight, says no thank you, no third for you.
All right, cancels it. Going to run away now with these stalkers, but some damage being put on him. Oh, that was actually really good force fields. Really nicely done.
Now, here's what I'm wondering is, like, these Marines can't actually ever get back home if the Stalkers just come after them. Stalkers are actually faster. Stalkers are actually just better than Marines if you can catch up to them. Blink stun, so you can blink away.
Yeah.
I think the idea here...
But he'll still lose them.
Yeah, I was going to say, the idea here is that you micro them away.
Well, ByuN was as efficient as you can truly get there.
So that was a big win for ByuN. That's a very unusual approach to just have your army come out. That's all the Marines he had made up until that point. So they all came out.
Yeah,
this
very
is also,
strange.
He's taken a third base, so it's like there is definitely stuff that can be counterattacked here. But he did not only deny the Nexus, but he killed some Stalkers. And Protoss doesn't have a lot to work with early on with this build. It's one of the reasons why you get the blink is so you don't lose the Stalkers and you can get them where you need them to go so you actually win the fights you need to win.
Very cool and interesting attack there from ByuN. Now he has a turret set up for this prism. There's 3 DTs. One is going to the third, one's going to the natural, and the other one drops off a DT in the main base. Let's see how ByuN deals with this. All right, already a decent amount of SCVs going down. Oh my god, he actually... Okay, yeah, he does have a scan for that one.
Kill that DT. There's another one hitting the third here.
Did he lose the third DT?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I didn't catch that.
But eight probe kills, and we know he lost 1 to 2 DTs there. I think it's all right. Let's get that third base. 1-1 on the way. Colossus on the way.
But I do think that ByuN has got a pretty good lead here.
Yeah, I do not disagree with that. I think just what he did with the initial Marines was a little bit better than what we saw right there, even though some workers actually went down.
Yeah, killing 2 birds with 1 stone there, the Observer and the DT.
Yeah, well, that's okay because he just replaces them with 2 DTs. Each Observer you kill is just another DT that's going to be on the map. All right, going to go ahead and drop off into the natural, or is he going to fly to the main?
Not a bad idea. If he needs to, he could try to pick this up, just like that. Doesn't lose the War Prism. You know, having the depots plugged behind the minerals makes it harder unless you lower them for your Marines to actually get back there and catch that. Let's see how this drop does over here in the natural.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to do all that well, to be honest. He has a Colossus coming back to help out. Kills a couple Zealots so far. Oh, he's actually diving on the Colossus.
Does he get it?
That's a big kill. That's a really good kill.
Now, this is what Bunny was failing to do here against Parting earlier, is that the Colossi were never actually reduced in numbers.
Yeah.
This is ByuN's control that is just insane. Look at this. How is he almost winning this entire fight here?
Yeah, no, he did very, very well with that. And killing the Colossus, I think, is such a clutch moment.
Oh, man.
Now he has 1 Colossus instead of 2, and he lost extra Stalkers there.
And you got to be careful. ByuN might try to dive on that Colossus as well, especially if it overextends.
Yeah.
Like it's doing right now.
It was for a moment.
This was like a Twilight Zone episode where I thought that my casting was actually changing the game, where I'm like, oh my god, did I make that go too far?
Maybe you and Patience are just a similar style. I don't know.
Just me and Patience holding the Ouija board together, saying stuff. I'm like, are you moving that? Patience? Me neither.
All right, gonna put up some static D here. Another Colossus gonna be popping out very shortly. What's he have at his third base? Is that where the Colossus is?
I think so.
All right, a little unload. 2-2 is on the way right now. We don't have a second Robo yet, though, do we? Because that's kind of like the moment when you know Patience is getting ready to win the game, right? When he gets that second Robo pumping.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're still waiting for that moment to happen here. I think ByuN is playing a much better game than Bunny, though.
Oh, yeah.
Everything
it
is
does look
much cleaner.
Well,
like, look, he just looks at that and goes, nope, gonna back up.
Honestly, I felt like Bunny did look pretty good.
Yeah, I know.
But
he didn't look bad.
ByuN is
but
doing a couple things that are more important.
Well, like, look, he's safely escaping over there. He's going to drop in the main. He's got, like, 3 different attacks set up, and he's defending back at home.
All right, a big drop into the main base. Ooh,
Getting
this
the
could
forward
be
would be
big.
a good move, especially that one pylon.
Look at this. He has, oh, my God. So many important things that are, oh, the Forge with +2.
Thermal Lance, too.
The DT Shrine. Oh, my God.
Not our shrine.
Not our shrine.
Not our shrine.
Oh, and now he's going to get on top of the Colossus.
Oh, he's going to kill a Colossus? Oh, my God. I don't know what they're trying to show us here with this zoom out. What?
Well, there was like a little scuffle at the third.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, not too much going on. There's so little here. He's just... the fact that ByuN has been able to pick off some Colossus is the most important part of this, I think.
Does ByuN's Marauders get more armor? Like, how is this?
Oh, yeah, no, that's
a special upgrade.
That's
that only he gets. Yeah.
Like, ByuN is actually a gold leaguer, but we buff his units. We needed to spice up the GSL somehow.
Yeah. Okay, retreat out now.
Okay, I really want to see a second Robo go down, to be honest. Like, that's what I want, because you see what ByuN is doing? He's going pure Marine Marauder Medevac right now. Oh, God, now he's actually adding in some Vikings as well, a second Starport. He is building a bit more technicality onto his army.
Hey, not bad defense here by Patience. Those Colossi are not quite being touched. That was a very good fight that he took. Oh, but he overextends, almost dives on top.
Back that up! All right, there you go. Overcharge going to save that one. Heal it right up. Okay, there's the second Robo, and he started a Disruptor and then canceled and went into another Colossus. So, yeah, I got to agree. 3 Colossus is not enough. That's, you know, that's such a normal number. You need 4 to 5 Colossus.
Yeah. You need 6 with 3 Immortals if you really want to.
What you need is enough so that they can't all fire at once, you know?
Right, right. You want 2 moving around in the back, trying to shoulder their way in there. So ByuN's now taking his 4th base, and right now, Patience is pretty squeezed. He's still on just his 3 bases.
Yeah, has ByuN done enough damage that when Patience is ready to move with his army, he'll be able to take it out?
I think the answer is yes.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he's controlled this game enough and punished in enough locations that we are getting towards a finisher here where Patience actually has to move out, and ByuN can probably just kill him.
Okay.
I hope I'm wrong, but
you hope you're wrong. ByuN moving on is actually good for the tournament.
It is. It is. But let's see.
Well, okay, here's what I like about Patience's position is his 3-3 is like a third of the way done. He's taking a 4th. He's going to have a lot of disruptors now. Like, I think ByuN did a very good job thus far.
Well, I think he's going to be able to force this thing to cancel. I don't know if the army could even get here in time.
That's 1 cancel. He did 5 cancels against Bunny.
Yeah, but I think
so what about that, Tasteless?
Check and mate, friend.
Yeah. All right, he actually loses.
This is what I'm scared of, is that ByuN is much better to controlling. And these Vikings...
Robo units don't care as much about control, you know?
That's
like,
true.
Thermal Lance, its range is long. You're not going to kite Thermal Lance.
Yeah, it's not Thermal Dagger.
No. It's a good point.
Okay, he's going to try to chase him.
I guess what? It's not Thermal Handshake, Tasteless,
no,
okay? You don't need to be right next to someone for it.
So, Protoss is starting to edge in here. And again, it's the Colossi and the Disruptors in the back that make it just hard for the infantry to stand and shoot their guns and fire. But Let's see. Again, ByuN is just known for having impeccable movement on the map.
Dude, he's making a lot of Liberators right now, which I think can help quite a bit.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, I think that Colossus do okay against Liberators because you can move around really rapidly, as opposed to High Templars, which is a little bit more difficult. But yeah, 2 cancels. Okay, let's see. But I really do like the fact that he's adding those in. I think it's going to help immensely.
ByuN's maxed out, and although these disruptor shots are a threat, it does seem like there's just enough damage happening here that, like, ByuN is just maintaining the lead. Again, these bases are not going to be allowed to finish. This is really great map control here by ByuN. I mean, it's really impressive.
Yeah. His rotation is just awesome.
Yeah, and look, he can literally go back up now and kill off that Nexus it's making again. Oh, great Liberators over here, locking the Protoss out of that location.
Huh. Well, there are some tricky ways you can deal with these Liberators. You have so many Stalkers in this situation.
Okay, I'm not even sure what's going on here. It looks like the Vikings are continuing to do damage to the Colossi, but 2 still survive.
That definitely was better for Patience, I would say, right?
Like,
he lost 1 Colossus there, killed almost the entire air army as well.
Yeah.
The Disruptors just keep everything off, and then the Stalkers shoot everything down. More Colossus on the way.
The problem is that ByuN was maxed out for a while. It looks like he's going to try to catch up again, but he definitely did not take that fight correctly. This is Patience. He's on to something with this, because it looks like on paper the Protoss is losing, but then when the fight actually happens...
He is playing pre-Legacy of the Void PvT, basically, is what we're seeing, right? And then he also has the Disruptor added in, which is kind of nice. Yeah, he's making death balls and he's going. It's like, yeah, my army just keeps getting stronger.
I'll have a better army, just give it time.
Yeah.
You make your gun, boys. And then I'm going to come in here with alien weapons and win the game.
Well, I liked that he added in the Liberators, but maybe he moved a little bit too quickly with them.
Yeah, it seems like he thought he had some kind of insane advantage, and then all the Stalkers shot down the Liberators and Vikings, and, like, that advantage is now gone.
I think when you have this many bases against Patience's 3, you can slow it down quite a bit for your pushes. You know?
Yeah, I think so. So from here, he can start to leapfrog with the Liberators. Now, the agenda for ByuN is to try to come back in here and stamp out the 2 12 o'clock bases. Again, there's not a lot these Disruptors can do about this, but... Oh, he actually stimps through that. Beautifully done. Great targeting on that. Oh, man.
Well, he's definitely picked off a lot of really high-quality units there, but the Colossus remain. The Colossus push everything back. He really needs to bring him back and heal up a little bit with some shield batteries, I think. He does not want to lose this base. Ooh, very nice Disruptor hit.
Yeah, hitting those 2 ghosts is really important. I love the DTs here to kill off reinforcements.
Look at that, just going to blink forward here and pick off some of these. Another great Disruptor shot as well. Gets rid of the Liberators that are in range of him.
Okay, he takes out the DTs that were chasing him from below as well. I think he's actually going to rotate over here.
We're on 6 Colossus right now.
Yeah, but there's not much else defending the Colossi. Over time, it's like, what, like 4 or 5 Stalkers over here helping to defend. If he can really start to win a fight, I guess he can. There's just so many Colossi. As there's like 2 more Stalkers left where it should be time to actually kill the Colossi. Patience just has too many.
This is kind of hilarious. He's got like 2 Stalkers, 6 Colossi walking across the map. And by the way, he lost almost every Disruptor there. They just kind of walked forward during the battle.
Yeah. Well, can he actually come in here? This is kind of a funny spot to try to attack into.
You can't. That's the worst place ever.
Well, hold your tongue, Artosis. Patience says otherwise.
Yeah, but look at this. ByuN is fanning out right now.
Damn,
still,
that
there's
damage
so many Colossus.
It's so crazy. Is he going to come down here and try to push on the planetary?
I think you have to make 1,000 Vikings, right?
I think so. I mean,
you need like a lot of them.
All right, he's decided he's not going to take this fight. He'll just keep walking.
No, I'm just going to go over to the other side.
No thanks, I'll pass. I'll just come around here.
Why not? Yeah, walk up around. Walk up around. That's the way to do it.
So Patience, again, he's not had those 2 bases interrupted for a while.
Ooh, trying to pick off this planetary. Not sure that he's going to get it right away. It's kind of hard to engage into that.
Yeah.
Especially with a couple Liberators there.
This might allow ByuN to have enough time to assemble an army and actually fight this off.
Patience at this point has taken a couple more bases.
Patience is recalled and is now pushing out again, this time with an army that's a much more threatening one, especially with the Stalker count. I mean, everything else can tank so that the Colossi can just keep mowing down infantry. And especially with a Disruptor shot, if you find the sweet spot, like the group where there's just a large number of units along with the rest of this, they have to run back. And so they're taking damage from the Thermal Lance shots as they're still running back from the Disruptors.
Every time that Patience picks off a flying unit, that is like a big victory for him, right?
Yeah, like right there.
I don't think he cares at all about his Stalker count, right? It's just about retaining the Colossus and gaining value from them over time.
I think you're correct. I think the Stalkers are pretty expendable as long as you're throwing them into killing air units.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't care about gateway units. Those are not his finishers. It's all about his mech units here. Colossus Disruptor. These are just their bodyguards.
Okay, Zealot's coming through now.
Okay. Throw a little harassment somewhere. It's not like the most valuable part of the map over there, but anything to take his attention off is probably quite good.
Nice snipes on the medevacs.
Look at this.
Whoa, that was
that was
too much. That was exactly not enough Stalker shots.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like he's going to commit here.
Oh
The Vikings are coming down. Colossi taking a lot of damage. It looks like at least 3 are going to go down.
Okay, he actually, during this, has like a ton of Zealots that weren't fighting as well.
Very weird moment
there.
there.
There they are. I mean, they are starting to engage a little bit. He's losing his Colossus,
He needs
though.
to pick one of those Colossus and kill it. There we go.
Yeah, finally picking those off. A lot of Zealots being made here. And one Colossus survived, 2 more are on the way. He does have all these Disruptors as well.
This game is insane, by the way.
It is a wild game. It's hard to even figure out like what is going on here.
Yeah, we do have another base over here on the map right now. I don't feel like either side's able to push it and kill the other. In fact, this might be a bad angle for the Protoss here. If he's not careful, these stray units can actually get shot down. But instead he escapes. I don't know if he's going to recall again.
ByuN is going to run dry pretty soon, Tasteless.
Yeah, that's a good point, Artosis. I think
that base is almost gone, so 6 o'clock is really what he's relying on here.
Keep in mind that actually there was not a... Oh, that's so sick. There was actually not a lot of... how do I say this? The 4th and the 5th haven't been there for very long for Protoss. So yeah, it's a weird game where like Protoss hangs on, has minerals at these bases, and then eventually Terran dries up and needs to take a base of his own. And I think Terran trying to take a base is going to be what makes or breaks ByuN in game 1. If ByuN can actually get a new base up, then the game is going to go on. And I think Patience still has a hard fight, but I worry that this army of Patiences can always beat armies of ByuNs. And in fact, I think Patience is so confident he wants to actually come in here and take out the last mineral-rich location here, which is the planetary. And I don't know that there's actually enough SCVs to really make this work. In fact, yeah, he's just going to get a kill. This may be fatal for ByuN.
It might be. He just is barely mining at this point. Like, he's still trying to harass all over the place. He looks like a little bit confused, I want to say, on his face. If you take a look at it right now, right? Like, he's kind of like, well, what is going on here?
Patience is winning these games in ways that we're not used to seeing Protoss win.
No one really plays like
this. He sort of looks like he's losing the whole game until he has so much that the Terran army is obsolete. Now look at this, these lasers connecting. Look at how much damage is being done. And it's mostly just these little flimsy stalkers in the front that are getting killed off. See 3 more Colossi back there. We're going to see GG. ByuN is done.
He is done.
Patience takes game 1.
There you go. Look at Patience just smile so big after winning. He's like, I don't know, this matchup's easy. Really, I just love watching him play. He plays such an alternate style to everyone else,
well,
a very kind of older style, and he's doing really well.
He knows how to win, too. I mean, it's funny because everything that we normally cast, we'll see somebody, you know, kept off a 4th and a 5th base for that long. You say, well, you're losing.
Yeah.
And actually, I guess for Patience, he's just shaving off enough infantry, and Terran's sort of locked into that tech for the entire game, right? You know, getting the Marines and the Marauders, and eventually you need Vikings, and eventually you need Medevacs and Ghosts. But when Patience has 6 Colossi, if the Terran doesn't have a perfect engage, which is almost impossible to have, so much of the infantry disappears after the first 2 volleys from each Colossi.
You can almost think of his robo units as bases. You
Yeah,
know?
that's a good
He's
way to
gaining
put it.
so much value off them, it's like he has a 4th and a 5th.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 팀 LP, Patience, 조지현.
Yeah, it is to what you were saying before we introed the players, that is a funny concept. Like, there are moments, carriers are kind of like this in StarCraft 1, where it's like sometimes the number of carriers is more important than the bases.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And I guess this is another rule here where it's like, actually, if he has 6 Colossi out, and then he has like even a few disruptors with that, that can matter more than like how many bases you're mining from right now, because that will kill off so much, and all you're doing is refilling your army with stalkers. You're like, okay,
yeah,
I made more, and the stalkers can shoot down the flying units. Yeah, some of them will be killed, but eventually the infantry is getting whittled down, and so that's very cool. It kind of reminds me of like how uncomfortable StarCraft players were when Warcraft 3 came out, because they weren't used to evaluating heroes, levels, and items as an asset.
Yeah.
Like, you know, StarCraft, we tend to think of bases. But there are moments where it's like, well, actually, if you have this thing, kind of like when you see these all-ins that Protosses have done in the past, where they like cannon rush into Immortal. It's like, well, actually, the number of Immortals is the most important thing. And the War Prism. It's not really a game anymore about, I've got 2 bases, you have 3, or something like that. And it's funny to see this kind of weird way that I think is probably pretty frustrating to play against, but this weird way that Patience approaches it, where he just kind of defends and jukes and jives and stops your drops and stays on 3 base. He'll try as much as he can to get a 4th and a 5th, and then eventually he does. And once he does, he then starts to have this momentum where he can start to come back across the map. And it's very hard for Terran to take fights, especially when Protoss is that upgraded.
You know, I feel like as well Terran is almost tying their own shoelaces together, because if you're doing damage to Patience while he's playing like this, it's because you're playing kind of an aggro harass style with lots of bio units, right? Whereas he's just building up, so it's like, yeah, you're keeping pressure on him, and you're spending all your money on these lower tech units and trying to do all this harassment. But he's building stuff that beats that. So there's going to be this moment where it's actually very hard for you as the Terran player, because he's going to get up to these... The same thing that kept him from growing too much is what he's going to punish with what he's making on lesser bases.
Exactly, yeah. A lot of times you see players halt Colossi and try to switch into something else, and maybe that gives them more counter punches in the game. And what's funny is, like, I think all these Terrans, when they're playing against Patience, assume they're going to win.
Yeah.
And then it's like, wait a minute. He has too many Colossi now.
Well, anyone that would switch out of the robo units and go like more gateway heavy, Bunny and ByuN both would have won against. Whoa.
Okay, so this time ByuN tried to just kick through here, and was actually a little bit late on his control. But he's actually killing a good number of probes, and this is actually 3 Hellions over here. Great pylons thrown down here.
Wow.
But he can actually go around the other side. Can he actually get a wall up over here? That was... Oh, hello.
Okay, well, a lot of cool-looking moves. Unfortunately for him, he's lost a huge amount of economy for just 4 Hellions.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. And this is a game that ByuN is playing where he's like, I don't want to go to the 5-base game.
No.
We'll worry about 5 bases if you survive this.
Yeah.
So 8 probes killed already. That's pretty dramatic when you're on 2 bases to start. And he is going to come in here and try to get a few more kills. And there's not a lot of Protoss units here. Also, the placement that now remains here is going to make it a little bit annoying to try to catch the mines.
Yeah. He's not like super prepped against this. He doesn't have a lot of anything going on. He just kind of has to rebuild his economy. I'm surprised he left his ramp so quickly against those Hellions, to be honest. That's where the damage really
Same.
started to stack.
Okay.
Oh,
man.
Okay.
Six more kills. And there's not a Widow Mine that's been picked off yet. Another one's going to come down here. Oh! Almost, actually. That was could have been insanity damage.
That was almost the end of the world.
Oh, is he going to save it?
It's too bad. He could have even right-clicked it with the Sentry at one point there.
We'll just hide out over here.
He's going to have to. Oh, never mind. He's not even going to babysit it. Okay, so 16
probes. That's
wow.
so much damage. Now, you notice, guys, he's remaking the workers pretty well here. I mean, he's almost caught up. He's 32 to 40, but I mean, this is quite a bit of damage, and it's very clear looking at ByuN's base, he's amassing pretty fast. He's going to be coming in here and trying to do quite a bit of damage again. If you get hurt too much in the early game, a lot of times the push strategy can just end the game.
Yeah, that might even be the right type of choice, right? Like, just maybe pop a Raven out.
He's got one.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Because the Raven is going to both detect the DTs and disable the first Colossus.
Yeah, and if you have a fight that looks like it's close and there's no key unit to disable, you have auto turrets.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's like,
absolutely,
you're in really, really, really good shape.
So I think,
and I would even imagine what he'll do is he'll push through the left side of the map and try to free that medevac up, and then get the Widow Mines with the push.
Yeah, that would be really good.
I don't know why I went push. Like I'm that scientist in Jurassic Park trying to make the dinosaur hatch, but push. Yes, push. So,
yeah, I like where ByuN's head is at here. Like, if he does do this push, I think I think he'll hatch and go into game 3.
I'm glad to see that ByuN is really adjusting his play style to try to, in this case, basically avoid having to even play a game like the last game, or a game like the games that Bunny lost. Oh my God! You are the greatest.
That
He's the
pickup
greatest.
That was insane, man.
He's the greatest.
Okay, 4 DT drop is incoming. +1 in stim about to finish. Oh, I think it. Oh, did he see it? Yeah, I guess he must have.
He knows.
Yeah, he moved some units up. Okay.
It's funny when he picked that tank up. I saw. I'm like, well, it is probably possible, but he's not going to do it because that's just, you have to be so fast.
That's ByuN for you.
Sieging up. That's definitely where Protoss will book it out of there. Drops over here with DTs. And yeah, that's not. Oh, even gets one out here to try to chase him around.
Not bad. Did you see that misclick?
Yeah.
That very clear misclick on picking up the DT.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he actually recalls it home. That's actually really good for Patience. Every single game we've seen him so far, he loses that Prism.
He's adapting.
He's learning.
He's learning. He's learned how to open doors. Now, the push is coming across the map now. Again, I think this push is still a real threat, despite how cool and fancy the harass has been here for Patience. I am worried for Patience that ByuN is just going to smash him. Okay, Archon's here. Wow, this is actually a pretty scary army here.
Yeah.
And sieging up, it's just the right time to do this.
Okay, well, the disables on the Archon's doing a pretty darn good job.
Oh my God, that was amazing. GG! Nice. ByuN just smashes face.
Yeah, I like that game a lot from ByuN, but Patience, I really don't understand why he came down the ramp. He's like, you know what? I have 5 probes. Let's chase these 4 Hellions with a Stalker and a Sentry. And then, like, that's where he really took all the damage that it was very hard to come back from. Then the mine drop stacked on top of that.
Yeah.
And then he just didn't really have that much there at the end. I feel like the mid game he played all right,
Yeah.
with getting the DTs out. Well, maybe that early aggression and trying to pick him apart is the way to go.
So we're going to go to the final map with these two. One player will advance to the round of 16, and then there's just one spot left and 3 more players in the round of 24. ByuN seems like he's adapted. I'm very curious what he's going to do in game 3 and if we're going to have an adjustment from Patience or if he's just going to try to force the issue again and win the way he's been winning his PVTs today here.
All right, I'm excited for it. ByuN with that bit of aggressive early game counterplay, but is Patience going to fall to that twice?
Yeah, ByuN's won once, but is there another approach that ByuN has, or what does he have? I don't know. Game 3 has loaded up, the final game between these two. Let's do this. Patience versus ByuN, a fight to the round of 16.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 팀 LP, Patience, 조지현. 변현우.
The ByuN is back in town.
It's so nice to have him back. He's just such a fun player.
Yeah, well, he's so good at control, and he's so tactically exciting.
And now we have all 4 of the horsemen back active at the same time.
That's right.
There's a hole in my
Get your stables ready.
Yeah.
So clearly ByuN doesn't care if you know that he does this or not. He is eBaying.
Yeah, he just likes
all
it.
day.
Well, I always like the idea of screwing up your opponent's opening.
Yeah, I think it's good. If you know how to carry it out to the next step, I think it's a really good idea.
Well, he's been going Marine a lot after it. I want to see, like, if him and Parting rematch later, I want to see a Nexus first. He gets there, he's like, oh no, there's like nothing to do here. Nexus is already down. That would be a good counter to it. Although that's the game he proxy Reaper, he's like, oh, that's too bad.
No. So the Zealot comes down here. Is Patience going to make the Nexus at the 3rd base?
No.
No, he's not going to give in.
No, even when it's at his natural, he
Yeah,
loses
that's true,
all his
actually.
probes, okay?
The Hellions just came down and did a lot of damage. It's so
Yeah.
funny how Patience is so clunky with his play, but like he does win. And he wins in this very different way, which almost seems like he kind of knows more than everybody else. Like, or he has some kind of concept that like, no, this works and you guys haven't figured it out, but I'm still having a bumpy ride with the rest of the game.
Honestly, I find it to be pretty complex, the ideas around unit retention. It's actually what I've been personally working on for myself a lot lately, and it's such a powerful concept. And the thing is, concepts like this, it's like when people hear them, they're like, of course I knew that. It's like, no, you probably actually don't understand. But like the idea of like your whole game plan is building robo units, keeping them alive, and hitting that. It's like, it seems very simple. Well, if it's so simple, why is he the only pro gamer doing this?
Yeah, we've had a lot of players that will have Immortals bled off, you know, or they have 2 Colossi and that's eventually killed and then they don't make any more of them, you know?
Yeah, they'll switch it up. They'll get really mobile and have some cool harassment tactics and stuff like that. And that stuff's great, too. I'm not even saying that Patience's style is the best, but it's fascinating, right? And he's playing different from everyone.
So the Soccer is recalled, only losing shields on that.
Okay, he needs to bring the probes up. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that's good.
What you need to do here.
Well, if he just like loses all his probes again to this when he knows it's coming, that's not good. Oh, perfect last
Get wrecked.
second. Really good from Patience. Little miss micro there. Could have gotten one more volley off.
But that was really good.
Yeah,
very good defense there.
ByuN following it up with the mine drop again, but last game he killed like 8 probes with that. This game 0. So right now Patience with that little bit of an edge, getting Blink, getting his robo. Let's see, does he go Colossus tech first or does he go DT tech first? Hard to say. He's been mixing it up.
I feel like it's going to be Colossus again here.
It feels like Colossus first. I agree with that.
So again, we have the next drop coming through. It is going to be Widow Mines in the medevac. Now this game, Patience hasn't really suffered any losses here. I mean, he's playing the game that he wants to play. Oh, miscontrol again there.
He is. That's a good way to put it, because everything is actually going his way so far. All right, here comes the mine drop.
Not mining from these gases, by the way.
Does he see it? Does he see it? Yeah, just in time. Some annoying stuff right there.
Is he going to commit with this, ByuN? Okay, that first mine is going to be shot down. What about the second and the third? 7 kills.
Yeah.
That is enough.
Not the quickest pull there, huh?
I guess he's going to get the medevac.
Okay, this was still way better than last game for him.
Right.
Way better than last game. Last game he lost like 16 probes and didn't get the medevac. He killed like a mine and yeah. All right, no third Nexus as of yet. Getting into that Colossus tech. Only a couple workers behind ByuN right now. Forge coming up. Does he make the Dark Shrine? It seems like it's part of his play, right?
It does seem like it's just an addition to the tech he wants to have. We were talking about this a little bit on break, but you know, one of the things about forcing out scans on not just the observers but the DTs is you have less scans when you're trying to drop.
Yeah.
So, you know, because sometimes you'll see a DT just scan and killed and you think, do you really want to spend minerals and gas on that? But yeah, but like what if they don't have another scan available for a drop they're trying to do in the main and you kill everything with stalkers?
Yeah, that's a real possibility.
It's a butterfly effect concept where one little thing that seemed insignificant in one part of the game becomes the focal point of the entire game later on.
And don't forget, just knowing where the Terran army is, where the angle they're coming from, is one of the most important things, especially with Colossus-based tech.
Oh, yeah.
Because Colossus are very slow. If they drop in your main and you're at your third, you're screwed.
This is pretty cute, just coming in here with Blink. I don't know if there's... It's pretty clear ByuN is not going to make much in that corner over there, so there wasn't much more damage that could be done, so he blinks back out.
Yeah, a little something, though, keeping him busy once again.
It's a good little idea.
Pick off that observer. We do not have DT tech out.
Yeah, nothing so far. It looks like we're going into a much more straightforward approach. Colossi getting more gates, zealot legs, as well as thermalance. But ByuN seems pretty hungry to push on 2 bases and probably hit this third base that we're having a shot of right now. And with this number of units, it seems like some of the upgrades, actually, I guess all the most important ones right now are going to finish when this push gets here, but that doesn't mean that ByuN is going to lose the fight necessarily.
Ooh, nice try there on picking off a medevac. Doesn't quite get it. ByuN a bit too quick.
Can he get up the ramp before the force fields can separate him?
Yeah, he does need those force fields to hit.
Okay, he's going to be able to bypass the first round of force fields. Second round comes up, but siege tanks are now sieged up. And Terran does have a foothold where he can start to, if he can inch one more tank in there, maybe start to hit some of these structures with siege mode and pick a fight.
Well, he has double battery, but I think he used his overcharge too quickly here. That overcharge really didn't do anything, and that is such a crucial part of the defense. I think he's going to lose the Nexus, maybe?
Well, if he loses the Nexus, it's a problem, but these Stalkers catching the counterattacks are so good. I'm sorry, not the counterattacks, the reconnaissance.
Ooh, loses one of the Colossi. That's actually a very big deal.
Yeah, and he might lose the second one here, too. The medevacs are almost out of energy.
He's got to go very soon here. He has a lot of charge lots. Yeah, if he comes,
Stalker's
he's coming for the
behind.
Yeah, here he goes. He blinks forward and starts picking off these siege tanks as quickly as possible. Looks like he will end up holding.
Huge win here for Patience. He's just... I mean, this is where he is his ID there. A lot of other players would have pulled the trigger too quickly.
Yeah.
That was handled just perfectly. The Nexus is at like 15% health. He goes, okay, I've got my counterattack. I killed off your reinforcements.
It looks like it works out for him. You know, he's at almost 60 workers, so that's solid economy. DT tech now coming up. Patience starting to find his stride. Is he overextending right here, though?
I think he's actually okay.
You do?
I think because...
As long as the Colossus get out, I think he's fine.
Well, the problem is also Terran's throwing like 3 or 4 Marines and Marauders in at a time, where it's like, that's a manageable number for that tiny Protoss army. And also, Terran doesn't have a third. Terran needs to get a third.
Oh, that's a very good point. The third command center is not even done yet.
Yeah. I think he almost might have try to counter to get to a third, but there isn't actually one there. And so I think at this point in time, ByuN might have weighed and measured this game and said, I'm going to have to keep pushing. Oh, I'm sorry. There's actually a CC finishing. I don't know why I didn't see that in the production.
It's finishing now, but I mean, on a lot of other games, he would already have it mining.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, he still might need to win with a push here.
Yeah, it's...
The thing is, he never got that Colossus count down to a number where you can do something with it.
I believe he has 3 now, and he's starting Disruptor Tech.
Yeah.
And there's the second Robo that we've grown accustomed to seeing. Another Forge coming up. DT Tech is done as well. I don't think that there's a Prism on the map, is there?
I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if there was one, but I think for now it's more about just macroing up his patience here and just getting into the same spot he gets into in the games that he wins.
Yeah.
You know?
Lots of Robo
I was saying
units.
earlier maybe he should try to counterattack and get the third, and then I thought, no, wait a minute. That's actually why... That's not what you want to do. I think you want to actually sit back and play single player and just defend. And then later on, you're going to have enough Colossi that maybe you can start to fight this.
Okay, Patience gonna back up there. Doesn't want to overcommit, as you said. DT slipping into the natural. Four kills. Doesn't quite get that ghost. Double Disruptor Tech is being produced.
And for now, everybody, this is basically a game where we're kind of just eyeballing the Robotech here and seeing what Terran can do against it, because the tempo of this game and these PvTs has been kind of unusual. You know, the Protoss seems to be much more passive, and the Terran almost seems to be scrambling to try to end the game, which seems to be almost part of the Protoss's plan, as the Disruptor count and the Colossus count get to an order and a configuration where it's like, how do you actually fight this as Terran?
All right, let's see here. The overcharge goes down.
Stalkers, again, able to buffer for the Colossi. The Disruptor just kind of creates this fundamental problem for the Terran, where if you ever step into that, you're going to lose a huge chunk of your army and probably the fight. Protoss is counterattacking with a few Zealots, and that's like just the right number, I think, there.
Yeah, that's
Disruptors
really nicely
again,
done.
he's pushing him off of the Nexus. And you're going to see this pattern of Colossi hitting, Stalkers shooting, then kiting back while the Disruptor ball comes out. And it just, look at this, he just pushes this army out of here. It looks like one Colossus may be taken out. Yes, it will.
Yes. Pretty good control there from ByuN.
But he'll produce another Colossus and install that in with the rest of the army.
Well, you really do want to have at least 3. He does have the double Robo. We'll see if he adds any more.
And he's going to go for a counterattack, and I think these Stalkers are going to hunt this down and maybe even kill this. Oh. All right, this is going to get to unload. Whoa. That was a weird moment where all the abilities were spammed out.
Yeah,
it was like force fields that separated the Marines and Marauders from the Disruptor shots.
That was not supposed to really look like that. Those units were not supposed to be sitting there. So now he's actually lost a lot of his very important tech units here. He does fend off the drop in his main, 1 medevac getting away, and will save his 3rd. Don't forget, he does have a 4th, that pocket expansion below his main base, but he hasn't mined from it. Okay, now we see, I think that was a bad blink. He lost a lot of Stalkers right there.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit sloppy here for Patience, but again, 2 Colossi up here. Maybe there's enough infantry now with the mismanagement there from Patience.
Yeah.
It seems like Marauders and Marines can come in here and actually snipe Disruptors and Colossi and whatever else is left, and I think suddenly ByuN might have won this game.
It really looks like it right now. That's
Damn, GG.
Wow.
ByuN too good.
ByuN in first place at his first GSL back. Amazing. You can see how happy he is with that as well. He'll be joining us in the group selection after this group.
I love how hyped ByuN looks whenever he wins. Gets me excited.
I love that it's a remix of Coffin Dance right now.
Oh, that's right. So we're going to have an interview now. This is so cool.
It really is. But you know what? I've really enjoyed Patience's game tonight. I'm so happy we get to see him again.
I think Patience can still beat Bunny PvT, but I don't know about PvP against Party.
I guess it just matters where he puts his buildings.
Yeah.
But no. It'll be tough. It'll be tough if
you
he
can really
has
see
Party.
the Patience very frustrated with that. He does play well, and he has a really kind of cool approach to the game. I think a lot of us can take away from that and add that into our own play, you know. Anyways, that interview's ready. Go ahead, Andy.
돌아온 야인 All right, ByuN is back, and he moves on to the round of 16. Congratulations. Thank you. After finishing your military, you came back really strong. After 2008 GSL Season 3, you took 2 years of hiatus, and you came back. How do you feel? Well, I heard that it's the 10th anniversary year for GSL. And I've been with GSL ever since the early stage. You know, it feels so amazing. And to be honest, you know, I didn't anticipate myself to move on to the round of 16, but I feel really happy today. How long has it been since you came out of the military? I think I finished around September 3rd or 4th. But how did you pick up your skills so quickly? It's amazing. So, you know, if I were you, I think I would want to take a rest before the next season, but you came up here. During my military, I didn't keep playing the game. Back in 2019, I didn't play StarCraft 2 at all. So, you know, I tried to set up a new mindset coming to this season. At first, I was wondering if I took too long of a rest. And as I kept going up in the MMR, I felt that with this rate, I'll be able to make a successful comeback. And you know, generally speaking, I feel really happy. And this dream coming true, I feel really happy. You know, it's been such a long time since we last did an interview with you. Let's talk about the winners match. You did make a comeback victory. And it felt like you had a big understanding after you losing the first set. I actually did. I mean, it was a very advantageous situation for me. And I felt like things weren't working out. And I tried to opt for a different strategy and it worked. And for the second set and the third set, you maintained your composure and you were able to secure your victory. So in the match against Harding in Eternal Empire, and I think I saw like you in your prime. It was a great micro from you. Back when I was playing against Harding, in my last GSL season, I actually got eliminated from Harding. So this definitely felt like a revenge match. And in the third match, I thought I lost because I saw the Dark Templars. But then I had one opportunity the Harding gave me, and I was able to secure that. Well, that was a very exciting match today. And ByuN, now that you're back, you're going to be joining the group nomination that's coming up late tonight. Do you think you're going to be picked early in the group nomination? With my current skills, I think I'll be picked pretty early. But as a challenger, whether I be picked early or late, I'm going to try my best. So who my opponent be, doesn't matter. And ByuN, while you were away, TY won a championship and he's now a commentator as well. And he's actually a top seed in the upcoming group nomination as well. So you're gonna have to regain your throne, right? Well, I was a champion before, but I've never been a top seed in the group nomination. So this season, you know, I'm already satisfied, but I want to try harder and go to the later matches. Well, even if I win this season, I can't be the top seed next season, so I'm going to try my best. Well, that was a long interview with you, ByuN. So, any last word to your fans who have been waiting for a long time? I'm sure the fans were expecting a lot from me today. And I think I practiced really hard coming to today's matches.
그만큼 결과가 제대로 나와가지고.
And now that the result is good, I'm
너무
really happy.
좋고, 그 기대해 주신 만큼 다음 경기도 되게 열심히 해서 올라가도록.
And just like fans anticipate a good match from me, I want to show a better performance in the next match. Once again, congratulations on your advancement. Thank you.
자, 이렇게
He's even better at interviews than he is at the game.
I know,
Man.
man, just a killer. So happy to have ByuN back and in such good shape.
Yeah, it's so cool to see how well he's playing. I'm really curious to see how far he's going to go. He gets out first, and now we have 3 players left in the round of 24. Only one's going to advance. We're going to be eliminating one coming up next here, Bunny or Patience, or Party, excuse me. And we're going to go to break, so we'll be right back.
Think about it, 'cause I'm dying, baby. If you want it, you just have to take it. If you feel something, boy, you gotta tell me. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why it's stuck in me. I like but how you taste. Give me the signs, I'll take the step for you. You know I like you, baby. You know I want you to take the control. I'm like, alright, baby. Alright, no. I like you, baby. You know I want you to take the control. I'm like, alright, baby. Alright, baby. I can't stop breathing. I'm only burning. We always run to catch the moment. Nobody can stop me, I'm running. You don't need harming. How will lead us to what we loving? Just enjoy the moment. 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 I can't stop breathing.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2점 수리끔 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
Coco!
또 성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
Round of 24. Party. ByuN. Patience. Money. Africa TV. Prego Studio Live. 2020 GSL Season 3. Code is Last Stand.
We're back here in Group F, and all the games here today have been really good, really hard to call. I don't think that our fourth best of three will be any different. I think that Parting is scary and knows how to win in a way that a lot of times it doesn't matter what kind of prep you put into the game. He will just come here with a different approach and outdo you. But Bunny is continuing to look more and more solid.
Yeah.
I think he had a great series earlier today, but just didn't have what it took to come out on top. And so let's see what happens with these two.
His style was fairly well countered by what Patience was doing, but I think his overall style would fare better against Parting's. Parting is a little bit more gateway heavy. He doesn't just make a bunch of robo units, you know. He will go Colossus,
well, he wants
but
to do
doesn't
stuff
only
way
do
before.
that.
Yeah, he wants to do stuff way before that.
Yeah, so I think this might actually be, in a lot of ways, a better matchup for Bunny than the Patience match was.
But again, with Parting, it's hard to know what to expect. It usually is crazy, but you don't know what kind.
Yeah.
And just knowing it's going to be cheesy usually is not enough. Eternal Empire for map 1, everyone. Let's go. One of these two players will be eliminated. The other will go on to fight for that final spot in the GSL.
전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께 우리는 더욱 강하다.
Oh, right. Is this the Max Packs?
Cool.
Yes, it is.
And like we said, you kind of expect Parting to do something outside the box, but you don't know what it is, so.
He mixes this in. I think he's used Max Packs 3 times in GSL since he's been back. For those of you who are wondering what that is, Max Packs is an up-and-coming European pro gamer. And BCQD basically made some YouTube videos about this crazy strategy where you build your first pile in your main, and you send out a probe instantly. You build a second pylon. The first one in your main is just to make sure you don't get probe blocked, or supply blocked for your probes, rather. And then the second one does a proxy gate. And then suddenly, when they build their command center, you are there, man. Like, you get Zealots and Dragoons over there, or Stalkers over there, and it's like, very oftentimes, you are going to force a cancel on that.
Yeah, and this
very
is
oftentimes.
It's unconventional in how the game's generally played, because most of the game is people trying to spam out Warp Gate as fast as possible and then do something with units. And instead, this kind of treats it like it's like a Brood War forward gate or something, you know?
Yes, very
and
much
so you get there, and a lot of players sort of just don't factor this in as a possibility, and then it's like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's not like Protoss isn't giving up things on their side. This is a gateway now out in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
But it can really control the tempo of a game, and so he's going to pocket the first Zealot and then send 2 out at once.
Well, you don't want the Reaper to just instantly see it. You hope the Reaper goes past you. And look, it is right now. It might double back though. Let's see.
Talk about knowing exactly where to put that unit. So the Reaper's gone by, and the routine scouting for more traditional proxies, like, oh, is there going to be a Star Gate hidden somewhere over here? Now, seeing this, the gateway. I'm sorry. Seeing the gateway, immediately you know, okay, this is I know what this is, and we're probably going to have a cancel, but SCVs are coming down now. Keep in mind there's also a Stalker inbound here as well. He does force a cancel on the bunker.
Great micros so far here from Bunny. Parting's not bad either. Ends up losing one of his Zealots. It looks like the probe will go down as well. But continue to put that damage on. Overall, I think Bunny's doing pretty darn well against it.
Does kill the one Marine.
How many SCVs is he actually going to get? Oh, that's
Shot
big.
him out of the sky.
Yeah.
Now, again, this is 5 SCVs killed already, and he might be able to snipe 1 or 2 more. He's going to try to loop back around here. There's nothing that can actually go into the bunker just yet.
Dude, you know what? Look at this worker count right now, 25 to 19, and his Nexus at home is done. So he's up 6 workers after this. Twilight on the way. There's no real units out here for Bunny, right? He's got 1 Hellion. But if they actually get to your base with anything like that, you can just recall a Stalker. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, the Hellion's going to come in here, but that's not usually enough to really snowball any damage there. And so, yeah, I think we'll have a recall. He might even try to catch it with his probes, but you want to be careful. You've got an advantage here as parting.
I think the recall is a good move. Because
I don't see it yet, though. I'm getting a little bit confused here. He's already
He might not have, yeah, I think he maybe didn't have energy on the main Nexus. Maybe he recalled to the natural. No. Yeah. Okay, well, does hit it, sends it out. Okay, he lost 2 probes of his own, but he's still up 5 workers. Not bad. I mean, I think that this was, he did it reasonably, but I think Bunny's hold was pretty good too. Double Robo!
Oh, wow.
He saw patience. He's
I'm
like,
actually
you know
glad
what?
you noticed that on the ticker. I wasn't even going to look for something like that. That's a great catch.
Double Robo, we never see this quick.
No, I mean,
Ever.
yeah, so what exactly is the game plan? Does he want to try to get an Immortal and a Warp Prism out here on a Terran that's injured and maybe try to come in here and do some pokes?
That's an interesting idea.
I don't know. I don't know what
Does he need 2 observers?
I'm like, I don't think that's the case. But
let me down easier than that, Tasteless.
But I'm open to whatever this is going to be. But getting 2 Robos off of 2 bases
this quick is the thing. Like,
yeah, with a gateway, just, I mean, he's going to remake the gateways because he knows that one that's out there in the middle of the map, he can't rely on that for macro forever. That'll most certainly be picked off when Bunny feels safe moving out on the map.
You know what? It was a mistake. The first, he waited for the second one to finish, and now started his observer, and now started his Colossus tech.
Oh, actually,
I think he
yeah,
just realized.
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
he just realized it.
See his face?
Yeah,
It is 2 observers, Tasteless. Take your leave. Get out of here.
How embarrassing
Me and
for
Parting
me.
and win our observers.
So Parting's shaking his head right now. It looks like he does realize, like, oh man, this is not good. This happens, man. This happens to all of us. You are so preoccupied doing what you're doing. The pressure's really on. Oh my God! Okay, he does get the kill on that.
Okay, I think that was an okay trade.
So
you can't really be too upset.
Now, what happens to a pro gamer when they do this? Well, their build has been thrown off, especially gas-wise. You're usually supposed to be spending your gas basically perfectly, or saving up some of the gas to, you know, go on a spending free a little bit later on.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, oh, I need to wait for my Spire to get done, so I make a bunch of mutas. But like, when you make 2 tech buildings like this is one of the catastrophic failures of being a pro live. Is you're like, oh, my build's off now. And everybody sees it too. It's not something subtle where like us as casters and the observer might not pick up on it. It's clearly like, oh, you're a little bit shaky here. But I don't think this is something that's going to cost him the game necessarily.
It's not that expensive. It's okay.
It's a moral blow, but it does mean his build isn't perfected right now.
And you know what? He says, screw it. Let's just go with this.
Yeah, he's got
double Colossus being made. Do you
when
think
life
he should
gives you
ignore
lemons.
it? Yeah. Well, it's not even life, it's himself. It's when you make mistakes and buy lemons when you were trying to get apples.
You were at Costco and you got a crate of lemons and you're like, oh no, I've got to make lemonade.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he's sitting here with this lemonade. He's like, what am I going to do with all this lemonade? I can't drink this much lemonade.
Well, he's going to have to feed some to Bunny.
Yeah.
Make Bunny make a sour face here when he sees 4 Colossus that quick. He's like, what is this? Probably going to turn his head to the side to check if Patience is sitting down playing.
He's like, oh, my weakness, lemonade. Melts his skin.
Man, some hardcore lemonade.
Yeah.
I got to try some of that lemonade.
Yeah. Oh, takes the SCV, making the command center out here. This has been, again, another great harass move. Very cheap and effective by Party.
Back up with it now. I mean, the Colossus count is going to be pretty crazy.
Yeah, but there's not going to be a lot of units with it. I mean, that's one of the funny things is, like, when we saw Patience winning with the Colossus, it's because there was, like, 12 Stalkers in front of them.
Yeah.
They were all taking shots and slowly getting cycled out of the game and then remade back in. Like, there was no Stalker that lived through the whole game. But there was enough Colossi behind it. So, I don't know. Let's see how this goes.
Oh, be careful, be careful. Poking a little bit. Actually, that was pretty darn good.
That was perfect.
Yeah, I like that for Protoss.
Bunny is going to have nightmares about Colossi
He really
for this tournament.
We're going to figure out that actually everyone had figured this out already in Wings of Liberty. You just make a bunch of Colossus and Stalkers and your opponent's dead.
Yeah.
Like, damn, why did we think it was anything else?
And think about it. They can blink up on high ground with a Colossus, walk up on high ground. These are the best things in the game.
Every unit in his army has recall.
Yeah. It's madness, Artosis. And so now we're going to go down to this other base. I'm wondering if Party's going to try to go into Disruptors or what here.
Oh, he has to make 4 Disruptors. You saw the other series.
Mm-hmm.
He's learning from Patience. Patience is the trendsetter now. The funny thing is that I think a lot of people disrespect Patience, or rather they don't respect him really as a proper pro in a lot of ways. They're just like, well, what he does is just what he does. But like having Parting do this now, which is by accident, not by design, if he smashes, I think people might give it a second look, this type of play, you know? Not that it is unheard of to have 2 Robos later on, but I mean, this was pretty darn quick, right? He's playing kind of a similar way to what we saw from Patience.
Yeah, no, it's very cool to see. And it does seem like Terran don't... I mean, I know it's still fresh, right, today, but it does seem like Terran, the infantry doesn't have a whole lot they can do about it. You know,
infantry does not beat Disruptor Immortal.
Yeah, and also the Vikings don't seem to quite be able to get over there. That does seem like that's probably the answer, is to try to snipe them, but then, you know, there's a lot of other moving parts here.
Yeah.
Disruptor shots as well. Even if you kill off the Colossus, well, I mean, the Disruptors are still pretty good.
Mm-hmm. All right, it's not going to find anything there other than a mine and a quick death. Colossi army going to move over here now. He does have a couple Disruptors in there, so very hard to engage. We'll flank forward here, see what he can pick off. This is cool, man. He's playing it really like Patience.
So again, this is a map where you can defend pretty well on both sides. So that's why I usually make some of our longest games here. You know, Terran is itching to take a fight here, and Parting again is just staying back, continuing to upgrade, and now getting the Dark Shrine. And yeah, this is looking a lot like Patience's games.
Let's see though if he gets Blink DT right away, right? Because Parting's late game is actually Disruptor, Charge a lot, Blink DT. That's like his favored composition in this matchup. So he might just go into that now. That is a possibility.
Oh man, these Vikings could end up sniping this Colossus. No. Bad control. This isn't the first time Parting's had bad control of this Colossus.
Oh my god, they're actually getting pretty massacred here, but Bunny's eating a lot of the hits as well. All right, keeps this one alive with that overcharge. So good on him for that, but that was like the worst control. All his Colossus got stuck trying to go up that hill. He'd be better off if they couldn't walk up hills.
Yeah. This reminds me of the game that we saw there from Party in the past, where it's like he moved his Colossus in the wrong angle, and the Colossus have to be protected the whole time.
Yeah.
And now there's enough Vikings. It's hard to imagine that last Colossus isn't sniped.
Yeah. Well, one Colossus is not really all that scary. It comes down more to the Disruptors now, right?
I'm more concerned about the fact that now one Colossus is almost 0 Colossus, and that's, you know, when are you going to get that mass like you had with Patience, who just refused to lose those?
Well, it looks like he's going to go into the type of style he likes to play anyways. We have Blink on the way. He has Double Forge going. He has a lot of Disruptors. Let's see if he can... Well, I don't know that he's going to save the Nexus, and that's going to be painful if he does not. It's really good micro from Bunny.
And not only that, he still has his position over the high ground here. If he can get a tank or two up there, he can start to hammer the probes that are actually mining at the base just above this on the low ground. Oh, I guess he's just going to push down here. This makes sense, too. There's not anything over here right now. Can he scan these DTs in time? DT blink is still a little bit of ways away.
Yeah, nice scan there. He's going to pick off at least, well, only one of them, actually. The other
These
one's
disruptors are not shooting yet. Here they go.
Yeah, he's got to really zone out this infantry. The tank will take a very long time to really do anything.
Oh, meanwhile, a counterattack over here. 23 worker kills.
Crazy.
Well, Party's still in this. He is trying to get a disruptor shot on that tank.
Yeah, it's like a little bit scary to go that far out.
It's just not quite close enough.
Some more DTs being warped in.
He can basically make an endless no man's land if he has the APM available to try to keep coming forward there. All right, Bunny again. Just needs to cover this tank for long enough that the Nexus goes down. DTs are counterattacking here. Slipping right by the Ghosts and Marauders, leaving that base.
Look at how many disruptors he really has.
Yeah, well, how many is it? Is that 8?
It might be even more. Oh my gosh, the DT's really going to work now.
Again, if Parting can keep this base alive here, he's also expanding again down here at 6 o'clock too. So he sacks that base, but now it's going to be up to Terran to come up to the other base here. Right now, Bunny has 45 SCVs to the 75 probes. That's pretty insane. I think this Nexus gets canceled though.
Some great liberation zones here, but he has so many disruptors. If he can micro this just right, he definitely can break through here.
Yeah, but I think Terran has enough of a position. He can keep running back.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to do. It's like you want the disruptors to zone the bio so that you can actually kill the Liberators, but it's very tough in such a tight area. DT's going to town once again here. Actually blink on top of that turret and take it out.
Nice. I don't know if Bunny's going to be... Yeah, he scans that, but there's 2 more DTs ready to be filtered back in once the scan expires. Okay. Again, there's so many disruptors. I almost feel like this is too many. Like, I don't know what you're getting out of having, like, 4 or 5 more disruptors here than what we had before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I don't know what...
They can basically shoot non-stop disruptor balls.
Yeah, but he doesn't even need this many, I don't think. I think a Colossus or an Immortal might even be better served here.
You might be right about that. It's just very hard to actually deal with this. Colossus could really zone this out a bit better. Look at that beautiful EMP coming down. The disruptors are so hard for him to fight through. All right, disruptors still pushing forward. Gonna cut off some of the reinforcements here. That's an important moment.
This really is a back and... Oh! There it is. That's the shot you needed.
Yeah.
By the way, the Stalker counterattack could be huge here.
Well, he's stopped reinforcements at the minimum.
Yeah.
So this is becoming very cleanable. Another big round of warp-ins from Parting, and I think he can actually kill off the army near him.
Yeah, the thing is that Parting is going to come up here and take out these 2 bases at the top. And, like, this is all the SCVs for Terran here. And he's going to take that out. He can then go up here to 12. And even though Bunny's been smashing bases all day, I don't think that he's actually managed to stamp out Parting's progress on the map here. Parting just expands up.
And he gets a 14-kill mine right there.
Yeah.
But, or wait, no, actually, that's the SCVs that
that's Terran getting the kills there, yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, nice blink there. It's off one of the Liberators. That is a lot of Liberators right now. We saw before, Parting was having a little bit of an issue trying to use his disruptors and disruptors and stalkers to take out the Liberators. Especially with that range and this set of bio underneath, very hard to blink under and actually kill them, as long as you're patient.
So now, this has been, by the way, a crazy game because it's like Bunny has just forced his way through and taken out so many bases, but Parting's counterattack play is actually too good. And by the way, I think actually Parting could just run through here and kill everything.
Gets a lot of the Liberators.
When the Liberators get low enough, actually then the Disruptors just keep doing this. Oh, GG. Parting takes game 1. That was a great game, by the way.
Fantastic.
Look at Parting.
Oh, look at him smile so big. Bunny's not smiling, though.
No.
What's he talking about, you think?
Yeah, he's like, I didn't even know I made a second robo.
Yeah,
and then
I think
just
you're right,
used
actually.
It.
He's like, hey, I copied your strat, Patience. It's pretty good.
Oh, Bunny is having it.
Actually, he was looking at and talking to Patience. I'm looking down there. His head turned to the side. That's where Patience's seat is.
Bunny's
like, I didn't mean to do that, but your style's pretty good, Patience.
So, Bunny has requested a short restroom break. And, yeah, we'll be going to the next game soon here. But right now, that was a game where really Parting showed exactly why he's so scary, because things went wrong, and Bunny was actually doing a really good job with the pushes. We saw both the 6 o'clock bases taken out. I thought that there was probably going to be a 1-0 victory there for Bunny, but instead, Parting just intuited really good counterattacks. He knew exactly how to do so much with so little, too, because if he was counterattacking with too many units, he would not be able to hold off the push. But he'd do things like get 3 DTs in there, kill SCVs, get a turret, and then run out with 2. And it doesn't seem like it's a lot, but when there's that much multitasking required for Bunny to keep pushing and winning, sending another DT in and then another and just keeping Bunny so busy, Bunny never got an economy.
No, the funny thing is he did get up to 4 bases without too much problem. It's just he could not keep it all going while he was doing all of his pressuring.
Yeah, he was spread a little bit too thin. He had really good pushes, but no defense.
You know, this has to be really frustrating for Bunny because he's down 0-1 right now in the losers match. This guy has like 2 accounts in the top 10 of the ladder in Korea right now. He's almost 7K MMR. He's in the best shape of his life. And here we have these Protosses that are just making a ton of robo units, and he's having a hard time, right? This is not really normal meta stuff that we're seeing, and it's really screwing Bunny. he's having...
Yeah, well, this is cool how the approach has been. It's funny to see Parting kind of misstep into that tech, try it out, and then just go back into what he's normally doing, which is a lot more disruptors and DTs. It's cool to see the different styles here. Death Aura for game number 2. Again, we have Patience waiting in the final match against the winner of this. There's only 1 spot remaining in the round of 16 at GSL. This is the last season at GSL for 2020. A lot on the line for these 3 players. Right now, Bunny, you can see he's feeling the pressure. Can he come back? I don't know, man. Parting's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And even then, having Patience waiting for these 2,
it's
going to be
a long road.
It's going to be a great end of the night.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 아직 원 이상. 팀 NB 버니 이재선.
So, 2 gases immediately.
Yeah, this
once again some little bit of tomfoolery coming out here. What is he going to be making? I want to see another Tempest build, to be honest. Tempest or Void Ray.
Yeah, I think that would be very cool. I would definitely welcome that if we do have something like that here. And assuming that Parting wins, and I don't know if he will, but he might. He's got a lead right now. PvP with Parting versus Patience, that's pretty cool.
I wonder how that will look.
I don't know.
Patience is very much a brute force guy in that matchup.
Yeah.
But Parting's control is so strong. Gotta say Parting feels favored. Okay, that's Proxy Stargate location.
Yeah, this is... So...
That's a Void Ray, I bet.
I think you're right. I don't think it would be Tempest, because that would just be spotted. It just sounds
too
like
slow,
it's bad.
right?
Yeah, it sounds bad. Whenever Parting does anything, I want to try to think of all the different tech possibilities, just because a lot of times he does do one of the weird alternatives. But no, I think you're right. It makes more sense to get Void Rays out here. And U-Star just really... This is a funny push here, because a lot of strats... By the way, this is immediately spotted. A lot of strategies are set up to like, oh, I'll push the natural here. That'll be the problem.
Yeah.
Like cannon rushes and stuff like that. But this is one that's actually almost focused on the ramp and the structures in the main.
Yeah,
it's like
that's exactly what it is.
It's a weird concept because there's not many builds that focus on this. Well, but basically, he gets a Void Ray out here. He can separate the main from the natural if he gets enough presence over there. He has batteries on the low ground. And enough ranged units, and Terran is trying to just get a base up as quick as possible. You just have enough that it's hard for the flimsy Terran units to kind of come out and fight.
It's going to be really about retaining Cyclones, I think, right?
I think you're correct.
It feels like just getting the Cyclone upgrade and getting Cyclones out is probably the way to do it. It's like the only way to deal damage quickly enough. We'll see. Okay, here comes the very first Void Ray. This is really tough with the shield batteries right there.
Yeah, and you can see the Marines come out and try to do damage, and really they're just draining some of the energy off of the battery. Now the Adepts can come in. Keep in mind, Terran's about to be supply blocked when this depot is killed. There's not another depot coming here. Okay, he's just now started it.
Yeah, he's making a couple, but...
And he can actually get the Marine, I think. Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah, he is getting a Cyclone out, but is this too little too late?
Now again, the ramp is now under control by the Protoss. It's a very weird game. The Cyclone's out. Now again, he wants to run back with the Void Ray. And he's going to actually target that down. That was beautiful play. That is the most important unit right now.
Yeah. Oh my God, is he...
Okay, this is...
If he got the Tech Lab, like there's nothing left.
Yeah, well, I think he's going to get that Artosis.
He is going to get it.
Wait, make up your mind.
Yeah, no, he should target the Tech Lab.
Okay, he gets that. Oh. Going for the factory. The Cyclone's going to pop out. Now, I think there might be another Void Ray. That's it. GG. Parting. Evil wins again.
Evil wins again. I gotta say, Bunny scouted that very quickly and did not have the answer for it. So that feels like a preparation error when you're in a group with patience and parting. I think that you can look at that and say, it is a non-zero chance that Proxy Void Ray Shield Battery Rush will occur to me.
Yeah.
And if you don't actually have a well-thought-out answer to that, that's on you, unfortunately, and Bunny is out of this GSL.
The Bun is gone.
That was no fun for him.
No. Okay, well, we got a PvP.
Yeah, no more PvTs?
Yeah, we had 4, honestly, really good PvTs in a row.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool when we get to really go
this has been
do
the
a
best.
deep dive into matchup.
Yeah.
Short break, guys, then we get the final player advancing to the round of 16.
Going back again, we know it's wrong, but we do what we can to fix what we had. When did it all become so bad? Is this love or something else? I just can't figure out myself. Maybe it's time for us to move on, but we can't let go, we can't be strong.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 이점 쓰리끔 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
야, 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼.
야 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게.
야, 어디가?
금방
자, 이 정도. 20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방의 전원을 꺼보겠습니다.
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실성 사이다.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 됐어.
아 미안해 로나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 아 누르면 안 돼 지금. 자 경쾌하게 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning. Hit it, boys.
고고! 핫식스!
여기 열었습니다.
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 안 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 쓸 수가
아니
없는데?
너 키워보라고.
성능을 17대화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대화면 16:10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
라면이요.
이게
나왔습니다.
잠깐만 들어주세요. 빨리 나와요 이거.
음료 나왔습니다.
From the beginning.
고고! 핫식스! 우승을 차지하는 전태현!
지켜볼 수 없다. 이제는 내가 직접 나서야 할 때가 된 것 같구나. 형제들이 검을 높이 들어 첫 번째 저수에게 더 이상 패배란 존재하지 않는다. 이 땅에 영광의 전투가 펼쳐지리라. 엔타로 GSL.
I can't stop breathing. I'm only burning. We always run.
Round of 24. Party. Young. Patience. Money. Africa team. Prego Studio Live. 2020. GSL Seasons. Korea's Last Stand.
Welcome back, everybody. It's now time for the final best of 3, a fight for the final spot in the round of 16. This is a PvP for a change today, after nothing but PvTs, but I'll say very good PvTs. I think if you're someone learning this matchup on either side, there's a lot you can take away.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's one of the more educational days.
Yeah.
Especially from the Protoss side. Like, seeing Patience's style over and over and seeing it kind of just continue to work and then Parting accidentally doing it and winning, it's like, okay, there's definitely something here.
Okay, we're going to go now into game 1 here. Patience versus Parting on Death Aura. There is 1 spot remaining in the round of 16, and the loser here is out of the GSL Code S. Let's go. Let's go! Now!
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우린 더욱 강하다. 팀 LP, Patience, 조기다.
He's already playing his own style here.
Yes, he is.
드래곤 피닉스 게임 파티 1 이상.
This is very exciting. Patience has a gate on the low ground, so he's clearly doing some sort of walled build.
Yeah.
Probably a fast Nexus. We'll see. How is Patient or Parting going to deal with this? He's actually getting the scout pretty quickly. That's quick enough that he can definitely alter his plans.
And you know, PvP truly is a matchup of different mind games and surprises and oftentimes gambles, bluffs. And that's one of the reasons why Parting can be so strong in it. And so, you know, on the surface area, this looks like it's a fast expand build, but we have the second gas already being taken here. You can see.
Well, you pylon block, so I think you just have to switch it up, right?
Yeah. Or does he actually want him to pylon block and he was going to do the gas anyways? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, I think he would have preferred to make the Nexus. The time the probe came down, it felt like a Nexus. But hard to say.
So we have 2 adepts coming here from Parting. And the Zealot is now down here.
I love it. I love it.
That's great. So the Cybernetics core can keep warping in even if the pylon is stopped here, and that has a lot more hit points. And it can be canceled just as easily, and so this really inhibits different options here for Patience. And that's, I think, a lot of times the kind of game that Parting wants to play is one where, like, he knows your decision tree, and therefore he can try to organize his tree of decisions around yours until you're eventually cornered and he has some kind of strategic advantage. And so with all the effort put into delaying the Nexus, it does finally come down as both sides tech into Stargate. Patience a little bit more quick than Partings.
I want to see what they do with these Stargates. Like, is there any chance Patience goes Void Ray here? Because doesn't it feel like he has to be on the defensive?
Yeah, I think that's possible.
I want to see. I don't know. I mean, Patience really plays his own thing. Okay, Oracle coming out.
Looks like this is going to be picked off. I like the attempted body block there with the Adept.
Yeah.
Plugging the entrance there.
Yeah, Patience is going Void Ray.
And I think this is a pretty smart response here.
Yeah, I think Void Ray is a good choice.
Since he doesn't really know what's coming at him, you're just a Void Ray, even though it's like not a great unit to have in a long game, it does eliminate a lot of opportunities from the other side.
Well, he's making a second Void Ray.
Oh, is there a chance for aggression here?
And, you know, once upon a time, you could go mass Void Rays in this matchup. It was kind of weird, and there was two different ways to do it. One, Hearthstone, if I recall correctly, was going Void Ray Disruptor a lot, which was really interesting, right? Because basically everything that beats Void Rays is things like Blink Stalker. So if you try to blink at him, you just throw it out that, right?
Look at this. My Oracle has devil horns.
Yeah, but also there was just some mass Void Ray into carrier builds back in the day, and the amount of Void Rays he's making, I mean, once you get a certain amount and they're near shield batteries, Stalkers aren't going to do that well against them.
That is true.
I'm very excited about this build from Patience.
Yeah, and Patience might be setting this up where it's going to... Oh! Doesn't get... Okay, he's just going to get in here. No. Look at me just reacting to everything incorrectly. I'm like, well, I don't...
Whoa, the Shades made it through. I'm like, yes, they did.
Okay, the Oracle's picked up.
Ooh, 6 kills.
Yeah, that's
really
pretty
nice.
good.
Really nice. Look at this. He is down 13 probes.
But now we're going to have the strategy here from Patience actually play out. Patience is headed up here towards the north with the pylon and proxy gate available here to put a lot of pressure on this. There's only one battery for now.
Okay, so he's got like 4 Stalkers, a lot of Adepts, a very important Sentry, and some Void Rays, and he's going to be playing against 1 battery here. Like, maybe let the one on the high ground finish, I'm not sure, but wow.
This is a lot of damage.
So quickly. Look at those Void Rays just slay now.
Oh, they kind of moved a little bit here to target a different location.
Yeah, he actually
Blink
targets,
is finishing,
oh my God,
which is actually making a huge difference as far as how many more shots are put off here.
Look at the damage output
I think
from
this
Patience.
is just too much here from Patience, right? I mean,
well, if he doesn't do it, then Parting's going to be okay, I think, because he has Blink, right? So that's going to be really good against him.
Parting is blinking like crazy here. Both these Void Rays are very low. The Stalker's still targeting. One goes down.
Oh my God, the shield batteries
Oh
here
my
are just so out of energy. Targeting down with the Void onto the very hurt ones. Void Ray so low, finally gets picked off.
Beautiful play. He does have a force field there. The blink forward comes. Sentry is gone. It's only Stalker versus Stalker now, as probes are being pulled in this fight as well.
It's blink versus no blink, but very damaged Stalker's party. Look at that blink! Oh my God, blinks out the units right before they get hit. Dodging volleys. Really expert micro from Parting.
Worker count right now is 30 to 31, so it's actually fairly even here, but the Stalkers, in theory, are better than the Stalkers of Patience here because they have blink, but as the Stalker count gets higher and higher here for Patience, I actually got confused. There was one that looked like it was Patience's Stalker that was actually Parting Stalker.
Yeah. Dude, just watching this blink micro where he's at literally 1 shot on so many of these Stalkers and getting out of there, it's really tough because if you try to target and he blinks away, it just glitches your Stalkers and they walk forward. So sometimes attack move is better in those situations, but then you're not targeting things down, so your opponent's gaining value like that as well.
Yeah, it's a very delicate situation for control on both sides, really. And we actually have a straight-up counter-attack coming in over here.
Oh, if his batteries were done, this would be a lot easier. I guess they're low enough on health that he's still going to be all right, though.
Oh, I don't know about this from Parting here.
Yeah, it seems a little
This seems a little bit desperate.
He's diving a bit too much.
Oh, he's got to back up. He's got to back up.
Just in the nick of time there.
So this Oracle could absolutely come through here and kill off some more workers. Again, worker count is mirroring each other here, 42-42.
Yeah, but the tech for parting is infinity times better, right? It's like we have an Oracle here, and I hope it does something for his sake. Okay, gonna throw down a Stasis Ward. Catches 3 probes. Not exactly what he was looking for. I like that parting is... Like, just the fact that he has Blink right now, right? He's kind of in control. Whereas, oh my god, look at the hidden base from Patience.
Yeah, that's a really cute location to expand to because you're not going to look there necessarily.
It's so easy to kill if he sees it.
Yeah, and
so
he actually might see it
easy.
just by having a Warp Prism fly through there.
That is possible. Like, the thing is, I think if he uses a Prism, it'll be for a frontal attack because parting has the advantage, right?
Oh, I see. That's a good point.
So it'll probably be something meant to kill, and he puts a Dark Shrine there too. Patience just gamble, gamble, gamble.
Yeah, this guy is very okay with playing an obtuse game here. And this is cool because it's against Parting, who always has interesting decisions and strategies. And he's actually double expanding. So the idea is he's trying to make it look like he's a little bit behind in expansions by taking it after Parting takes his third. But meanwhile, over here in the center right is a new base that could... And this is StarCraft, man. Sometimes you have a game where somebody just hides a base and all other factors are fairly insignificant because one side just had more mind and the other side didn't have a good read on it and so wasn't able to calculate where he or she was at.
This game has been so weird. I don't think you can scout and be like, oh, he has a hidden nexus somewhere. If he didn't take that third nexus, then you'd be like, okay, something's up. But the fact that he took the regular-looking third nexus, I think, is incredibly important. In fact, I think he stalled on shooting there to let it see it, but maybe I'm overselling that suddenly.
No, I think you could actually be right. No, there's a lot to that.
Well, you want him to see that because then Parting's like, yeah, I'm ahead in every way like I expect. Yeah. But that extra base, this is like... I am just loving watching Patience right now. I don't even know what else to say. This is such a pleasure and a treat to watch such different StarCraft play. He really plays his own game.
And so, again, if you are Parting, you're not in a hurry to do anything. You know, oh, his third is later, his tech was later too. Let's just keep getting further ahead. But secretly, Patience will start to change his position as the minerals and the gas from the fourth base that's hidden starts to be mined. For now, though, and again, it doesn't mean that, how do I say this? Patience has given up a certain amount of income to take 2 nexuses, so he's also actually weak to a timing attack, too.
Yeah. But he's got the DTs, right? So that slows it.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a master of stalling things out so that his broken play can fix itself.
Oh, my eyes here. Okay, it's starting to kill some probes. And this is a lot of kills, man.
Yeah, it really is.
You know, it's annoying for the Protoss, man. You have to take an Observer or an Oracle over there now if you don't have something. There's no scan for that.
And Patience suddenly, he's on 4 base economy, 60 workers against 54. He's down an army.
His opponent has not been able to effectively scout.
They are both going into Blank Disruptor here. Parting's a little bit ahead on that regard. He's getting his charge, he's getting his +2, so yeah, Parting still has some edges. Oh, man.
Oh, my God, he doesn't see that base in the upper right. That's so sick.
That is so sick.
Because he's looking here, he's like, no fourth? No fourth, good.
Yeah. In fact, not seeing the fourth might make him think, oh, maybe I should, you know, sit back a little bit defensively. Like, maybe Patience is going to attack me. And look, his Stalker just came up and scouted. There were Stalkers there waiting for it that killed it.
And by the way, now that we see a fourth being taken here for Parting, then Patience takes his, what looks to be a fourth, but is actually a fifth. And this is one way to play, guys. When you hide a base, all you got to do is act like you're still behind the whole time as you're getting further and further ahead.
That, like, this is so crazy.
Oh, hold on.
I hope he doesn't
Imagine
see it. Just come down the ramp.
Oh, no.
Oh,
All right.
now he sees
That's
it. Now he's like, what?
What is this doing here? How long did he have this? Right now, in Parting's mind, it's racing. Like, wait. When was this taken here?
Yeah.
How long have I not scouted this position? All these thoughts. Now, again, because it's Protoss, you can recall the probes, send them to the base now at the 4th. I still think Patience gets most of the advantages from this.
Yeah, I agree.
I would say that this basically
that was
worked.
Still good. It was still good. It did a lot for him. It's gone now, and he can't make any more DTs, but that might be good for him as well. Patience sometimes makes more DTs than he really needs.
Sure.
Okay, Patience, it's weird his army movement right now. Like, I think that's a group of Blink Stalkers that he has, just kind of over there on the high ground. He's just kind of walking around with them. Ooh, blinks his DTs on top of the disruptors.
Yeah, this is pretty nasty here. And he actually... That was pretty good.
Yeah, he saved it. He lost like 1 disruptor there and had to cancel his Nexus. But it's 4 base against 4 base right now. Patience actually has more workers. Very similar as far as supply goes.
That's a lot of DTs.
Parting loves late game blink DTs.
Well, it's funny
he has 13 DTs.
I think Parting likes to take advantage of how fast the game moves and the fact that if you're just not paying attention, the DT like this.
Oh my god.
This is like so much damage. Wow, look at this. The DT's just shredding through here. Meanwhile, Parting pushing through.
Oh, but
good.
A gigantic stasis ward. He does end up holding that off.
It's key you have your disruptors fire first here. Great job. He's starting to carve through. Again, these stalkers are coming.
Oh my god, he almost trapped them all with the force fields. He was 1 force field shy of getting all those disruptors.
Yeah.
Instead, he gets none?
By the way, his Nexus is still there in the upper right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, that's remade though, right?
It might be, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Great connects on another disruptor.
Mm-hmm. Parting really out-microing right now.
If Parting can keep doing this and inch it a little bit further, maybe get rid of some of those cannons, I think he can start to really beat up this player.
Oh, very good hit there from Patience finally. Parting trying to blink forward to kill it.
Okay, Patience lives.
He does live.
And gets that extra base. I think Patience is slowly going to win this game.
You think so? I look at Parting's army quality. It's just higher, right? His blink DTs are kind of, well, they're super cool. We'll see how much more they do. But he's got way more disruptors right now. Okay, Patience is going for a big counterattack. And look at this. He's just planning on holding the high ground here. And actually with 3 disruptors and a couple of mortals and a handful of gateway units, he's going to.
Okay, Stalker's going to come through here. There's DTs and disruptors here ready for a fight, so I think there's no way. I almost feel like Patience has too many Stalkers. I don't see a lot else.
Yeah, you're right. 32 Stalkers is probably a little bit excessive.
Yeah, that's, I don't know if you need like that many.
Yeah, they can't even all fire at once.
Yeah. Look at this. Where are we blinking? What are we blinking?
Who are we blinking?
Who are we blinking? Okay, well, it's even on bases, and Parting's starting to take a lead here.
Gosh,
These
I
are
really
some
miss Blink Disruptor.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, the Stalkers, not the ones here, but the ones across the map over here, are actually going up towards the new base here for Parting. It's,
Okay, well, he can cancel that.
Yeah.
Seems easy enough. No? Just walk away.
Yeah, what's he doing?
Nah, he doesn't want it.
He's like, you know what?
You definitely don't want to be caught by your opponent, but he has so many Stalkers, he has to know that there's not an equal number of Stalkers.
He actually needs to trade some of these out, I think, to get a better balance.
But what if he goes up to 40 Stalkers?
Oh,
is that where they get good again?
That's where, yeah, they suddenly... It's like Colossus, but even better.
Oh, nice.
Okay, well, Parting's continuing to chase him down here. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see that base killed off earlier on. It's sort of just...
Dude, this is
like you
wild.
had it.
Look at this game. This is so much cooler than a lot of PvPs.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're in a really crazy position here now.
Okay, he's at 42 Stalkers now.
He's going to go up to 50.
So that is where it gets good again.
He is going up to 50, Artosis.
48 Stalkers.
We're going to get to
It's almost 100 supply of Stalkers.
We used to talk about blunking, like not where you blink away, but you blink on top of blunk.
Oh,
but we
yeah,
might
I
have a
remember
blop, actually.
Blop?
Or you just blop into their base
Someone's
and everything
getting
dies.
blopped one way or the other.
Taking me to Blop Town.
Oh my god, you almost just got the disruptors with that. All right, well, I mean, obviously, this is a much more...
I feel like Parting's army is better.
Yes,
it's
better.
like, look, there's a lot more you can do with this.
But
and
look,
he's
there's
like,
a lot of Stalkers, man.
Yeah.
Okay, the DT's blinked ahead, and oh my god, they're dealing so much damage.
You're trying to get into a StarCraft game, not win the Guinness Book of World Records here. Like, I don't know if getting just on the most Stalkers ever is the way to play this.
Oh. Okay, well, hold on. He's back up to 49 Stalkers, so almost at that magic supply. Killing another base out there.
Oh, nice.
Oh, huge disruptor hit.
Oh.
Okay, well, he throws out a couple, but actually the Stasis Ward kind of saves him, but also makes it so that his Disruptor Ball doesn't do anything.
Nice hits on those probes. There's a counterattack here with the majority of those Stalkers, and then there's plenty more over here to try to come in here from behind. The problem is, Parting has so many disruptors, I genuinely don't understand how Patience's Stalkers ever come in there and fight the death ball that Parting has here. It seems like Parting has all the tools, and Patience has this like kind of weird number. Look, Patience isn't doing that much right now. I guess he's going to hit this area over here, but like, am I wrong in saying that Parting's doing more important damage? Maybe I am, actually.
Maybe because there's two groups, so he's killing two bases at once. Parting's only killing one base at a time, but maybe Parting holds. The thing is, look, we don't even have charge for Patience, so he just warped in a bunch of Zealots,
yeah, he's
which
like,
are going to
no.
walk away.
Yeah.
Not even walk, saunter.
Saunter away.
They're sauntering away.
Yeah. And then this base is destroyed, so then what now? It's like Patience just goes down and kills the other Nexuses and then goes back home and can defend against all the Stalkers and then win the game, I think.
Well, he needs about 15 more Stalkers, I think, right? He's at 34 right now.
Yeah,
Some of these things that he's blinking away from, I'm like, no, just fight. Like, you're...
Yeah.
He actually has so much here. The charge lots aren't even doing anything.
So it seems like Patience has now set up an army more similar to, along the ideas of what Parting had there, where he's got some disruptors and he's got some Stalkers.
Parting's army is so wild right now. Look at this, 11 disruptors, 32 Stalkers. This is against 4 disruptors and 38 Stalkers. Parting's numbers just looking superior.
Yeah, here we go. Disruptors are going to come forward here. Now it's hard. Oh, look at that. There's so many Stalkers, it's hard to get them to move in unison.
Parting expanding again here over to the left side. Yeah, it's fewer disruptors, but in a way, like, easier to control because of that. Right, as long as you just throw out one Nova at a time, it's very hard to break through. Just stuff blinking everywhere.
So if we look at the mini-map, you can see that there's more bases. Oh, actually, I guess there's not more bases. There's a few places with gas and no Nexuses. But right now, Parting's mining. I don't know that Patience can get out on the map more, and this is a big moment. This attack here, it's going to be hard to get down the stairs ever with those Stalkers. They might try to come in here from behind.
You know, a lot of times you're trying to get one big disruptor on your opponent's disruptors. If he could do that, he could still take this. Going across the map
Stalkers
now with a huge amount.
I think we need to have a recall here. Oh, actually, he's not even counterattacking into the right spot. He went where there was no Nexus, realized there was no base there, and is now going to go elsewhere. Meanwhile, oh,
well,
nice hit.
That's a pretty big hit.
Oh, he can blink in over this if he wants to. That's it. He blinks
Hold
in
on,
over.
hold on. Oh, yeah, no, that disruptor hit not good enough. It looks like Parting is going for the kill, but there's a lot of Stalkers out in the map still.
Yeah, but I think he can get all the bases now.
But what does Parting have left? Oh, Parting has one mining base.
Yeah, he's got one mining base. That's one too many, I think, for Patience.
Maybe
he's going to get this Nexus
can go kill it?
I don't know.
He's coming out to fish for some big hits here. Or is he just... Oh, man. Ooh! Oh, nice dodging from Parting.
Okay, continuing to come through here. And now we've got a big counter up here, up at 12. This is the moment Patience has to make something work. I imagine a recall is in order. Here we go.
Yeah, there is a big recall right there. He has got to back up.
And I think from here, I can't imagine play fancy enough with Stalkers to actually make this work.
I think there's a small chance, but I think there is a chance, right? Because he has so many, and this game is so messy right now. Like, one big disruptor ball, one big catch. Like, look at this. He's catching a bunch of the Stalkers. Those Stalkers are dead.
Gets the Observer.
But hold on, actually.
He gets the Observer. If there's a DT with this, he can't fight it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he sniped the Observer.
He has no observers?
He has no observers over his army.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
So, like...
He has 2 observers somewhere. He needs them.
Yeah, they need to be on
This is where
screen with
observers
the
being sieged is what gets you. You're just
Yeah.
F2 and everywhere. Like, where's my observers?
Where'd it go? Okay, sorry, there's an Observer over there now.
Yeah, he has 2 with his army at the moment. Okay, Parting is actually walking home to fight this.
This would be a good angle for the fight for Patience to try to take it. Controlling the stairs over here.
Yeah.
Like, how do you get up there?
One of Patience's disruptors walked the wrong way there, which was painful. Yeah, how do you get up those stairs? I don't think you really can.
Thing is, he doesn't have to... Party doesn't have to fight this if he doesn't want to, right? He just says, I don't care, I have a base that's mining. And
he's taking another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I see what you mean.
Gaining a little bit of ground.
Oh, he's going to lose all his observers. He's got to be careful
Is he
about
going to go
that,
up
man.
onto the high ground? No.
No, that would...
That was madness.
Some of these disruptor balls, man, I can see Patience blowing Pappas Stalkers.
Oh my god, nice idea though. Try to pick that up and save that.
Yeah. Well, he saved a couple at least.
I think Patience is running out of time.
Oh, picks off the Prism, nice.
In a game like this, I think you can't be patient. I think he needs to do more.
Dude,
I don't know that he can.
He has more army supply. They have the same amount of disruptors now.
Yeah.
Here he comes.
Blink. DT blink.
Oh my god! Is Patience going to take this?
I think he might with those kills. The DTs were like one of the weapons that was really allowing him to actually have a shot here. If he can keep these disruptor shots going. Again, he can't get up and over there yet.
Oh my god, he gets another disruptor there. Targets down another one that's shooting at him. Now he can just dive on everything, and he has more Stalkers. It looks like Patience is going to take game 1.
Yeah, this is...
Now this is StarCraft tasteless.
Yeah,
Holy
this is crazy.
Crap, this game. Insane.
I actually think Patience, yeah, I think it could do it. There's one disruptor left.
Wait, there's
no.
DTs.
Oh, no, there's one observer.
Okay,
One observer.
Okay. Yeah, you only have one
GG,
left.
Patience.
Wow.
Oh! That was so good. That was crazy. And I think Parting did a pretty good job fighting against it. Hidden base, worked out back and forth. One of the best PvPs I've ever seen in my whole life.
Yes, that was something else, seriously. Patience with completely his own style. I mean, he's walking around the map with 40 Stalkers all game long.
All day long.
Dude,
all night long.
He just needed a few big disruptor hits, and that's what he ended up getting.
Let's go to Eternal Empire for game 2. Patience with a 1-0 lead, and you can see the frustration here with Parting. He is pissed.
Yeah, no, he's had a wonderful year in GSL. He's really performed. He's had great games.
Yeah.
But here he is on the brink of elimination in the round of 24. That doesn't feel right for Parting right now.
It does not.
He's at least a round of 8 guy right now, you know?
Eternal Empire for game 2. Patience versus Parting, fighting for the last spot in the round of 16 in the GSL. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. Team LP, Patience, 조지현. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 파티 123.
That was just such a cool game. And now we have Parting with the gate on low ground. Interesting.
There were so many factors to that game back there. It's so funny because you're watching these two armies that kind of can't ever, if they overextend, they lose everything, but they have to try to threaten each other. And you can see them jousting at each other back and forth and then having to retreat somewhere. And, you know, I think out of all the games we've ever had on that previous map, that was one where there were so many weird positions you could go back and look at and think, okay, well, were you not supposed to blink here? Were you supposed to break off some units here? Like, how does this work exactly?
Totally. There's just so much craziness.
And it seemed like there were just so many stalkers, because you and I were both on the same page on this, where we thought, oh, you got to have more disruptors with this and less stalkers. But there were so many that he was able to occasionally break off a few and just go somewhere and do some damage.
Well, when he's sitting defensively with disruptors up a ramp, maybe that's where the mistake was for Party. He was having more success when he had the disruptors, or at least some disruptors, defending. Either way, it looks like this is a 3-gate with a proxy gate in the natural of Patience. Now, Patience looks to be proxying something as well against the full wall of Parting. So this is down and dirty.
So it's even weirder in PvP where they're both cheesing each other out, because then you have a totally new level of like variables that both sides have to know. And it's a robo down here.
Yeah, and the way he ran out with the second probe, I think, is somewhat important. I think it's more likely now that the stalkers go that way rather than down to see the robo.
Okay, so again, Patience, if he wins here, he wins this. It looks like the stalker's not going to go down. So what Parting's tried, at least to start with, it's worked. But at the same time, the location that he's making units at...
Ooh, what is he doing? Pull back!
Oh, man. Oh, my God, he's going to get it. And this is even worse now because he can keep hunting him down here.
Yeah,
there's more stalkers.
He'll flank this, too, because he has a stalker at the natural.
And I don't know how much...
Oh, it's not done. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He's making an Immortal down at the bottom. Patience is.
Okay. The Immortal, I mean, might just unpower the gates and ruin Parting's plan. That seems possible to me. Okay, he sees exactly what's going on. He needs another shield battery. All right, puts one down, but it's 4 stalkers against 2. Yeah, pulling his probes, just about the only thing he can do here. Now, does he do the recall, or does he...
Oh, my God, here we go.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, the tidal wave is here. There is nothing that Patience can do. And this is a really smart move by Parting to basically come in here and just sledgehammer him with units.
Yeah. Oh, he actually mismicros those probes heavily. He could have blocked all of those in there for at least a little bit.
Yeah.
It looks like he's still going to end up holding. Now, what is the Immortal up to?
What is he doing with that? He's just going to run all the way back up there?
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's what happened. He killed the pylon. I was going to say, I thought there would be more stalkers here.
Yeah, he recalls. I love it.
Okay, so this is, again, already really exciting. I didn't realize he killed the pylon back there. I thought, okay, well, there's supposed to be like 3 more stalkers coming up here and this game's over, right?
Oh, great play.
But they're both going to take out each other's pylons. Now, losing the robo is actually a lot more dramatic than losing a gateway, even though everything is kind of on edge here. It's 19 probes to 23 probes here, Parting with a minimal lead. But at the same time, there's one Immortal on the other side of the map. And Immortals beat Stalkers.
Yeah, Immortals beat Stalkers, but there's one Immortal, as you said, not multiple, and he's walking across the map right now. Look, there he is. He's like, you know what I need to do? My most important, most expensive unit, I want it to be at my opponent's watchtower right now.
He's like, are there any Stalkers here? Yeah.
Well, I guess he's going to catch one, isn't he?
Try my Immortal guns on for size.
Correct. That's the one thing you never expect at your watchtower.
Yeah,
This,
like,
at,
an Immortal.
At 5 minutes and 20 seconds, there's normally not an Immortal there.
A spotter Immortal, of course.
I'm always scouting with my Immortals.
Yeah.
Only thing less likely is a High Templar sitting there alone.
Yeah. All right, don't try this. Don't do it, Patience.
No, that's
madness.
That would be terrible. Okay, well, they're both going Nexus. Dark Shrine for Patience, of course.
I think the game calms down. Yeah, Dark Shrine coming here. Blink over here for Parting. Now, Blink's going to finish before we have DTs in the game. Again, the Robo was not remade in the main, right?
No, I don't think so.
So, okay, so he just has the one Immortal.
Yeah.
Now, Blink Stalker can actually murder an Immortal and then win the game, too. So you're going to see the Dark...
He blocks it from scouting the Dark Shrine.
So good.
That's a pretty big deal.
People are just so good now that the game's been out for so long.
It's pretty wild. This is the most frustrating thing I have to tell you, too. Every time I do play StarCraft 2 ladder and my Phoenix gets caught by Stalkers that are like, they're like in a weird location and they catch it, I'm like, oh my god, I just had no idea.
Okay.
Observer coming out.
Was a War Prison for a second, but yeah, he's getting the Observer, which is important, man, because these DTs are coming.
It out. He's like, you're really trying to block these, aren't you?
That's really good instinct, because he goes, what are you trying to hide so badly?
Yeah, and look at him. He's blocking the entrance. Literally just standing there as a wall.
And Blink is done here. So he's going to start to take hits. The battery heals it up. And great body blocking. Takes that out. 2 kills.
Handsome.
Muting the power of the DTs in this game. Parting looking so strong. And even spotting the pylon and the gateway down here. This is very annoying now for Patience. What a great PvP this is.
Okay, Parting. He's getting into charge. He's getting into +1. He's making his 3rd Nexus. Gonna go for a more gateway-centric style. I think it's actually a great idea for a weird game like this, especially when you know that your opponent lost his Robo already and has DT tech, right? When you put that all together, it's like, well, I mean, he's going to get a bigger economy and way more units Parting is.
Hey, quick PSA for everybody who's watching. The group selection is after this.
Yes.
So we're far from done today.
Dude, what a great day of StarCraft. Yeah. Really?
Andy will be translating the entire group selection. We won't be here, but you're going to get to see the round of 16 as this show is going late into the night.
Yeah, and that's always a ton of fun to have ByuN in there as well. Oh my god, it's just amazing. All right, Patience going to take his 3rd. It's quite a bit later. Similar probe counts at the moment. He doesn't have a Forge. He starts Immortal production. I really don't like Patience's position here. I really do not. He made some very cool moves this game overall, but looking at this looks very much Parting favored to me. Very much.
Yeah, I think Parting is playing a cleaner game. It's funny, too, though, because like in the last game, it seemed like Parting was playing kind of better, and Patience was playing like in a kind of weirder, riskier, wonkier, lopsided way. But he did make it work in the end. Again, it's that Patience win.
Yeah.
He has a very unusual way of seeing the game that I think if this guy can master this, he's going to be unstoppable, really.
I think that if he got slightly better decision-making and way better micro, the guy would be like championship quality.
I agree.
Now, I do want to mention, Patience is really mixing it up here again. He's going double Robo, and this could be Colossus tech, this could be Disruptor tech. I honestly don't know which one he's going to go for. I think it'll be Disruptor, but we'll see here in a second. And that's really interesting. If he turtles heavily, like, I wonder, first off, is Parting going to attack? Normally when you go for this gateway heavy style that is low on Immortals, you have to attack with it because it doesn't scale like the Robo units, right? But if Patience just turtles well, like as in shield batteries, I mean, you could throw it on a cannon or two. Even just making a wall of gates so that the charge lots can't just immediately connect with the army.
Just getting some material on the board that blocks this out.
That will allow his double Robo to come into play. Like, look how many sentries he has to block things. He has 2 Disruptors out. He's going to have more.
He's getting a 2nd Dark Shrine.
Oh my god, he is getting a 2nd Dark Shrine. That is so funny.
I like the hallucinated Colossus.
Okay, let's see.
Hallucinated Disruptor here too.
He's trying to bait him.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Well, the Blink's here. The damage is here as well, though. I think Parting's just going to massacre this, right?
Yeah.
Right? This is like...
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit too fancy here.
Hold on. 4 shield batteries. I think you're still right. There's a lot of Zealots in here. This is making it very hard. Oh, I love that blink onto the high ground from Parting. That's so handsome. But yeah, it looks like he's going to wipe through it. Against this, he actually needed a building wall. If he had made a full building wall before that got there, I think it would have bought him enough time that he could have held on.
Game 3 is in order. The last game in the round of 24 for the last season of GSL this year. Great PvPs with these two. And what a weird start there. The Immortal Rush on one side, the Stalker all in on the other. And then the Immortal actually, while being on the other side of the map, saves the main base by disabling the pylon.
Yeah.
So crazy.
A lot of weight on that thing's shoulders.
Ever dreamed. This is it. One more spot. One more spot in the round of 16. So much on the line. Patience and parting. Both want this. They both need this for their careers. Only one is going to move on. Two players with two unusual styles. I have no idea who's going to take this. Let's find out as our game has loaded up.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. Team LP, patience, 조지현.
Okay, we have a probe being sent out on the map here. Usually we skip the intro for this, but I guess we're going with it anytime.
Yeah, that's pretty quick, isn't it? Is it going to be a can? Oh, no. It's not. Here's the gate.
Yeah, sometimes whenever parties play, whenever a probe sent it, I'm like, ooh,
Yeah.
what's he doing?
Just a bit quicker than we normally see.
Yeah, I don't know if there's something cool.
Maybe he wants to steal a gas?
Looks like it.
Yeah, but he just makes it as it pops in. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little bit unsure.
Second gate comes down. Yeah, I'm not sure what the scouting probe was for. I mean, it looks like to take a gas, but it seems like that's really easy for
it's very easy
party
to
to just be like,
gas
watch
so
this,
cheap.
dude. Bap, I can make gases too.
Yeah. Maybe he just wants to get an early read on what's going on, like if there's any gates out in the front. Or
I guess if
I don't know.
I guess sometimes scouting the main and just seeing what's not there, you're like, okay, something's happening.
These probes passing each other all over the place on the map. You know that, you know in the Fifth Element where they show like all the cars flying over the city and it looks hectic? That's like what it is with probes here, man. They're just like, they're going everywhere all over the map.
Yeah.
Just crisscrossing.
Oh, look at this. A pylon over here. They're both doing something bad to each other.
Man.
We've got a pylon in the natural here. And this might not get scouted. Keep in mind, it was Party that did this to Patience in the last game. And we might have Party doing what Patience did in the other game. I mean, there's kind of a role reversal here. Both of these are aimed at punishing players who expand quickly. But of course, with these two, the odds of anybody taking a base too fast, it seems almost funny.
So yeah, it does. That would be the weirdest thing they could do. A
Damn,
robo. Are you kidding me? A
are
robo?
evil.
Of everything that you could put there, it's a robo.
Yeah. Are there going to be horns on that robo? I can't believe this build.
All right,
Stargate.
This is wild. Okay, so it's the Adept heavy version.
And where does it all end up? I mean, the Stargates come in here. I assume it's going to be an Immortal made to start punching holes through the entrance, right? But what's going to be back at home to defend? There's a gateway here.
Oh, this
Nexus
is so crazy.
needs glasses.
This is just, the Immortal's going to pop out.
Oh my God, and he also gets in here. Now here's something we got to point out is that this is how you lose just almost any PvP, is they get two Adepts in and kill off a bunch of probes. But Patience is just like, this is so funny because, yeah, I guess you can fit all this back here and they just don't see it, and then the Nexus finishes and you go, uh-oh.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like he should lose the Nexus no matter what. Oh, don't fire
Don't
yet.
fire, don't fire,
yet.
don't fire, don't fire.
Really?
Really?
Truly?
It's like I got my guns pointed at you. Another kill.
Okay, so he lost the
Now, here's the thing. I think the Nexus is expendable if you can get the Oracles in here and kill all the probes, right? I mean, that's...
Look at this. He's actually keeping 3 Stalkers at home. So he's actually read the situation pretty darn well. Gonna get rid of the shield battery. Targeting down this pylon now. It's not gonna unpower anything.
Here he comes.
If he had not left 3 Stalkers at home, he would be done.
Yeah, no, he would have lost everything. So it's 13 workers to 26. So 20. The red player parting is still, he has more workers. The push is ideally gets in here, kills the Stalkers, and then wins the games, but he hasn't done that yet. And going for air in this game with the Oracles, parting circumvented that, done a lot of damage, and then back up.
Oh man, he actually loses one of the Adepts there at least. Now a second Immortal out with that Prism. This is so hard to stop. He's losing his gateway. He's not even going to be able to warp units in. All right, he's making his own Immortal now. It is going to be out pretty soon. He does have triple shield battery.
It does seem like there might be enough batteries as long as you just keep rebuilding everything that's destroyed out here. Oh, I love this. Does he get it? Oh!
Everything on Earth gets... He made like all the wrong decisions there. He was targeting with some probes and then targeting the Oracle with the Stalker.
This game is so insane. Parting's barely hanging on. He's going to try to elevate it up. Patience is really going. He's going to try to just do enough damage. The angling, the gas geyser that has been built on is actually in such an undesirable spot here.
Oh, he's got to save these Immortals. Oh, just barely gets that one out.
There's 3 Immortals over here. 2 now out over for Parting.
Oh my God, the 3 Immortals right now. 2 of them have taken hull damage. Another Immortal pops out for Parting here. Oh my God, he loses one.
Really well.
Patience needs to pick up that other one. Oh my God, oh my.
It's getting so low.
The craziest micro. 9 probes killed off, and that is it.
Parting.
GG.
He advances to the last spot in the GSL.
Oh my God, that was insanity, and Patience eliminated. But an amazing night tonight. I'm actually kind of really sad that he's not going to be moving on.
Yeah, well, I mean, what a great series. That's the round of 24, guys. That's how good our tournament is.
Wow.
Damn.
That was the best group.
Yeah,
we had amazing games tonight.
I feel for Patience, too.
Yeah, I feel for
so
Bunny.
many little factors, man. I mean, it's could have been possible in another few decisions if Patience was moving on, but
yeah.
Parting squeaks by. Got to be happy about that. Guys, our show is far from done. In a little bit, we're going to have the interview with the, what I want to say, it was group selection. We're going to interview here, but then we have the group selection. Let's go to that interview now.
And the last person to move on to round of 16 is Parting of Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Congratulations. Thank you. Wow, what a neck and neck match, but you secure the last spot in the round of 16. How do you feel?
지금 원래 이거 게이머 약간 국룰이 있어요. 24강 그냥 기본기로.
You know, there's actually a rule for a pro gamer.
즐거운 마음으로
Round of 24 has to be an easy one, has to be one that you can play with a relaxed mind.
그런 느낌으로 올라갔어야 됐는데.
And that should have been how things should have been.
8강, 16강 경기한 것 같아가지고.
But that felt like a round of 16 match, like no jokes.
그래서 원래 24강 할 때 빌드 같은 거 준비 잘 안 하.
So when I played round of 24, I don't really prepare the builds.
좀 게이머 이렇게 얘기 오고 가고 하면은 잘하는 사람 3명 있다고 지금 제가 떨어질 수도 있다 그런 말 많았어.
And you know there were some talks going on that I might get eliminated because there are 3 good players in my team.
이 생각을 했어. 그냥 오늘 올라갈 생각하면 안 되겠다.
And as soon as I played my first match, I realized that I'm probably not gonna be able to advance tonight. But luckily, I've been able to. I was able to. Alright, let's talk about the final match first. You are tier 1 player in that group, but there was such a neck and neck match. So what was going on in that game?
워낙 그 지연이랑 저랑 친해가지고.
You know, Patience and I are really close.
심리전이 진짜 많이 오고
And there were some really decent mind games going on.
프로토스전을 좀 즐겨 하시는 분들이라면 좀 아시는 그런 좀 약간 심리전 같은 게 있었어요.
And as for fans, they probably know if they are used to the PvP, the mind games going on.
프로토스전 할 때 운영 많이 하는데.
And Patience does tend to go for the macro and PvP.
근데 저 그걸 또 역이용해서 약간.
And he went for the all-in, and I tried to reverse that strategy and try to go for all-in as well.
첫 경기 변현우 선수와의 경기도 이야기를 해보겠습니다.
Let's talk about the first match against ByuN.
경기는 졌지만 폭풍한
He did lose for the
빌드만큼은
match,
마음속에
but
남았습니다.
that Tempest build was definitely memorable. There was a Tempest in a long time. So how did you prepare that build?
제가 이제 한 4일 전인가?
Like 4 days ago,
제가 새벽에 잠이 안 와가지고
you know, I couldn't sleep at night.
마루 대 클래식 그러니까 도우 형이랑 성주 경기를
So I watched a replay between Maru and
갑자기
Classic.
도우 형이 보고 싶어가지고 그러니까
And then I-
생각나가지고 게임
and then I,
요새 코스들이
kind
약간
of
좀
missed Classic.
힘들다고 생각을 하기 때문에 저는 개인적으로 도우 형 같은 참신한 이렇게 빌드 만드는
You know,
사람이
Classic
있어야
was
돼서
such an
돌려보니까
innovative
갑자기
player.
이런 꿀 빌드를 내가 생각 못했다고.
And then I came across the Tempest build while looking at this match.
느낌으로 그게 오늘 현우 형이었는데.
And that Tempest build was definitely a gamble
그
build.
경기를 멋있게 이겼지만.
But it did work against ByuN, and I won that
아주
game really nice. But
그
I
경기를
did
김도우 선수
lose the
환상
match in
경기로
general.
좀 기억이 될 것 같습니다. 자, 잠시 후 이렇게 또 16강 진출을 이뤄냈기 때문에
And we
마지막
soon
16강 조지명식
have the group
또
nomination
지지자가
coming up.
됐는데요. 원희삭 선수의 조지명식,
So
믿고
parting.
보는 조지명식이잖아요.
You know,
지금
you're
선수들이
very entertaining when it comes to the group
다
nomination,
나와서 원희삭
and
선수의
all the
인터뷰를
players are
해보고
here ready.
조지명식 각오를 좀 전해주시죠.
So anything you want to say before you head
오늘
for the group nomination?
이렇게 이제 F조가 경기 끝나면 이제
And as-
조지명식까지 바로 이어지잖아요.
And you know, Group F just finished,
선수들도 이제 미리
and we're
와서 다
gonna
경기를
start
보고
group nomination
있는데
very soon. And the
진짜
players are waiting
여기서
here.
탈락하고 땅바닥 보면서 집 갈 했었어요.
You know, I actually thought about like losing today
우울하더라고요.
and going home with my head down.
기도하면서 제발 한 번만
And I was so
기회를
sad
달라고.
just thinking about it, and I was praying to myself.
잘 먹힌 것 같고 그리고
And you know,
이번
at the end of the day, I won, and I'm very fortunate.
저를 좀 많이 뽑지 않을까.
And I believe the top seeds of respected groups are gonna pick me.
바라보시더라고요. 잠시 후 조지명식 때 확인을 해보겠습니다.
And we'll see you again in the group nomination.
원희삭 선수 마지막으로 팬들에게 한마디까지
So parting
들어볼게요.
before you go, anything you want to say to the
오늘
fans?
좀 솔직히 많이 부끄러운
And
경기력인데
today, I think my performance was
솔직히
quite
제가 올라가면 안
shameful.
된다고 생각을 해요. 저는
And I think I
경기력이 너무
don't deserve the round of
못해서.
16 spot, to be honest.
그래도 제가 이기고 올라간 선수들한테 예의를 지켜야 되기 때문에
But you know, I just want
더
to
노력해야 될 것 같고
keep my respect to the players I beat today.
앞으로 많이 기대해 주셨으면 좋겠고
So I hope my fans
외국
keep looking
팬분들한테는
forward to my plays.
Thank you. Bye. 슈가 퍼피 퍼피.
And thank you.
약속해가지고.
Bye, Sugar Puppy
네,
Puppy.
오랜만에 듣는 또 세레모니였습니다.
Oh well, that's
다시 한번
another
16강 진출
Sugar
축하드립니다.
Puppy Puppy. All right, that's the end of
자,
the
이렇게
interview.
원희삭 선수까지 만나봤는데요.
What a great
F조
round of
경기
24.
정리까지
Round of
확인해
16,
보시죠.
gonna be even better.
Yeah, it
And
really
guess what?
is.
Our finals has to be better than the worst finals of all time, season 2.
Yeah,
We got it out of the way. We had to get the worst finals out of the way. It's time.
That's why it was great.
Yeah.
Look at that perfect racial balance, 655.
Something, 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 David Kim.
Look at that. Damn, that is a good lineup. Is
Yeah,
it
that's
not?
pretty good, man.
That is an exciting set of players. We have new, old, all the horsemen. I mean, it's crazy.
And we're going to be back with the first day of the round of 16 on. Wait, it's actually not going to be on this Saturday. We have.
No, this
we don't have a
Saturday,
cast,
nothing,
sorry.
nothing.
That was close. But we do have the after show where we're going to have the group selection. We're going to get to talk to, have the players talk to each other, interact. We actually have to wrap it up right now because we don't have time. We will be back with GSL next week on Wednesday. See you guys. Bye-bye.
I'm never gonna give up. You're never gonna bring me down.
don't know why it's stuck in me. I like but how you taste. Give me the signs, I'll take the step for you. You know I like you, baby. You know I want you to take the control. I'm like, alright, baby, alright, alright. You know I like you, baby. You know I want you to take the control. I'm like, alright, baby, alright, alright.
Yeah.
that I didn't mean. I know that I should think before I speak. And if you think you're too good, then go be too good for me, for me, for me. I know it's a game I'm not gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me. It's all just a game. You think I'm gonna play, but baby you should do whatever you need to erase me, baby. Erase me, baby. Erase me, baby. Erase me, baby. Baby, you need to erase me. Baby, but baby you should, baby you should, baby, you need to erase me. Baby, but baby you should, baby you should, baby, you need to erase me. Baby, but baby you should, baby you should, baby, you need to erase me. Baby, but baby you should, baby you should. I know I said some things that I didn't mean. I know that I should think before I speak. And if you think you're too good, then go be too good for me, for me, for me. I know it's a game I'm not gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me. It's all just a game. You think I'm gonna play, but baby you should do whatever you need to erase me, baby. Erase me, baby. Erase me, baby. Erase me, baby. Baby, you need to erase me. Baby, but baby you should, baby you should, baby, you need to erase me. Baby, but baby you should, baby you should, baby, you need to erase me. Baby, but baby you should, baby you should, baby, you need to erase me. Baby, but baby you should, baby you should. You and I were laying in the moonlight, dreaming about the places we've been all night, wishing for our secrets to unfold. We just need somebody to hold. You and I were laying in the moonlight, dreaming about the places we've been all night, wishing for our secrets to unfold. We just need somebody to hold. Hold on tight, are you ready for the night? We're just getting started, living young hearted. Hold me close, don't you ever let go. Our love is uncharted.
Hello everyone, welcome to 2020 GSL Season 3 Coded Round 16 Group Nomination. And you can see DRG on the screen.
지금까지 뭐 많은 조직 명식 뭐 이제 종목
So there has been a lot of group nominations so far.
진행에 참여하게 되었었는데 처음 봤어요.
And this is the first time we have a player using online technology to join the group nomination, right?
네 그렇죠. 네, 첫 번째 경기는 아니긴 한데 근데 시간상 뭐 서울에 와서 참여하고
So due to the time constraint, DRG couldn't actually be here in person because he has the DreamX season final overlapping with this. All right, so let's check out the list of players that have made it to the round 16. So there's TY, Maru Dream, Cure, Innovation, ByuN in the Terran terrain. There's Stats, Trap, Zest, Down Party in the Protoss terrain. And lastly, there are Rock, DRG, Solar, Dark Armani in the Zerg terrain.
그래서 보통 무조건 올라오겠지. 그리고 이제 그 다음이 올라올 가능성이 높다.
So today, with the group F finishing, we have Parting and we have Parting and ByuN joining the last two spots in the round 16.
네, 조지명 방식 안내해 드리겠습니다.
All right, we're gonna talk about the format of group nomination.
바로 이 TY
So we have the top seeds of the respected group. Group A, there's the top seed of TY, Group B Cure, Group C Stats, and Group D Rock. And this is based on their 2020 GSL ranking points. So I hope there's no misunderstanding about this. So as every time the highest ranked player TY is empowered to swap two players once all draft is complete. So he can trade one player from his group with another non-seeded player from the other group. So we have finished checking the players' temperature. We made sure that they wear masks, and we actually try to minimize the contact between the players by setting them apart.
자, 먼저 1차 지명의 주인공을 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 전태영 선수.
So TY, the top seed, will be the first to pick.
이제 올라가는 선수 명단을 보면서 이 전태영 선수의
So looking at the players that have made it to round of 16,
웃으면서 조지명식 할 수 있겠다라는
do you think you'll be able to have a happy group nomination this time around? Well, to think of it, I don't think it's gonna be as good as last time. I think it's gonna be way harder. So there are a few players you might want to pick. Which race do you want to go for? Well, generally it's quite proportionate among the races. So you don't actually want to form a pretty racial distributed group. So I want to pick one player from each race. How's ByuN?
솔직히 현우 형도 만약에 진짜 원한다면 생각은 있는데
Well, I mean, if ByuN wants to join my group, I can do it.
그래서 변현은 아니고 아까 전 화면에 강민 선수가 살짝 잡혔거든요.
So you know, Solar was captured on the screen before. So
강민 선수는 지난
how
생일
about
때
Solar?
많이 혼내줬기 때문에
You know, last birthday, last Solar's birthday, I actually destroyed him. So maybe not this time around.
이 강민수 변현 선수를 제외하고
So TY is probably not gonna pick ByuN or Solar.
이번에 생애 처음으로 올라온 박한솔 선수.
Then how about Zaun, who made it to his first round of 16
솔직히
in his
조금 탐이
life?
나긴 합니다.
Well, I actually do want to go for him.
아직까지는 좀 큰 무대에 적응이 안
You know,
됐을 것
he's
같아요.
not used to the main stage yet, so Zaun is definitely my favorite pick right now.
전태영 선수 마음의 결정 전부 다
So
끝났나요?
TY, have you made up your mind? Yes, I have. Then Uji, please put your name card on the board, please. So this is to minimize social distance, to maximize social distancing. We're not gonna hand over the Hot 6 can like last group nomination. We're instead gonna put the name card on the board. Oh!
와 진짜요? 와.
It's Dream joining Group A. What a surprise that is.
재미있는 건 조중혁 선수도 이제 복귀한 이후에 바로 좋은 실력 보여줬거든요.
And ever since his return, Dream showed stellar performance so far. So this is pretty interesting from TY.
조중혁 선수를 전태영 선수님 뽑았거든요.
So Dream's gonna be the first player to join Group A.
가장 먼저 두각을 나타냈던 게 제가 봤을 때는 태태전이었어요.
And I think Dream has been showing great TVT so far. So DY just gonna put his Group A card on his chest. And I feel like Dream might not be too offended by this as he is a stellar TVT player. So TY, why did you make this decision? You know, I didn't pick Dream because he's an easy opponent. And last time Dream in his interview said that TY, I am the ranked 4th Terran player in Korea. So you know, I was definitely provoked by this statement. And I wanted to show him and teach him a lesson.
랭킹전이죠 이렇게 되면.
네. 그렇다면 전태양 선수 스스로 지금 한 몇 등 정도
So
생각하시는 거예요?
TY, how do you rate yourself among the Korean Terran players? I would rank myself as third best Terran player in Korea.
탑3 안에 들어야 되는데.
You know, I think I deserved the top 3, but Dream was too harsh about it, and I was pretty offended by that.
전태양이 자극받았대요.
So TY has a pretty good reason for picking you, Dream.
조지욱 선수 기다렸어요. 어떠세요?
So how's it, Dream?
원래 저는 태양 형이 4등이라 생각했는데.
Well, I thought TY was the 4th best. I changed my mind now. I think he's the 6th best player now.
변현우 선수가 왔고.
Because ByuN's back.
그리고 그 외국의 클램 선수가 잘하더라고요.
And there's Clem, a foreign player who's really good right now. So I think TY might be lower in the ranking now, ranked as 6th player.
네, 저는 너무 만족하고.
Are you happy with the group? Yes, I'm happy.
쉬운 조로 편성이 될 것 같아요.
And I think Group A will be formed with an easy group, so I'm pretty confident.
내가 평가는 나.
Then Dream, how do you rate yourself?
저는 7등.
I think maybe 7th best Terran, I would say.
자, 그러면요.
Okay, very interesting to hear.
나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
All right, let's listen to the 6th best Terran player, TY. TY, you fell down in the ranking. How does it feel?
아니, 전태양이.
전태양 선수 6등이고.
TY, you're the 6th best player. Dream is the 7th best player according to Dream. What do you think? Well, I'll try to gradually make my way to the top 3.
이번에 드림핵에서 이기면 되니까.
You know, I just have to beat Clem in the upcoming DreamHack, right? I'm gonna try to keep my eyes on the first place.
열을 받았는데요.
아, 이건 자존심
Wow, TY,
대회 뭐 우승도
spitting fire right now.
종족별로 종족 탑3, 종족 원탑 약간 이런 말 항상 듣고 싶거든요. 옛날에 서버
You know, as a pro gamer, you wanna really join the top 3 in every race, right? So Dream definitely hit TY's pride. So the next one picking will be Rogue of Group D.
자, 여기서 지금 어떻게 1번 시드권자가 좀 돼야 되는데 그게 좀 안 됐어요.
Rogue, you're the top seed in the group.
네, 그래서 좀 약간 아쉬움이 있을 것 같은데
And you couldn't be the top seed of the group nomination because of GSL ranking points, right? So how does that feel? I definitely feel disappointed. I thought I would be top seed.
네, 너무 지금 화가 나고.
You know, you seem pretty angry about it. How about you win this season?
이번에 우승해가지고 다음에
Well,
시드 받으려고.
I'll try to win this season and try to become the top seed of the next group nomination.
남은 선수들이 굉장히 좀 많고 한데.
Well, there are a lot of remaining players.
이 강력한 조 어차피 죽음의 조 된 거 정말.
You know, Rogue,
진짜 센 조를
Group D is probably gonna be a group of death anyway. So who you gonna pick?
생각이 지금 좀 들고 있긴 한데.
Yeah, I do want to make a hard group.
너무 그래도 뭔가 D조의 마지막 선수 제일 잘하는 선수 올 것 같아가지고.
And I have a feeling that one of the best players is gonna join the group D at the end. So you know, I'm very cautious about this.
누구라고 생각하세요? D조에.
성주가 올 것 같아가지고.
You know, I think Maru is gonna join me at the end. So you do, I do have to think about a lot of variables and a lot of mind games involved in the group nomination.
고민하면 또 황영재 선수한테 해결책을 좀 제시를 해주시죠.
So Gisato, you probably could give some solution to this.
이게 근데 다른 조라면 조금 뭔가 이제 가능성이 있긴
You know, if it's the other race, I would think about the solution.
이거를 판을 깨려면은 연합이 필요하죠.
You know, I think to break this system, I think we need to form a union.
A조에서 나오는 가장 큰 이유가 A조 눈치를 보기 때문이에요.
You know, all the players, you know, have to listen to what TY says.
아무리 시드권자가 탑 시드가 막 권한을 행사해도 어차피 두 명이 운명 바뀌거든요.
So you know, even if the top seed player actually uses his authority, if the players can make a small union among themselves, they might be able to prevent the worst outcome.
우리 그냥 한번 반란 일으켜 보자.
이병렬은 그런 거 신경 안 쓰잖아요.
So there's DRG on the screen.
신경 안 쓰고.
그렇죠.
죽음의 조 돼도 상관없어.
You know, I don't really care. You know,
제일 좋아하는 선수.
whether this be a group of death or not.
제일 좋아하는 선수 마음의 결정 끝났습니까?
I'm gonna pick my favorite player.
자, 이병렬 선수의 가장 좋아하는
So
선수가
Rogue is gonna pick his favorite player. Who will it be?
지금 여기서 이병렬 선수가 가장 좋아하는 선수 뽑도록 하겠습니다.
And his favorite player is.
정말 좋아하는 선수인가요?
Who will it be?
네, 나오나요?
It is. Wow, innovation.
innovation.
This is pretty weird.
이신영 선수도 원래 보통 특별한 컨셉조가 아닌 이상 꽤 걸리는 선수.
I mean, innovation tends to join a group pretty late in the group nomination, but he joins so early.
이신영 선수 뽑았는데요. 이신영 선수의 어떤 점이 그렇게
So
마음에 들어요?
why do you like innovation so much?
재밌어가지고.
You know, it's really entertaining when I play with him. I want to play an entertaining match.
영경이 한번 보여줄 욕심 있는데.
So you wanna
그래서 뭐 티어고 뭐
show a
이런
great
생각 안
match?
하고
Okay.
D조는 죽음의 조다.
So Group D is definitely going to be a group that at this rate.
자, 그럼 이시영 선수 이야기 한번
The
들어볼게요.
Innovation, we need to hear from you.
선수, 이병렬 선수가 가장 좋아한대요.
Innovation, Rock says he's your favorite. You're his favorite. What do you think? Well, you know, I'm pretty happy that someone likes me.
그냥 계획 자체가 없었어가지고.
Well, I had no plan coming here to the group nomination.
싶었는데 나쁘지 않은 것 같고.
So I don't care that much. I'm just gonna go with the flow.
토스전 지금 너무 힘들어서.
But you know, right now,
그나마 제일 나은 것 같아요.
I find the TVP really hard. So I think playing against Rock is better option right now.
이시영 선수가 평가하는 이병 선수의 그 저그의 그 실력의 정도.
Then how Innovation? How do you rate Rock's Zerg ability?
제일 잘한다고 그냥 탑급이라고 생각하는데.
Right now, I think he's the best Zerg player, no doubt.
그냥 이길 수 있겠죠.
I think I can win.
그래서 약간 프로토스보다
It's
훨씬
feasible.
낫다.
네,
It's better than Protoss, right? Yeah, it's better than Protoss.
이시영 선수 이야기 들어보면서
And that was Innovation.
그룹 D조의 선택이 좀 마무리가 됐고,
So with Group D,
선수에게
first selection finishing. Let's go to Group C.
김대엽 선수인데.
The next player will be Stats.
오늘 이후에 뭐 경기가 있죠?
Stats, you actually have an upcoming match today on the DreamHack season final.
끝내면 되는 거예요? 저희가 최대한 맞춰드리겠습니다.
한 10시 50분까지는.
So Stats says he has to go around 10:40 or 10:50. So we will make sure he gets to play his match later on.
사이버 저그 이 박수
So there's Cyber Zerg, DRG on the screen right there.
방송 지금 보고 계신데. 자, 그러면은 김대엽 선수 이 테란이 프로토스를 좀 무서워하고 있는 상황이고.
So Stats Innovation just said he's scared of Protoss.
이왕이면 이렇게 좀 아예
And now you're able to select a player.
테란을 뽑는 쪽으로 생각을
How is picking a Terran right now?
사실 지금
There's Mario and ByuN.
반반이어가지고
반반이에요.
두 선수 있거든요.
You know, there are two players I want to pick.
둘 다 그 마지막 조에서 오늘 올라오신.
And they're both the players who made it out of Group F, who is referring to ByuN and parting. So ByuN, you have made it to the group nomination in such a long time. How do you feel joining Group C? I really hope Stats does pick me. But this time around, I actually practiced against Stats for the matches. So you know, if he doesn't mind, he can pick me. I'm pretty happy with that. And there's Stats nodding his head.
김대엽 선수 어울리는 선수 추천해 주셔도 되거든요.
Then ByuN, how about a suggestion? I mean, if Stats picks me, I'm gonna pick a Protoss of his choice. I can guarantee you that.
좀 앞서 82 경기에서 좋은 모습 보여준 선수들.
So in the match before, ByuN showed a stellar performance, and there's actually Parting as well, who might be Stats' favorite as well. How about Group C Parting?
웬만하면은 프로토스 대 프로토스전 하기 싫은데.
You know, I do want to avoid PvP if possible.
준비가 안 돼 있어서 근데
Because I'm
만약에
not prepared that much. But if he does pick me,
진짜 목숨 걸고 거의 결승전 하듯이.
I'm gonna practice like my life is on the line. So I would suggest Stats picks ByuN.
근데 저는 솔직히 저를 뽑아주셨으면.
Well, personally, you know, I want to be picked in Group C, like I said before.
자, 그럼 이렇게 되면은 이번 시즌에 지금 처음으로 올라온 또 박한선
So
선수
the
마이크
opinions
전달해
are
주시고,
polarizing
박한선
between
선수
Parting
생각
and
한번
ByuN.
들어보겠습니다. 예, 박한선 선수.
Zaun, would you grab
드디어
the mic, please?
조지명 씨 올라와서
You have made it to your first group nomination of your career. How do you feel?
재밌네요.
Well, coming here, it's really fun.
재밌어요.
It's entertaining.
그럼 박한선 선수는 좀 어디 누구랑 붙고 싶다 이런
Then
생각 없어요?
Zaun, do you have any plan on who you want to play against?
예.
I don't really care. I'm just gonna go with the flow.
여기서 이제 김대엽 선수의 러브콜을 보내면은
What if
굉장히
Stats
좋아요?
picks you, Zaun? Are you happy with that?
아니요.
No,
어디 들어오고
I'm not
싶으세요?
happy.
저는
Where do you want to go? I want to go to Group A.
오. 네, 전태영 선수 좀 눈여겨보고 있습니다. 네, 알겠습니다. 이렇게 박한선 선수의 좀 이야기 좀 들어봤고.
And that was Zaun.
그러면
예.
그 변현우 선수한테 혹시 제가
I want to ask a question to ByuN.
뽑으실지 좀.
저는
If I pick ByuN, who is he gonna pick?
프로토스 중에 한 명 뽑겠습니다.
I mean, I said before, I'll pick any Protoss Stats once.
오.
아니 근데 왠지 디선수 받을 것 같아가지고 좀 걱정되긴 하는데.
You know, I'm kind of worried as to who he's gonna pick.
그리고 이삭이도 한번 들어보고 싶어요.
I want to ask a question to Parting as well.
이삭이
Parting, who are you
누구
gonna pick?
저는 물론 대엽 형이 원하는.
Of course, I'm gonna pick anyone Stats once.
아니. 나 저.
No.
못 말하는 거.
I'm gonna revoke that statement.
뽑으셨으면 좋겠고 만약 저 뽑으면은.
If he picks me,
그냥 자폭할 거예요 저는.
I'm gonna suicide with him, okay?
누구로?
We die
아까
together.
제가 한번 던져봤어요 떡밥을. 그 저그랑 하고 싶다고.
You know,
하기 싫다고
just before
하시더라고요.
I baited him,
그래가지고 그냥 전 저그전 자신 있어가지고.
I said I'm pretty confident at Zerg. So I said that I'm gonna pick a
축하드립니다.
Zerg player
이렇게 해야
if Stats picks out, if
네,
Stats
이렇게 해서
picks me.
뽑지 말라고 좀 이 협박을 좀 했습니다.
Okay,
자, 이제
some
김재원
threat
선수
going
마무리가
on
좀
here
해주셔야
from parting. Then Stats,
네.
who are you gonna
네, 마무리
pick?
결정 끝났어요?
Have you made up
네,
your mind?
바로 가서
Yes, I have.
골라주시기 바라겠습니다.
All right, would you please stand up and
김대엽
go to the
선수의
board
선택은 누구일지
and
변현이냐 아니면 원희삭이냐?
put the name
뭐
card
멘트만
of
들어봤을
player
때
of your
딱
choice, please?
정해질 것 같긴 해요 쉽게.
Who's it gonna be?
선수는,
It is
모네 관 선수
예, 누군가요?
반대인데요.
ByuN.
와,
역시.
변현을 뽑았네요.
Wow,
네.
3 Terran
나이가
players have already found their
최고 좋거든요.
home.
네. 그래서 뭔가 여기서 자폭하겠다는 원희삭 선수를 뽑진 않고 변현
So
선수를 뽑게
ByuN,
되면서
who
변현
said
선수가
that he's pretty happy with Group C, he joins Group C.
지금 김대엽 선수가요. 이 변현우 선수를 뽑은 그 최종 이유.
And Stats, why did you pick ByuN?
테란을 뽑고 싶었어요.
Well, I did want to
그래서
pick
사실
Terran player.
정렬이가 변님을 데려가고 제가 신영이를
And my original scenario was Rock picking up ByuN and me picking up Innovation. So that's kind of twisted right now.
네.
이렇게 됐네요.
But you know, that's how this came to be.
원래는 이제 1픽 이신영이었는데 변현우 선수를 데려가.
So your number one pick was Innovation, but you had to resort to a second pick.
감사합니다.
Alright, ByuN, congratulations! You have made it to the group of your choice.
제가 조금 아마 오늘 그러니까 이번에 오늘 경기였어가지고.
You know, I had a game, I had matches today.
다음 주 바로 경기니까 좀 부담이 됐는데.
So you know, I think I had a lot of pressure if I was picking Group A because my match would be so soon. So I'm pretty happy that my match is further delayed.
자, 그럼 이어서 김도욱 선수가
Alright,
마지막으로
sure.
지금 1티어
Of Group B will be picking a player of his choice,
김도욱 선수와 이야기
and
나눠보도록
he will be
하겠습니다.
summing up the first round of group
김도욱
nomination.
선수도 지금 만나고 싶은 종족이 좀 분명히 좀 있을
So
텐데요.
Q, I'm sure you have a player of your choice.
운영하면 못 이기겠어서.
You know, I really find
거의 다 빠진 상태.
I find pearls really hard to deal with,
골라야 될 것 같아요.
and a lot of Terran players have already made their groups. So I think I'm gonna pick a Zerg.
선수들에게 명단을 봤을 때
So therefore, the Zerg terrain we have Solid Dark, DRG, and Armani.
자, 그럼 이
A lot
여기서
of
사이버
selections.
지금 동래구 박수 선수들이
So
있거든요.
how about a Cyber Zerg, DRG?
어때요?
여기 안 계신 분이 그래도 지난 시즌에 하려고 했는데 갑자기 사라지셔가지고 못 했거든요.
You know, last time I wanted to pick him, but last group nomination he disappeared because he lives in Busan.
그래도 연령대가 높으신 분을.
So I do want to pick a player who is quite aged, who is quite old,
여러
who he is referring to
이미
DRG.
마음속에 한 선수를 지금 정해놓은 건가요?
So I think you have already made up your mind. Sure.
네, 올 때부터 저번 시즌이 너무 아쉽더라고요.
You know, last group nomination I was really disappointed because I couldn't pick DRG. I wanted to play against him.
자, 그러면요.
So I think he has already made up his mind.
사이버 저그와 이야기를 해보도록 하겠습니다.
So let's have an interview with the Cyber Zerg
박수 선수.
using our latest technology, Skype.
와, 잘 들려요.
Hello, DRG. Oh, we can hear you so well.
움직임도 되게 매끄러운데.
How far technology has advanced.
여기서 이제 지난번에 못했으니까 오늘 제대로 한번 해보자.
So last time you couldn't enjoy the group nomination that much, but let's try to enjoy it this time.
그래요.
저기서 괜찮아요. 저기서
괜찮은데 괜찮아요.
카메라로 찍다 보니까.
Everything's fine.
그러면은 김도욱 선수가 러브콜 보내면은 뭐 박수 선수 입장에서
So DRG, how would you join Cure's group in Group B?
그냥 딱 제가 생각한 대로 흘러가는 것 같아요.
I think the scenario is going according to my plan.
저를 뽑을 것 같은 예상하고 있어가지고.
I kind of predicted that he would pick me.
뭐 그냥 덤덤하네요.
You know, I'm pretty I feel pretty indifferent about this.
봤을 때 박서 선수의 테란전 정말 대단하다고 좀
And
느꼈는데.
DRG's ZVT has been really stellar these days.
만하다라고 좀 생각을 하나요?
So I think this is not bad for DRG.
독이랑 해서 뭐 진 적도 있는데.
You know, playing against Cure, I lost a few, I won a few.
자신은 있고요.
So I'm pretty confident in this matchup. So I'm pretty happy to join Group B.
이야기 좀 들어봤습니다.
And that was DRG sharing his opinion. Alright, Cure, have you made up your mind? If you have, please stand up and go to the board and put up the name card, please. So I think it's gonna be DRG for sure. Yes, it is DRG.
봤을 때 워낙에 박서 선수도
So DRG joins Group B.
많이 좀 보여주고 있다 보니까 이 정도면 재밌는
So
경기.
you know, DRG has been showing phenomenal performance against Terran players. So I'm curious as to why Cure picked him.
김도욱 선수, 박수 선수 그룹 B에 소속이 됐습니다.
And that sums the first round.
선수 마이크 잡아주시고요. 이제 마지막에 이렇게 멋진 경기 펼치기 위해서 박수 선수.
So Cure, you said you wanted to have a great match against DRG, so you picked him. So what was the reason?
토스는 너무 힘들고 테란을 원래 좀 뽑으려고 했는데.
Well, the TVP is really hard. You know, I want to pick the Terran players, but all the Terran players are gone except Maru. So you know, I think the last resort would be a Zerg player and preferably DRG.
후회 없이 이번엔 잘 치를 수 있는 그런.
So do you think you're gonna have to be playing a good match against DRG, right? Yes, I'm gonna have to prepare well ahead of the match.
이제 이어서 2차 지명은요.
And that is the first round of group nomination finish.
순서로 지금 진행이 되겠습니다. 자, 그럼 죽음의 조 그룹 D조의 이신영 선수와 이야기 나눠보도록
So let's have an interview with Innovation.
D조는요, 워낙 이 쟁쟁한 선수들 그리고 가장 강력한 선수들이 그 마지막에
And
들어오기
Group
때문에
D usually always consists of the strongest players in GSL, and it is also unpredictable.
굉장히 힘든 조가 좀 될 텐데.
So I think this group is going to be a very formidable one.
조금 좀 수월한 선수 좀 데리고 와서.
So you know, among these formidable players, who do you think you want to pick?
네, 그렇게 생각해요. 근데 다 잘해가지고.
You know, they're also good. So I think it doesn't matter who I pick.
프로토스보다는 다른 종족 뭐 저그나 테란이 훨씬 더 낫다는 생각.
So you're saying that a Zerg or Terran is better, right?
뽑아야 될 것.
I think I'm gonna have to pick a Zerg.
뭐그 자신을 뽑은 전태양 선수의 의견도 맞춰주는 선택이 되나요?
Do you think TY's opinion has
해주는 건지 아니면 내 맘대로 하는 건지?
has an effect on your decision?
저를 뽑은
누가
병렬이가 뽑지 않았나요?
네, 병렬이 뽑았어요.
Oh no. 기사도 was wrong. Wrong picked innovation.
So do you, 그래서 그러면 이제 이 선수들 중에서 이 저그에서 지금 뽑겠다는.
So you said that you're gonna pick a Zerg player.
남아 있는 저그를 보면은.
You know, looking at the remaining Zergs, they are Solar, Dark, and Armani.
이야기 한번 들어볼까요?
진영이는 안 들어도 될 것 같아요.
I don't think we're gonna have to hear. I don't think we need to hear from Armani because Armani is gonna join Group A anyway. So Armani is out of the way. So let's hear from Solar. Solar, would you grab the mic, please?
자, 강민수 선수가 여기서는 러브 콜을 좀 받을
Solar,
가능성이
you got some
있거든요.
love calls from Innovation. What do you think?
일단 병렬이 형 조는 병렬이 형이 잘하기도 하고 또 신영이 형이랑 또 같은 팀이어가지고.
You know, I'm in the same team with Innovation, and I don't want to play against Rogue. So Group D is not a good group for me. I don't want to be picked.
안 뽑을 것 같은 느낌은 좀 있어요. 아니면 갑자기 뽑을 것 같아요.
Do you think you're gonna be picked or not? Yeah, I mean we're in the same team, man. We're in Kaizen Gaming. I don't think he's gonna pick me.
자, 그러면은 다음으로 박영우 선수에게 마이크.
Alright, Dark.
이신영 선수가 속해 있는 그룹 D 죽음의 조에 박영우 선수가 들어가는 건 어떠세요?
Dark, how about joining Group D?
좀 D조는 좀 가장 가기 싫은 조여서.
I do want to avoid going to Group D. Group D is terrible.
저그전이 싫은 거예요? 테란전이 싫은 거예요?
Do you not like the DBZ or do you not like the DBT? I hate both matchups. You hate Innovation, you hate Rogue? Yes.
지금 남은 저그가 없어가지고 지금 여기 있는 선수 둘 중에 한 명을 지금
You know,
뽑아야
there
되는
aren't
상황이거든요.
many remaining Zergs left except Armani.
강민 선수 같은 경우에는 같은 팀이니까 자기 안 뽑을
So
거다 믿음이 있더라고요.
Solar just said that Innovation's not gonna pick him.
같은 팀 아니라고 했으니까. 갑자기
You know, I don't really care about the team thing.
둘 다 원할 줄 알았는데.
네.
You know, this is quite a surprise. I thought Solar and Dark would both want to be in Group D. And to be honest, I have no choice but to pick a Zerg player. So it's, you know, I'm left in a very weird situation here.
그거는 좀
아니다.
어차피 데려갈 것 같아서.
I think Armani is gonna be picked in Group A anyway, so he's not gonna be in my consideration. So Innovation is struggling to decide who to pick. So Solar, Innovation said that you might be rejoiced to join Group D. No way.
근데 전체적으로 다 이게 분산 배치돼가지고 어디를 가도 이렇게 무서운 선수 만날 수 있긴 한데.
You know, I think.
사실 D조에 또 들어가기 싫은 이유가.
You know the reason why I don't want to join Group D?
제가 또 4순위 그러니까 제일 마지막에 남는 선수가. 제가 그래서 선택권이 없다는
It's because I have to pick the last player of Group D, and I have no choice. So you know, I hate that situation.
정말 싫은 건 그렇다면 이제 박영우 선수 쪽으로 좀 넘어갈 가능성이 있는데요.
Then you know, it might be Dark. It might be leaning towards Dark in Group D.
요새 팀이 좀 팀입니까?
You know,
팀보다는
I think, you know,
이런 느낌이지 그렇게 막
I don't think, you know, like teams are that important. The players are just in the same team. It doesn't like, it doesn't matter too much. So I think it's better for Innovation to pick Solar. So is there any other reason why you pick, why you suggest Solar?
아니 그냥 신영이 형이 좀 평소에 잘 이기시는 것 같아가지고.
You know, Innovation actually beats Solar quite frequently, so I think Solar might be the better option for Innovation.
그렇게 지금 표현을 좀 해주신 것 같은데요. 자, 이신영 선수 그러면 이제 결정을 해주셔야 되는데.
And Innovation, it is time for you to pick. Are you still struggling to decide?
네, 뭐 난감하긴 한데.
Oh yes, but
일단 가서 아무거나 뽑을.
I think I'm just gonna have to pick a player.
네. 자, 두 분 이제 말할 수 있는 기회 드릴까요? 아니면 그냥 뽑을까요?
Are you gonna pick?
선수 좀 한마디라 더 하고 싶으세요? 아니면
Or does Solar want to say anything?
그냥 믿고 지켜봐야죠.
You know, I'm just gonna have faith in him and witness who he picks.
이시영 선수 선택 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
Then Innovation, would you make your decision, please?
예, 뽑아주시기 바라겠습니다. 자, 누굴 뽑을까요?
Who will it be?
이게 이번 계속해서 그런 분위기였는데 이번 시즌에도 이게 종족의 종족을 좀 이제 고려해서 상상을 좀 따라가겠다라는.
Innovation's gonna have to think about the counter matchups and the matchups and the races.
아니면 강민수냐?
So is it gonna be Solar or is it gonna be Dark? He's still very hesitant. There's Armani, Solar, Dark. Is it Dark? Is it Dark? Oh, it is Dark. And that group is looking devastating. Rogue Innovation Dark so far. Although we have to leave out the variable of TY swapping to the players. Solar, congratulations. Thank you.
사실 저는 솔직히 저 뽑을 줄 알았거든요.
You know, I thought I would get picked seriously, but I'm really thankful to Innovation for picking Dark. We're the same team. You know, I'm happy that I didn't get picked in Group D.
지금 분위기면 우리가 예상하는 그 선수가 갔다라고 가정을 하면 다른 조 입장에서 너무 편해져요.
I think the other groups might be rejoiced about this. That Dark is joining Group D.
그래서 D조에서
And Group D has all the GSL champions there.
여유를 찾을 수 있게 되는 거죠.
네, 자 이렇게 지금 되고 있는데 지금 여기서 막연하게 좀 웃고 있는 조정주 선수
And there's Maru smiling.
이신영 선수의 이야기 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
So Innovation.
둘 중에 박영우 선수를 고른 결정적
Why
이유.
did you prefer Dark over Solar?
사실 민수를 뽑을 생각이었는데.
Well, I was intending to pick Solar, but he kept talking about team.
또 계속 같이 해야 되잖아요.
And you know, I have to be in the same team with him for quite a while.
삐질 것 같아가지고.
So you know, I think he's gonna get sulky if I pick him, and I don't want our relationship getting really weird.
그리고 뭐 정보 같은 것도 좀 알려주고 하거든요.
And you know, he actually gives me some information regarding the game. So you know, I think he's a helpful boy.
그럼 박영우 선수는 죽음의 조 D조로 가면서 이번에도 힘든 싸움을 하게
And Dark joining Group D, he's gonna have a hard time coming out of that group.
성주랑도 할 것 같고.
Well, before coming here, I had a feeling I might play against Maru or join Group D.
팀 리그는 또 저희 팀이 우승할 건데.
Well, you know, the team league, we're gonna win. Dragon Phoenix game is gonna win. So you know, I don't care.
여기서 힘 있는 한 말씀 해주셨습니다. 자 이렇게 그룹 D조 박영우 선수가 들어가게 됐고요.
Okay, the second player picked, the third player picked in Group D is Dark.
이제 빨리 이렇게 픽되면서 이제 선택할 수 있는 그 기회가 좀 주어졌습니다.
ByuN, it is time for you to pick.
준비해온 대로 잘 풀리는 것 같아요, 변현 선수.
So do you think things are going according to your plan? Well, yes, it is. I want to ask one thing to stats.
혹시 원하시는
Out of the Protoss players, do you have a preference?
원하는 프로토스.
Any Protoss players you want?
두 명 말해. 그 변호 선수하고 한 분 더 말씀드렸잖아요.
You know, I said there's ByuN and someone that I wanted to pick, and we all know who that someone is. It is Parting.
그 분위기 좀 묘해지는데 지금 변호 선수 그러면 그 이야기를 들어서 뽑아줄 생각 있는
This
거예요?
is looking pretty weird right now.
그 이번에 경기 준비할 때.
You know, while preparing for the matches,
많은 프로토스 선수들이랑 그 연습을 했는데.
I scrimmed a lot of the Protoss players, and I didn't scrim with Parting. So I think Parting might be an optimal choice for me because I didn't scrim with Parting.
원희석 선수 느낌이 변현 선수 뽑을 것 같은데요.
And it feels like the Group F players are going to reunite in Group D, Group C.
다른 선수 뽑을 생각은 진짜 아예 없는지.
Do you not have? Are you not going to pick another player?
한 선수가 더 있긴
Well, there's actually one more favorite I want to pick,
드성욱 선수인데.
and it's actually Zest.
아무래도 김대혁 선수 입장에서는 더 좀 까다로운
from
전 팀이기도 하고.
stats perspective, I feel like Zest might not be the favorite choice he wants. So I think I want to pick a player stats wants.
그럼 원희상 선수 뭐 거의 이제 뽑을 것 같은 그런 느낌이거든요. 한 말씀 해주시면요.
And it feels like you're gonna get picked.
그건 엄청 오래된 팀이고 지금.
You know, we keep talking about teams, but you know, Zest and Stats has been the same team in KT, which is a long time ago.
훨씬 낫다고 생각해요.
And I feel like Zest joining Group C is way better than me joining Group C. In what ways, party?
자신보다 더 못한다고 평가하고 있나요?
못한다.
I mean, like it's not a matter of skills. Zest is good.
진짜 준비해 오는
Like I'm a tricky player. I prepare a lot of weird builds.
뻔한데 잘한다.
야 뻔하다.
근데 뻔한데 현우 형이 맞춤할 수 있으니까.
And Zest is a standard player, but he's good. So is it picking on non-standard player or standard player?
까다롭고.
Zest.
잘하고.
예, 좀 주정 선수 뻔한 플레이에서 일로 추천한다는
Zest,
얘기가
that's what
나왔어요.
Parting said about you, calling you a standard player. What do you think?
C조 별로 가기 싫어가지고.
I don't want to join Group C.
아예 싫다.
Not at all. I don't want to join Group C.
만나는 거 싫다.
대협이가 요새 풋부전 너무 잘해가지고.
You know, Stats is really good at PvP right now.
요즘엔 다 하기 싫어.
So I really don't want to play against him.
이게 또 어떻게 보면 김대엽 선수 이야기를 들어준다고 했으니까 변현우 선수가 또 그런 선택을 해줄
So
수
you know,
있거든요.
ByuN said that he's gonna listen to Stats for deciding.
변현우 선수도 제가 뻔하지 않게 연습 열심히 도와줘.
You know, if ByuN doesn't pick me, I can help him with his TVP matchup.
데려가라는 이야기까지 해줬습니다. 자 이러면요, 네 변현우 선수 지금 선택 시간이 됐거든요.
So ByuN, you're gonna have to decide. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I have.
변현우 선수의 선택 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, it is time for you to pick a player. So is it gonna be the standard player Zest or the non-standard player Parting? It is Parting joining Group C.
원희삭 선수가 그룹 C
This is not the scenario Parting wanted.
변현우 선수의 그 의리, 또 이제 김대엽
So
선수의
ByuN keeps his face
지금 선택을 해줬거든요.
with
원래 또
Stats.
변현우 선수가 그 배트만 그러니까 약속한 것도 지키는
And
편이에요.
you know, ByuN always keeps his words.
딱 맞게. 대반 없었죠.
이렇게 선택이 좀 됐는데요.
He never betrays.
지금 이 끝으로 심사숙고해서 원희삭
So
선수의
after a long consideration, ByuN, you pick Parting. Why did you pick him?
준비한다고 했는데.
You know, Parting said he's gonna be a tricky opponent.
오늘 이따기 상대로 이겼잖아요.
You know, I won against him today.
그 상태에서 이미 설득력이 없는 것 같아요.
And I think, you know, winning, I think beating Parting today, I think his statement wasn't able to persuade me. So I think I can play against Parting with full confidence.
테란 입장에선 프로토스전 자신 있게 이렇게 말이 어렵거든요.
You know, from a Terran perspective, it's really hard to say that the TVP is doable, but ByuN says that. How's joining Group C Parting?
만약 될 수 있으면은 B조로 가고 싶었는데.
If possible, I wanted to go into Group B. Well, that's not my option anymore. I'm infuriated. I'm angry.
제가 진짜 오늘 현우 형한테 진 것도 물론 져서 뭐 할 말은 없지만.
I'm pretty angry that I lost to ByuN today.
자신 있어 할 만큼 그 정도로 졌다고 생각 안 해가지고.
And I don't think the way I like my performance today.
완전 목숨 걸고.
You know, I think he's underestimating me too much.
16강 때는 진짜 제가 보여드리겠습니다.
For the round of 16, I'm gonna show how powerful a player I am. I'm gonna get out of my group with no losses at all. I'm gonna win everything.
그룹 C에는 지금 원희삭 선수가 들어가게 됐고요.
And Parting joins Group C.
선수에 이어서 다음 지명권은
And the next player alongside ByuN will be DRG, the Cyberberserk player.
지금 조지명식 이 현장에서는 굉장히 뜨거운 분위기 속에서 지금 이어지고 있는데요.
ByuN, you know, the atmosphere is heating up right now. How's Busan? Well, I mean, it's pretty hot here as well in terms of weather.
현장 분위기는 어때요?
How's the atmosphere there?
현장은 근데 모니터로 봐서 그런지 몰라도 저한테는 시원해 보이네요.
I mean, it's pretty cool here. I turn on my air conditioner.
선수들이 지금 여러 명 지금 남아 있는데.
So there are a lot of players remaining.
좀 선택하고 싶은 그 종족이 좀 있을 거 아니에요.
DRG, I'm sure there's a race you want to pick. So which race is your highest priority?
생각해둔 건 저그나 토스인데.
Well, it's either Zerg or Protoss.
근데 A조 잘 그냥 빼면.
You know, I think.
너무 편해가지고.
Excluding the player who's gonna join Group A, I think there are only limited number of players. So I want to ask Zest and Solar.
강민수요.
강민수들이요.
세 번째로 들어왔을 때 그 뒤에 누구 뽑을 건지.
So Solar, who are you gonna pick if I pick you?
강민수니까 먼저 주성욱 선수부터.
And
지금 여기서
Zest, who are you gonna pick?
데려갈 분위기예요. 자, B조로 여기서 협상만 잘하면요. 이야기만 잘하면 B조 갈 수 있거든요.
Zest, you might be able to join Group B.
그 제가 지난 시즌에
Well, last season.
여기가 이제 수호님 뽑고 수호님이 저 뽑았는데
Sure picked DRG, DRG picked me.
런 하셔가지고
And DRG got swapped to another player.
들어와가지고 그 사람한테 2패 탈락했거든요.
And you know, I got eliminated by stats.
다시 뽑아줬으면 좋겠어요.
And this time, I want DRG to pick me. We want to have that match that we couldn't play out. I want to go into Group B.
B조. 그럼 이 조로 가면은 원하는 시나리오도 될 수 있다.
So everything goes according to plan if you go into Group B.
강민 선수가
Alright, Solar.
생각하는 B조 들어가고 싶은 조예요?
Do you want to join Group B?
저도 가고 싶고요.
Yes, I want to join Group B.
소영이 뽑아주면 제가 1+1으로.
And if DRG picks me, I'm gonna pick Zest. It's a 1+1 deal. And DRG looks very happy right now.
1+1 조건까지 갔는데요. 그래서 이렇게 데려간다는 이야기가 남겼습니다.
So it's a 1+1 Solar Zest bundle.
이 두 명의 좀 이야기 들었거든요. 좀
So DRG, you heard them.
근데 누굴 뽑든 서로 뽑을 것 같아가지고.
I mean, whoever I pick, I think they're gonna pick each other.
네.
So I don't think this matters that much.
주성욱 선수 결국 변함 없는 거죠.
Zest.
그대로 뽑을 거죠.
저 좀 지금 더워가지고.
You know, it's really hot here.
싫어가지고 민수 뽑아서 민수가 저기 갔다 왔으면 좋겠는데.
I think I'm gonna join.
민수가 뽑고.
I think I'm gonna join Solar.
야, 움직이는 거 싫다.
저도 근데 좀 자존심이 상하는 게.
You know, this hurt my pride.
저도 솔직히 가기 귀찮거든요.
Because I don't want to.
그냥 수호 형이 저희 둘 중에 더 쉽다고 생각하는 사람 뽑았으면.
You know, I hope DRG picks the worst player out of me and Zest. Because it's gonna be a 1+1 bundle anyway. So DRG, from your perspective, who do you deem to be less skilled of a player? So we're gonna do a countdown before you decide. So is it Solar or is it Zest? Who's the worst player? It is Solar. Solar is the worst player.
강민수입니다. 네, 가서 이제 판넬에 옮겨주시면 되는
So
상황이에요.
Solar, please put your name
강민수가 당첨됐어요.
선수들이
on
은근히
Group B.
어느 조에 가느냐 이것도 당연히 중요한데 어차피 갈 조여도 내가 마지막이길 원해요.
네.
And it is Sure DRG
약하다.
and Solar
이렇게
on Group B.
했는데.
In Group B.
강민수 선수님 생각은 어떠세요?
So Solar, what do you think about this?
나름대로 고민해서 고른 결과 같은데요.
저도 만약에 성훈경이 저희 조 오게 되면.
I mean, if Jess joins my group.
제가 수호 형이라고 생각하고 있어가지고. 뭐 재밌는 승부 한번 해보겠습니다.
I think I'm gonna pick Zest and I'm gonna have an entertaining match.
저는 한.
How do you rank yourself in the
2등
group?
아니면 3등 정도 되는 거.
I think I might be tier 3, tier 2 or tier 3 player there.
야, 그럼 주성욱 선수가 이제 들어가게 되면은 서열 정리전.
So with Zest joining Group B, Solar and Zest are gonna have a heated battle.
자, 그럼요. 지금 박수호 선수의 이야기 한번 들어보겠습니다.
So DRG, let's listen from you.
강민수 선수와 주성욱 선수 고민해서 이 강민수 선수 골랐잖아요.
You know, out of two players, you chose the worst player, Solar.
그런 식으로 또 통수 쳐서 얘기할 것 같아서 그냥 괘씸해서 뽑았어요.
You know, I just picked him because he was being rude.
네, 그러면요. 앞으로 있을 경기 좀 최선을 다하는 모습 기대하고요. 박수호 선수는 오늘 대회가 있으니까요.
And DRG, you have an upcoming DreamHack season final match, so
김대엽 선수도
you may be excused.
경기 준비할 수 있도록 보내드리도록 할 텐데 마이크 잡아주시고 한 말씀 해주시고.
And DRG, before you go,
됐고,
anything you want to say?
마지막으로 김대엽 변현 원희삭 선수에게 한 말씀하고 이제 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 너무 오랜만에 좀 제가 원하던 대로 잘 된 것 같아요.
You know, this is a group. This is a very ideal group for me. So I'm very happy.
이런 만족스러운 기분으로 가서 드림의 경기도 잘하고 오겠습니다.
And you know, I want to carry on this satisfactory momentum to win my DreamHack season final match as well.
근데 태양이한테 제가 딱히 뭐 잘못을 한 게 없어가지고.
You know, I don't think I did anything bad to TY, so I don't think TY is gonna swap me out.
건드지 말라고. 그리고 마지막 그리고 나머지 선수님 주성
swap my player out actually.
그 부분은요. 네, 그거는 B 그룹이네요. 예. 자, 그러면은 이렇게 원희삭 다음에 뽑을 선수가 지금 누가 나오든 상관이 없는 거죠. 그 다음은요.
So you don't care who picks after parting, right? Who parting picks, right?
마무리가 됐고 오늘 멋진 경기 기대를 하겠습니다. 그리고
Alright, we'll look forward to your match today, Stats.
야, 둘이.
So Stats will be will be playing against DRG today. So that'll be very entertaining to watch. So please tune into that as well.
다음으로는 이제 조정혁 선수.
And Stats is gonna go early because he has a match.
조정혁 선수. 지금 서열 정리 싸움이 A조가 지금 돼버렸습니다. 여기서 지금 몇 이냐 그 싸움이 지금 펼쳐지고 있는데 조정혁 선수가 좀 생각하는 그 종족은
what race are you intending to pick?
지금 테란 지금 조정조도 남아 있거든요.
There's Maru remaining on Terran terrain.
테란 랭킹전.
How about we go for the Terran ranking match? You know, decide who's the best Terran among the Terran players.
생각은 안 했는데.
Yeah, I didn't really consider that an option.
안 할게요 그 생각은.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. That's way too dangerous. And Maru's shaking his head right now.
전태환 선수 의지가 만약 있잖아요. 그 의사가 있으면 4테란조 만들어서
And you know,
서열 정리 가능했거든요.
TY might want to make an all-Terran group.
선수가요. 지금 저그에서는 아르마니 선수가 좀 남아 있고.
There's Armani remaining Zerg terrain. In the Protoss we have the Zest, Trap, Zound.
이 중에서 좀 어떤 종족을 더 선호하세요?
So which race do you pick? Protoss. Which race do you prefer?
프로토스전은 지금 많이 힘들어서.
You know, I think the Protoss. I think the TVP is really hard, so I don't want to pick that.
일단 저는 전태양 선수의 의견을 좀 듣고 싶은데.
I want to listen to TY's opinion.
생각하고 있는 그림이 있는데.
There's this
같은 생각인지.
there's this ideal scenario I'm thinking of, so I'm not sure if TY is in agreement with this.
보통 A조는 좀 행복조거든요.
You know, Group A, you know, is normally a very happy group.
조중혁 선수가 생각하는 지금 16명 중에 16등과 15등을 뽑았으면 좋겠어요.
I wish Dream would pick the 16th best player and the 15th best player out of these players.
그 선수가 만든지 혹시 같이 형도 같은 생각인가요?
Is the player I deem 16th player the same as yours?
일 수도 있을 것 같아요.
Maybe. And the camera is shooting at Armani right now.
그럼 저희가 아는 그 선수인가요?
So I'm guessing it's the player that starts with A.
예, 있죠. 이게
I mean, is there a player you are thinking of Castle Park? Yes, definitely.
아예 그러면 여기서 데려와가지고 좀 하면 되니까.
So I think the 15th best and the 16th best are referring to Zound and Armani. So who is it gonna be?
저는 태양이 형이 저랑 같은 생각일 거라고 믿고.
You know, I think TY is in compliance with my decision.
들어볼 필요도 없이 마음 결정 끝난 거죠.
네, 마음의 결정.
I have made up my mind.
자, 그럼
Yes.
남은 선수들 중에서 혹시 나는 진짜 A조에 들어가고 싶다고 지금 어필하시는
So out of the remaining players, anyone want to join Group A?
아니면 박진혁 선수 이야기 한번 들어볼게요. 박진혁 선수에게 마이크 한번.
Armani, would you grab the mic, please?
자, 박진혁 선수도 이거 정말 오늘 원하는데 한번 들어가서 멋진 경기 한번 보여주고 싶잖아요.
Armani, you want to have a great
어디 가고
match?
싶으세요?
Where do you want to go?
원래는 B조도 좀 생각하고 있었고.
At first, I was thinking of Group B.
미리 얘기한 것도 있고 흘러가는 거 보니까.
But with how things are going on,
A조에서 뽑아줬으면 좋겠어요.
I just want to go to Group A now.
박지혁 선수 입장에서 A조 가면 서로 윈윈인 거예요?
So Armani, do you consider this a win-win situation if you go into Group A? Yes, I think so.
선수도 그렇고 네 명이서 다 행복할 것 같아요.
I think the 4 players will be very happy together in Group A.
행복하다. 여기서 이야기 들어봤고 박한솔 선수 이야기도 한번 들어보겠습니다.
And Zound, we want to hear from you. Would you grab the mic, please?
박한솔 선수가 지금 이제 고민하고 있는데 좀 어느 쪽 하고
Zound,
싶으세요?
I think you're thinking of a scenario as well. What do you think?
저인 것 같은데.
I think it's either gonna be Armani or Zound, Armani or me, joining Group A.
행복조니까.
I think Group A, you know, is a happy group.
좋은 것 같아요.
I think I'm pretty happy to join Group A.
아니 그 모든 선수들 그러니까 A조에 속한 선수 서로 윈윈인데요?
근데 원래
And Zound and Armani are both happy about joining Group A.
픽만 무난하면 A조는 항상 딱 그 생각이 있었어요. 내가 어떻게 이렇게 하면 쟤는 이긴다. 이걸 똑같이 다.
You know, Group A has always been the easier group compared to the other
자리를 좀
groups.
잡을 것 같은데요. 그럼요. 최종 선택 들어가겠습니다. 조정
Alright,
선수 여기서
Dream,
직접 뽑아주시죠.
would you make up your mind, please?
자, 누굴 뽑을까요?
Who is
순수의
it gonna
변동
be?
없을 가능성이 굉장히 높거든요.
네.
네.
What?
자,
뭐
먼저
okay.
헷갈릴 수 있긴 한데.
It is Armani joining Group A. I was pretty surprised because Dream picked up Maru for a second.
왜냐면 또 아닐 수 있다 보니까 그래도 그렇다고 적일 확률은 일단 높으니.
And now it could be a Zerg joining Group A as the last player.
박진혁 선수도 A조로 들어가는 거 굉장히 괜찮다. 좋은 선택이다. 이야기 남겨줘서 이 세 명이 전부 다 지금 만족하는
And now
선수가
TY,
됐는데요.
Dream, and Armani will be in Group A.
이 조정혁 선수가 지금 남은 선수 중에 박진혁 선수를 뽑았잖아요. 저거 박진혁 선수 뽑은
So
이유는
Dream picked Armani.
전태양 선수의 이야기 듣고 뽑은 거예요.
And Dream, did you pick Armani because you heard what TY wanted?
일단 저그전 자신 있고요.
Well, I'm happy. I'm confident with the
태양 형이
TVZ matchup.
마지막에 그 선수만 뽑아준다면
And
너무 다 행복하고.
And as long as that player comes into Group A last, I think this is going to be a very, very happy group.
몇 등을 상승을 예상하세요?
예, 지금 이렇게 되면
내가 원하는 A조가 딱 되면.
예.
So
2등 최소 2등은 할
you know, I think I'm gonna be at least second place in Group A if
14강인지
that player comes into Group A.
아 너무 마음에 드네요.
And you know, as long as Zaun comes into my group,
선수도 마음에
this
드세요?
group will be as easy as round 24.
저도 마음에 들고.
Yes, I approve of the group.
지출해서 다른 선수들이 높게 올라가서 같이 글로벌 파이널 갔으면 좋겠어요.
You know, I wish to advance
지금요,
together with
이
Dream,
박진영
and
선수도
I hope we go into the
어떻게
global
생각하세요?
finals.
지금 마음에 들어요? A조 들어간 거?
Are you happy with Group A, Armani?
1등 진출한 제 모습이
Oh, I can actually imagine myself moving out of Group A as the first place.
네, 다음 주에 이미 저기서 인터뷰하고 있는 모습이.
I think I can already see myself interviewing with Yuri.
제일 빨라요.
와우.
항상 다른 선수를 이기는 상상하는데 조금 더 앞질러서 인터뷰까지.
그렇죠. 그럼 박재호 선수가 이번에
That's great foreshadowing.
이어가서
He just said.
예, 지명을 좀 해줘야 되는 상황이 지금 됐거든요.
So Armani, you're gonna have to make a decision as well.
보면은 전태양 선수와 생각하고 조지혁 선수와 생각하고
And there's a
박재호
player
선수하고
that TY is thinking of, Dream is thinking of, and you are thinking of. Are you gonna pick him?
보고 있는 모든 사람들이 똑같은 선수.
Well, I think all the players here and all the fans
자 그러면요.
know
자,
that
이번에
we're gonna
선택
pick
시간
that
기다리고
one
있는데요.
player.
박한솔 선수 이야기 한번 들어보겠습니다. 박한솔
Zaun,
선수.
we would like to hear from you.
그래도 여기서 진짜 내 나름대로 가고 싶은 조가 좀 있을 거 아니에요.
And Zaun, I'm sure you wanna join a certain group.
또 보고 싶거나.
원래
비조를
At first,
가고 싶었는데
I did want to go to Group B,
강민수 선수가 들어가가지고.
but with Solar joining that group,
비조는 포기했고요.
I'm pretty scared of that group, so I don't want to play against Solar. So now I think Group A is my last resort.
박한솔 선수도 완벽한 판짝을 통해서 올라갈 가능성은 어느
So I
정도
think this is
예상하세요?
going to be a win-win situation. What are your chances of advancing out of Group A?
2등은 할 수.
I think I might be able
내가
to
만약에 선택해서
get out
갈로
as a
갈수
second
있어도
place.
A조를 가고 싶어요?
무조건 A조예요?
Do you want to go into Group A no matter what? Yes, I want to join Group A no matter what.
서로가 서로를
Wow.
최소 2등 작전.
What a happy group.
2등 작전을 하고 있습니다.
Everyone's happy with that group.
오 그래요. 지금 여기서 선택은 이제
We're not too sure whether Armani is going to pick Zaun or not, but it's highly likely that Zaun is going to be picked in Group A.
마지막 A 그룹의 선수 누가 될지.
So who will be the last member joining Group A?
야, 이거
The story unfolds now.
전부만 또 결과를 또
예. 굉장히 서로를 만만하게 생각하면서 내가 올라갈 수 있다고 서로에게 자신감이 있는 조.
So it is Zaun getting picked in Group A.
예.
No surprise there.
선수가 좀 선택이 됐습니다.
종족 구성도 A조는 일단 깔끔해요.
And the race distribution among Group A is very unproportionate. Two Terran players, one Zerg, and one Protoss.
그 여러 선수들 중에서 박한솔 선수를 뽑으면서 든 생각 어떤 생각 드세요?
So you know, why did you pick Zaun out of all the players?
저는 그냥 승자전만 준비하겠습니다.
Well, I'm just gonna prepare for the winners match.
미리 축하드리겠습니다.
No comment.
인터뷰 때 한번 지켜보도록 하고요.
Alright, we'll look forward to your interview.
선택이 된
Armani.
좋은 박한솔 선수도 원하는 A조 들어갔어요.
And
2등
Zaun,
예상하셨잖아요.
you joined the group you wanted.
각오 한 말씀 해주시죠.
Anything you want to say?
제가 진혁이 형한테 거의 다 졌던 걸로
I think I always lost to Armani. This time,
이기고
I'm gonna defeat him
올라가겠습니다.
and move on to round of 8.
네. 다시 한번 축하드리고요. 아니
승자조 2번 해야 되겠는데요?
Wow.
정말 그
Armani and Zaun showing big confidence there. They're both saying they're gonna go to the winners match.
예, 오늘 이렇게 서로가 좀 행복한 A조가
And everyone's happy in Group A.
이어서 다음은 강민수 선수에게.
And the next player to pick will be Solar.
지금 박진혁 선수, 박한솔 선수가 지금 픽이 되면서
And Armani and Zaun are picked in Group A.
남은 선수들 명단 보면요.
You're not left with many options.
선수의 주성욱 선수.
There's Zest, Trap, and Maru.
네. 한번 여기서 새로운 모험을 하거나.
You know, this might be a great opportunity for you to gamble.
같은 팀원들을 다 속이거나.
내 상상 한번 깨보고 싶어요.
How about you stir up this mind game going on here?
사실 세 선수가 다 비슷비슷한 것
You know, the
같아요.
three players are all pretty similar in terms of skills.
성호 형도 이번에 24강에서 이겨가지고.
You know, Trap has been really good as well. And Zest is always good.
조성주 선수 이야기 한번 들어봐. 조성주 마이크. 조성주
Maru,
선수 기회가 왔습니다.
would you get to my
지금
place?
여기서 새로운 시도를 하려는
This
선수가
is your chance.
나왔어요.
Solar might be
그렇다면 조성주 선수
might be
그룹
picking
B가
you.
아니라 B조로 갈 수 있는 그
Maru,
기회가
you
열릴
have
수도
been
있거든요.
given the opportunity to join Group B. What do you think?
근데 제가 여기서 안 뽑혀도 이삭이 형이 저 뽑을 것 같거든요.
Well, even if I don't get picked in Group B, I think Parting's gonna pick me next.
뽑아줘도 좋고 안 뽑아줘도.
So you know, I don't care if he picks me. I don't care if he doesn't.
이번에 뽑아줘도 됐고 아니면 원희삭이 뽑아도 좋고 아니면
So it's me
D보다는
either
나으세요?
joining Group B or Group C.
D는.
What about Group D, Maru? No, no. Group D is a no-no.
그럼 이왕 뽑을 거면 강민수가 좀 먼저 뽑아주는 것도 나쁘지 않겠네요.
So you don't care if Solar picks you, right?
최상이긴 한데.
예.
Yeah, I think it's the best.
뭐 상관없을 것 같아요.
You know, I don't think it matters whether I join Group B or Group C, as long as it's not Group D.
조금 이따 어떻게 뽑는지 한번 지켜보도록
So
하겠습니다.
let's see
아니 원희삭 선수 지금
how that
이야기 한번
works out.
들어볼까요? 마이크 한번 잡아주시고. 아 미리
So
조성민
Parting,
씨가 마음이 있으세요?
are you thinking of picking Maru in Group C?
뭐 뽑아도 상관없을 것 같은데요.
You know, I don't think it matters. I can't pick him.
솔직히 저 생각 두 가지 생각났는데.
You know, there are two
원래
things.
안 뽑을라 했는데. 그냥 갑자기 성욱이 형 조이조 데려와서 그냥.
You know, I wasn't gonna pick Zest,
골탕 먹이고 싶어가지고.
but you know now I actually wanna
그냥 민수 선택인 것 같아.
I wanna play a trick on stats and pick Zest.
야 이거 민수의 선택이다.
네, 이제부터 서로 죽여라. 할 수
So
있는.
this all depends on who Solar
강민
picks.
선수가 지금 고민을 좀 하는 것
So
같은데.
Solar is considering his options right now.
성우 형 한번 물어볼게요.
야 조성우 선수.
And Trap, I would like to ask Trap a question.
여기서 뭐 그룹 B로 들어오게 되면은 또 어떻게 뭐 괜찮아요?
Trap, are you happy with joining Group B?
D조가 D조보다는 나은 것 같아요.
Well, I mean, Group B is certainly better than Group D.
병렬이 영우보다는 그래도
I mean,
민수가 좀
it's way easier for me to play against Solar than Dark and
B조 아니면 C조.
Dark and Rogue, right?
조성호 선수 입장에서 강민 선수가 지금 현재 이 저그들 중에서 어느 정도 급의 저그라고 좀
From your perspective, Trap, how do you rate Solar out of the Zergs?
병렬이 영우보다는 아래죠.
He's definitely a lot lower than Dark and Rogue in the rankings. In my rankings.
그러면 지금 강민수가 좀 뽑아서 한번 승부를 좀 봤으면 하는 그런 욕심이 있는 거예요?
So Trap, do you want to be picked by Solar? Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. It's bad.
강민수 선수.
I might want to have a fun match with him.
확실히 저도
So Solar,
아닌 것 같고요.
how was the provocation?
조성호 선수는 확실히 최근 너무 잘해가지고.
You know, Trap is a stellar player.
원하시는 S급 저그들이랑 마음껏 경기하셨으면 좋겠어요.
I hope he plays against the S-grade Zerg players in Group D. I wish him the best of luck. I'm not gonna pick Trap.
이게 더 낫네요.
Wow, Solar.
다시 한번 기회.
Trap.
지금 기분 상한 것 같은데.
Trap, I think Solar is very sulky right now. I think this is the last opportunity.
더 하면 저만 더 비참해질 것 같아서.
아 그래요?
이제
선택 기다리겠습니다.
D조는 손절하고 C조.
You know, Group B is not my option anymore. It's either Group C or Group D.
자, 그럼 강민 선수 이야기 지금 다 들어봤으니까.
Alright, Solar, have you made up your mind? Yes, I have. Alright, would you please make your decision, please?
도발에는 D조로 응징을 했고요.
원래 이게 마음에 안 들면 죽으면 좀
So Solar wants to join, wants to send Trap to Group D, and Solar picks Zest in Group B.
원희삭 선수 생각했던 그 작전도 좀 애매해졌죠.
Now, Parting might have to alter his strategy as well in accordance with Solar's decision.
사실 수호 형이랑 도우 형도 확실히 성호 형보다 그 성훈 형을 원하는 것 같아가지고.
I think DRG and QR want Zest as well.
성훈 형도 뭐 저랑 하는 걸 좋아하실 것 같아요.
And I think Zest will be pretty happy playing against me. You know, I think Group B we can be happy as well.
자, 이렇게는 그룹 B도 서로가 지금 만족스러운 행복을.
So Group A and Group B are very satisfactory for the players.
선수의 이야기 들어보겠습니다.
So Zest, would you like to grab a mic, please?
네, 강민 선수가 지금 약속을 지켰습니다.
So Solar kept his promise.
근데 저렇게
He picked you.
뽑을 것 같았었어가지고.
You know, I had a feeling that he's gonna pick me no matter what, so I wasn't that worried.
성호랑 성주가 되게 잘해가지고.
I think Maru and Trap are so good. I think they will be the ones that are picked later.
뭐 A조 아니면 저는 B조가 제일 나은 것 같아요.
Well, you know, if we exclude Group A, I think Group B is the best option.
항상 D조 올렸었거든요.
You know, I always used to be in Group D in group nomination.
쉬운 줄 아닌데 워낙 평소에 너무 어려운 줄 걸렸어요.
So you know, Group B is not an easy group for sure, but compared to Group D, I think it's a lot easier.
이게 목표로 했던 이 A 그룹, B 그룹 중에 B 그룹으로 들어가게 되면서
And Zest, you joined Group B, which is good for you.
이제 원희삭 선수의 손에
And now,
모든 운명이
everything is decided by Parting. Parting is the end boss here. So is it Trap or is it Maru?
들어보겠습니다. 조성호 선수와 조성주 선수의 이야기. 자, 먼저 조성호 선수부터.
So Trap.
기다렸던 원희삭 선수 시간이 왔어요.
it is time for Parting to pick.
만약에 이삭이가
If Parting picks,
전을 한다면 연습을 도와주기로 했었는데
if Parting plays PvP, I was gonna help him with the
연습을 못
scrims.
도와줄 것 같고 성주를 뽑는다면 제가 목숨을 걸고 성주를 도와주겠습니다.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to help Parting with a scrim. But if
그래서 이렇게 목숨을
if
걸고
Parting picks Maru,
조성주 선수를
I'm gonna
도와주겠다는
help
이야기를
Maru
했고.
with his PvP matchup really hard.
네. 아니 지금 원희삭 선수
So there was that's some very intense provocation from Trap.
이야기를 해줬거든요. 조성주 선수 이야기도 들어보겠습니다.
So Maru, what do you think?
조성주 선수 그룹 D가 기다리고 있습니다. C냐 D냐 이번에 결정돼야죠.
So is it C or is it D?
성호 형한테 지는 거밖에 못 봤거든요.
You know, I only saw Parting losing to Trap. So if he wants to win, he's gonna have to pick me.
자 여기서 조성우 선수 빵 터졌어요. 지금 여기서
And Trap is laughing right now.
C로 가고 싶은 욕심이 좀 있거든요. 조성우 선수는요.
So Trap.
여기서 뭐 더 얘기해봤자 뭐 이삭이 손에 달린 것 같습니다.
You know, everything's decided by Parting, so I'm not gonna mention anymore.
원희삭 선수는 지금 고민 중이에요.
So Parting, are you hesitant right now?
령우한테 물어보고 싶어가지고.
Yeah, I actually want to ask Dark.
현우 형은 누굴 원하는지 물어보고 싶네요.
I want to ask Dark and ByuN.
뭐 누가 왔으면 좋겠는지.
ByuN, who do you want me to pick?
제 입장에서는 솔직히 누가 와도 상관없어요.
From my perspective, I don't really care whether it be Trap or Maru.
둘다 S급인 선수라서.
They're both S players, S rank players.
오는 게 저한테 연습은 편하겠지만.
It's probably better for Protoss to come.
폴토스전 연습을 소홀히 하진 않을 거기 때문에.
But it's not like I'm just gonna like lag my TVP practice.
네, 상관없다는 이야기 남겼거든요.
So you know, ByuN feels indifferent about this. Then Dark, your opinion, please.
근데 저는 뭐 누가 들어도 상관없어서.
I mean, I don't care whoever joins my group.
올라갈 것 같은 사람 뽑았습니다.
So I hope Parting just makes his best decision.
알아서 하라.
뭐 이미 D존은 지금만으로도.
I mean, Group D, it's looking so scary right now. Rogue Innovation Dark.
골라 이제 선택할 건데.
I'm gonna make.
제일 약한 사람으로 뽑을게요.
I'm gonna decide now, and I'm gonna pick the worst player out of two.
네, 여기서 이제 둘 중에.
So who's the worst player out of the two? Is it gonna be Trap? Or is it gonna be Maru?
우리도 하자 시조도.
아니 아무도 안 놀아줬어요 지금 여기서. 예, 이 원희삭 선수는.
And which junior Green Wings player is it gonna be?
알아서 해라래요. 자 그러면요 최종 선택. 이 둘 중에 가장 약한 선수가 누가 될지.
Please make your final decision, Parting.
자 원희삭 선수.
과연?
예, 이 원희삭 선수의
So who is the lesser player out of the two?
거의 마지막 바로 전이라서 두 선수 모두 인정을 받은 거거든요.
누군가요?
오.
와 조성주예요.
오.
와 조성주예요.
Maru is considered the lesser player out of the two,
이제 원희삭
and he joins Group C.
한창일 때는 스타일상으로도 상상상 우위이긴 했었죠.
I mean, Parting used to be Maru's nemesis, and that might be the reason why he picked Maru. And Parting did beat Maru a few times recently.
조성주 선수 뽑았는데 그 이유는요,
So
원희삭
Maru is
선수?
picked in Group C. Why did you pick him, Parting?
성주 잠깐 놀리고 싶어서 그런 말 했고.
You know, I just want to tease Maru
제가
a bit.
뽑은 이유는
The reason why I picked Maru,
성욱이 형도 제가 아까 뽑겠다고 막 그런.
you know, I said before I wanted to pick Zest.
근데 그것도 농담이고 그냥 원래 성주.
But that was a joke as well.
뽑아가지고 그냥 지금 저기도 없고
And I was intending to pick Maru at first because there's no Zergomite group, so it's easy for me to practice.
이제 그나마 연습할 때라도 행복하자.
So you know,
뽑았고.
before the main stage, I can be happy while practicing.
거라 생각해가지고 저 시조도.
You know, whoever comes to Group C, it's gonna be hard anyway. So I pick Maru.
그러면은 조성주 선수의 좀 소감도 한번 들어보겠습니다.
Then Maru, how do you feel about joining Group C?
느꼈습니까?
Parting picked you.
원래 저 뽑을 거 알고
Did you expect it? Yeah, I expected it.
형 너무 좋아요 지금.
You know, I'm really happy. I'm so happy right now.
킬 없는 것만으로도 좋아가지고.
So I'm just so happy that there's not gonna be a team kill match among the generic Green Wings players. So I'm gonna try to have a fun match against him.
다시 한번 축하드리겠습니다.
Once again, congratulations,
이렇게
Maru.
되면 조성호 선수의 그룹 D조로
And Trap is automatically joining Group D.
마지막에 지금 남아선이 그룹 D로 들어가게 됐어요.
And Trap, you're the last player remaining. You are joining Group of Death. How do you feel?
지금 너무 슬퍼요.
I'm so sad right now. I'm so sad.
몰랐는데.
I didn't think this would be possible.
뽑기는 그냥 안 뽑는 거 상관없이 그냥 좋은 조 들어가고 싶었는데.
I just wanted to join a good group, so I'm really disappointed.
그 원희삭 선수를 상대로 아까 말했던 내가 정말 이악 물고 도와주겠다 했었잖아요.
And you said that if Parting picks Maru, you're gonna help him so much. So to what extent are you gonna pick him? Play like prepare him. I'm gonna prepare him to the best of my ability. And with that, all the groups have been finalized. So we will go over the groups now. Alright, so this is before TY performs his authority. So in Group A, we have TY, Dream, Armani, Down. Group B, Cure, DRG, Solar, Zest. Group C, Stats, ByuN, Parting, Maru. Group D, Rogue, Innovation, Dark Trap. And right now, Group D looks so scary right now. And we have the date as well. Group A, Wednesday. Group B, Saturday. Group C, Wednesday. Group D, Saturday. And this is all up to TY now to make his decision and swap 2 players. As mentioned before, the prerequisite is that TY has to swap out 1 player from his group with another player from another group.
저조가 저렇게 되는 거 한번 보고 싶다도 가능하죠.
그래서 이제 전태영 선수의 생각을 좀 들어봐야 됩니다.
So TY, we want to hear from you.
마음에 안 들어서 좀 보내고 싶은 선수가 좀 있나요?
Is there any player you wanna swap out?
너무 행복합니다.
I'm so happy right now. I'm so happy with my group.
그러면은 A 그룹 중에서 어디 다른 곳 가고 싶은 선수 있으세요?
Is there any other player in Group A who wants to join another group? No. Everyone in Group A is satisfied.
이렇게 한번 바꿔주세요.
So that means TY might not be using his power at all.
너무 만족스러워요.
만장일치가 가능한가요?
그렇죠. 그래서 다른 조 멤버는 못 바꾸고요.
And it's a unanimous decision among the Group A players that they don't want to leave Group A.
야, 이 정도면 거의 뭐 전태영 선수 입장에서는 뭐 교환권을 활용 안 해도 될
And
것
from
같은데.
TY's perspective, he might not have to use his power at all.
거의 저 A조는 전원 진출 분위기예요.
And everyone in Group A feels like they are confident to advance out of Group A.
그러면요, 여기서 전태영 선수의 최종 선택을
So
한번 들어보도록
TY,
하겠습니다.
your final decision is:
교환을 할 것인지,
are you going to use your authority,
만족스러운 대로 그냥
or you
이대로
are just gonna stay
넘길 것인지,
with the current group?
어떤 선택을 하실 거예요?
Which choice are you gonna make?
저는 교환권을 사용하지 않겠습니다.
I will not use my authority. I will not swap 2 players. This group is perfect as it is. And everyone, this is the finalized group for the Season 3 GSL. So let's take a look at the finalized group again. This is no different from the last time. TY, Dream, Armani, Down. Group A, Group B, we have Cure, DRG, Solar, Zest. Group C, Stats, ByuN, Parting, Maru. Group D, Rogue, Innovation, Dark Trap.
많은 선수들이 텔레파시로 약간 예상을 해서 그렇게 선택을 해줬는데 그게 다 맞았던 거예요.
And a lot of the players have expected themselves to join each of the groups. So the most recent match will be Group A. And as mentioned before, Group B is Cure, DRG, Solar, Zest. And we have a Thanksgiving holiday between the matches, so please do consider this.
여유가 있기 때문에 이런 그 기간도 상당히 많은 변수를 줄 수 있게 됐죠.
So you know, now that we have the Thanksgiving holiday, the Group C and the Group D players have a lot more time to prepare for. So this might act as a variable itself as well.
그렇죠.
자, 이렇게 오늘
And so with that, the group nomination has to come to an end.
뭐 정말 선수들이 이제 그 예고한 서열 정리가 또 기다리고 있다 보니까
And the players are definitely going to show an exciting match. So you know, I'm interested to see how the players are going to play against each other
정말 대격변이었었잖아요.
and define themselves as the superior.
자, 이렇게 종료가 됐고요. 저희가 개막전 16강 개막전 경기 안내를 해드리겠습니다.
And the opening match of the round of 16 will be on Wednesday, 23rd of September, 6:30 p.m. KST. So TY Dream first and Armani's Down in the next match. And we'll be back on that day to deliver the match. And everyone, please look forward to that match as well. And this has been Gisado and Castor Park, and I've been the interpreter for GSL. Thank you.